has a very good repertoire of the walls and everything that we can see on Icebox. If, as you were saying, Yinsu, we get to see that map today being picked up by Heretics, I want to know how they're going to counter all of the different positions, and I hope that they spend a fair amount of time on TikTok just going through everything that can be done with TikTok strats. Is that what we're calling it now? Kayak's doing TikTok strats.
Too old, thanks so much, man. I appreciate the tier 1, thanks for the 27 months.
I can't imagine it.
Can you imagine that Discord chat of just being like, oh, I've seen this wall, we need to prep something.
Divine Evil as well with the tier 1 also, thanks for the 30
How do you share these clips? I want to make it happen.
So
do you think that this could challenge NATIC? Is this on the same level yet?
No,
watching
I don't think
EWC?
So. We've only seen it the once. I think
NATIC has a song. We're moving too quickly. You know, we've seen it once. Let me see it again today.
Not 100% yet, but...
And then we can say kayak. It doesn't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same. It doesn't. But one thing though about this rivalry, it is kind of a friendly one in the end of the day, even though Heretics have an amazing record over FNATIC. And I think this was reflected through what
with the
Rosa
prime,
said in that post-match interview after Liquid, which is Rians
I appreciate that
scary.
also.
Rians is the player that he's most scared of.
My mic's like
very,
a
very
lot
impressed
quieter.
by him, and he went
as
far, Kakuka, to say that Rians is better than Trent. Is that a hot take?
No. I think you asked me this question like a week ago, and I was like, yes, he
Zakurio
is.
again, thanks so much for the 8 months. We've got Rao Crush as well, the 2 months. Thank you so much for that. And we've got average game at 277 with the prime as well.
When he's still alive, his utility is always on point, and him individually.
I don't know, yeah, I think I wasn't playing him properly. Hello, Zelfmate, how are we doing? We heard about the tier 2 drama, yeah, I was looking a bit out there.
Player to be scared of.
And I love it.
Yeah, it looks rough, man.
Got to do something
it looks rough. But I think
he does that against everyone.
I mean, think back to the BBL
we eventually,
game last week, that 1v3 on a
every
set,
so often, have to repeat a little bit of history.
Making Team Heretics end up
I think
winning
that's
that
where
map,
we're at
right?
again.
Because they just,
the I by Power
like,
players getting banned was like what?
Like
10 years ago now.
A
good majority of players don't even know about that, let alone what happened like at the beginning of Valorant anyway.
Especially against a team like FNATIC.
I think sometimes we have to relive history.
In this matchup historically. They've won
I don't think it's a lot of, well, it depends, man. There's a lot to unbreak in there. The cheating stuff's crazy. I don't know if that's true. The cheating stuff's like the most crazy. The match fixing I think always is going to happen, but I think that it has to be a harsh punishment to show other people that they shouldn't be doing it. Especially with the money that I'm hearing that's getting thrown around.
I think, how does it feel today to be going up against?
I think you gotta
all love?
You got to make an example of them,
it's not the first time,
which is kind of why I disagreed with how Frost handled his stuff, because I think you have to make an example of people instead of trying to save them, because we've been in esports for a long time, so we know the examples, but everyone else doesn't have that example, like these players losing their careers.
Surreal things. Now, Boaster said you're actually one of the best players he's ever played against, so I want to ask you, Alpha, who's the most surreal player that you've ever played against?
Probably him.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. How do you feel about that?
I mean, thank you.
And who's the most surreal player that you've ever faced? you have to say him
I mean,
now, I think.
Okay, I feel like I have to say him, but I will be honest, I think I would say Leo.
Leo? Yeah. Why?
Dilly with the tier 1, thanks so much for the 35 months. Thank you.
You agree?
I never play against him, so I don't know.
You've always had the pleasure of playing with him. Okay, and what's the most surreal
legal implications? I don't know, man. I don't know how deep it's going to go. I don't know. I don't know how bad it is. I've heard it's pretty bad, but I don't know how bad it is.
Yeah, I mean, mine is like FNATIC versus FPX when I joined the team, because just
I think this has to happen every
matches is going to remember. Yeah.
Like every 10 years or so, or every new game, you gotta punish people for
2024 kickoff. That we come back on Sunset, and I think we qualified for Masters Madrid on that game, and it was like huge comeback, and it was amazing for me.
What about the loss? Because I feel like we don't talk about those enough. So what's the most surreal loss you think? Sorry to drag this back up for you. I think we have a couple.
Volume, yeah, the volume's pretty low.
I'll come to you.
My mic was low.
I mean, if we talk about only EMEA, I would say FNATIC game that Leo was dropping 90 or something when he was full sick. You know, we started final, yeah, the grand final. We started 2-0, and then they just come back to us. It was really sad, but yeah.
You don't lose against them very often, though. And what about you, Alpha?
To be honest, I don't know. If you lose, we deserve that.
Every loss is pretty surreal.
Yeah. Right, so thanks so much for the raid.
Thank you very much, you two, for joining me.
The loss with the tier 1 as well. Thank you for the whole year, mate.
Thank you.
Have a year of tech pauses, hopefully not.
Here it goes again. 4 teams are still standing with 4 very different stories, but they all have one thing in common: the dream to become the best. Some of them already know how it feels to lift a trophy, but for others, they only know what it feels like to watch somebody else do it. Heartbreak and success comes hand in hand. So, before the chaos begins this weekend, let's take a look and see what our teams will be fighting for.
Wait, that's our trophy?
It is the trophy,
well, they actually cooked.
the prize, the payoff. You don't just lift this
to
say
we might have the best trophy this year.
VCT EMEA. You lift this to say we are the best, and everyone else should be scared of us.
Dude, it's big.
Let's settle it. For one of our teams in this opening match, they'll get the chance to return to glory. And the other one, this could be their long-awaited first. Please join me and welcome your upper bracket finalists,
that's
Team
actually
Heretics
really nice, yeah.
and FNATIC, onto the stage.
Nice trophy, FNATIC are never going to want to touch this. That's actually true. I would be surprised if Heretics. Just think from what we've seen, they just look better. At least FNATIC are getting a little into form as well. Who do I have winning this game? I got Heretics with. I got Heretics just doing a flawless upper bracket run.
Every single split we've had since the partnership era, when FNATIC made the playoffs, they make a final. But Team Heretics, they still haven't won a trophy. And it's pretty fair to say that they're the favorite for the first time in a while coming into this. So the map beaters are going to be very important. We've seen this match already pretty recently. Do you anticipate the same maps?
I kind of anticipate the same veto.
Warwag for the tier 1. Thanks so much for the 29 months. Thank you, thank you.
Fracture is going to be the first one. Icebox second.
It's not the same maps.
We are in for a treat. As you're saying, Yinsu, we
Heretics
saw Lotus and Haven. Heretics wanted to prove on Haven that they got it better than FNATIC, but this time around, it is completely different. And I really, really want to see that second map.
It's not too bad for FNATIC.
FNATIC and go on to the pick and Fracture.
But I'm just worried they get too now.
Especially on the last couple of showings that we've seen of that. But from Heretics, it's not a map that we really see a lot. We've seen them ban it also throughout the regular season, and I don't believe we've seen it in kickoff.
Yeah, they banned it near enough every
franchising really killed Valorant. The whole
the last time that they met FNATIC, it was
the whole issue with the direct comparison of like, especially when you look at Americas, right? This is franchising, then you look at Americas, and just looking at all of the teams that were getting paid crazy salaries. That was only happening because all of these orgs wanted franchising. Without the carrot of franchising being here, would have been like 4.
I cannot wait to see that.
I get that everyone's like,
it's very interesting that
look at how good everything was before franchising. It was only good because teams orgs were trying to get into franchising. That's it. If you're telling me those orgs are going to be spending like 20k on players before franchising, it's not a thing.
Team Heretics, and this is where I want to see Crashies warm into the game instantaneously. You know, he's promised us every time they play Fracture, he's got them. But on the other side, who's the Heretics standout player on Fracture?
Here's the thing, we need to think of, as I said, they have not played this since kickoff. I believe it was Woods was playing on Sky. It was like, I do not
maybe that's
think
better.
that
Maybe I turned up my mic now.
The question is, what is Woods going to be doing? Is he going to go on the tech, or are we see them moving away from that double initiator?
Better? Okay, there we go.
Here.
That sounds better. Yeah, dude, the only reason that everyone kind of like glorifies the whole pre-franchising thing was just because every org was trying to get into franchising.
A lot of questions here, and
it doesn't make any sense. It's not a good comparison. It would never exist like that without franchising. Like if you want to look how Valorant would be without franchising, you gotta look at 2020. And trust me, that was dead.
Both of these going on Neon, especially
there was
because we know that
really
we're not going to have that head-to-head on Icebox. But yeah, looking at these compositions here, I mean, Rien's on the breach, not something that we see an awful lot of the time as well.
The Rella with the Prime, thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they thought that FNATIC's Fracture was good. They decided to copy
Zinc as well, Zinc with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 4 months, dude.
Just like in Haven, that they can do it
the
better
Heretics.
Than them. And of course, for Heretics going into this matchup, you have to see this as a possibility. Absolutely.
I'll do that.
And
can't wait to be done with Terra, man.
Yes, we had a lot of matches last week. Heretics played one. Like they're on a very, very good position to have as much of a break as they needed to prepare things like this one. But something tells me that this was probably like prepped from the beginning. We saw all the
Neon,
changes.
I think Neon's in a really good spot. If you got a good Neon player, Neon's great.
And as we're saying, the head-to-head is going to be brilliant. Also thinking about the snipers and the
Beast 1625 with the tier 1. Thank you for the 12 months, mate. Thank you for doing that. We got Llamageddon as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 15 months. And Shaky Resonator also with the 21 months. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate that as well.
To see this match, of course. The winner will be a grand finalist. And I said that every day working with Kukuka and Billy is a W. And my day is only getting better because Mitch and Tom
don't have a problem with franchise and beat like third-party tournaments. Made that the off season's the time for third-party tournaments, and depending on what region you are, you either have quite a few or none at all. I see a lot of people. I see a lot of opinions at the moment on.
It's now going to be another time where Heretics
I see a lot of opinions at the moment. They're on like formatting or like third-party tournaments that are from people that don't really know what they're talking about. There's a lot of voices at the moment. Bienli, thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you, thank you.
Maps, especially historically, maps that FNATIC would love. They have all of them. Like, you've got an Icebox, which, okay, hasn't looked great recently, but was one of their best in the past. You got Fracture to kick it off.
Okay, let's get this one started.
Finishing on a Lotus.
Let's get this one started.
You couldn't ask for much more. But we're not back in the past. We're not in those days, and Heretics have looked in form as of right now.
Talking about the past, Stage 1, Upper Bracket Finals and Grand Final. This was the matchup going back to last year.
Got a trap on Dish. Oh. Okay, FNATIC on defense, Heretics on attack. And a lot of play over towards Dish, and as they're fighting over towards Dish and get some kind of resistance, they speed up over towards A main. Dude, Kayak has to be the best pistol player in the world right now. It's crazy how many multi-kills this guy gets in a pistol.
Taken by Heretics in response, but a 5v2 that they're now left in.
Yeah, I think they did the exact same thing in the pistol versus Liquid. This aggressive defensive side push. And has left Miniboot in an almost
pistol merchant? He actually is, though.
But bear in mind,
it's ridiculous.
Miniboo, when you talk about statistics, when you talk about ACS, this has been the guy throughout the season that's been able to take rounds home in scenarios that never should have been. This crossfire should be impossible, but the first one comes cleanly.
Dude, that's such a shot.
The next two might be a little bit tougher.
Yeah, there's still some room for this to swing back in the favor of Team Heretics. A strong squad when it comes to that pistol round win rate. See if it can be converted by the crossfire in play. Chronicles contact and the swing crashes down below.
Oh my god, imagine it. Imagine it. Okay, shout out to Kayak, because once again he's solo on a pistol, really. Double entry. Util was nice, obviously,
but
saying
during the round, this is something that we saw from them last time out when they played Fracture. This very aggressive stance when it comes to Dish and the pistol round, and I think it's something that Kayak just thrives in. You set him up, you put him in positions, and he's going to put up those numbers. Now that game did obviously slip into absolute turmoil, coming down to Boaster having to save them, so we'll see if that's going to be the case here, because I think for FNATIC, getting off to a strong start on Fracture is going to be fairly important.
Without a doubt, Team Heretics, they've come in and given them that opportunity. At least it will be a light buy.
We got one sheriff, that's it.
Just
trying to make sure they can get an ult early on.
On the B side, sitting outside, you've got two players.
I like this from FNATIC. Reaction to pushing, or getting pushed over towards Dish, go over towards A main, you drone out, we take the orb as well. They clear all of this, they spot the camera, they break the camera.
If that sheriff is given a chance, we know just how dangerous a round this can be when the pack is facing you. For FNATIC, it'll be all about avoiding that danger, and I think they're doing a great job. Just looking at B, there's one player passive and a 3-man south side push, a lot of space taken in response.
Yeah, they have so much.
They're really trying to get as many orbs as they can. I wonder if anyone's pressing tab from Heretics here and they know that they're here. Yeah, they did. But they jumped out.
Saying that Rians is the first to take a duel, but Chronicle at range should have them dead to rights. Obviously not wanting to overface, but here's the steps coming and just farming up those orbs. Eventually it's going to get over.
They're losing a lot of players. Dude, they have the worst guns. Oh, dear guns.
But this is all falling apart.
Closer's got a chance. Still gonna hurt the economy.
Holy. Dude, FNATIC get punished with this quite a lot, right? Where they do the FPX buy on defense. Everyone in EMEA is trying it recently, and everyone's getting absolutely wrecked. I don't think we can be doing that. I think we've got to at least have a Marshal in there. It's definitely shout out to Heretics. They were on top of this orb getting taken as well. Like their peak to make sure they could get the first kill was really good. Like I'm pretty sure they either had sound cue or someone was pressing tab and relayed good info.
I think, yeah, Miniboo maybe as surprised as the rest of us, because that didn't look like
it's another team that get punished for the FPX buy and defense. I don't know why. Dude, I'm going to start calling it the EMEA buy, to be honest. We've got the NA buy and attack. I might start calling it the EMEA buy. It's rough.
I guess it doesn't matter. I guess the Classic is a much better gun than I'm giving it credit for.
FNATIC coming into this game at least the best anti-eco team in the league. Well, that statistic just took a big hit in a big game as well. Trying to fight back with an eco of their own. And at least for now, it looked good. A Classic found the opening.
Big stack here.
Shows the Guardian.
Definitely Miniboo can start taking a time.
Well,
which is worse, the NA buy, the EMEA buy? Dude, I think I hate the EMEA buy more.
Moving into the A site though, filling in a lot of space here.
It doesn't make sense to do the FPX buy on defense. I feel like I've literally explained it like 20 times on stream before. Just because all your players are isolated, like this stuff kind of happens, right? Where they get the guns and then the worst people are... the people that are left have the worst guns.
It's not the prettiest of shots. Rians does well, but the spike has been dropped to the deck.
Dude, Crashies has done pretty good. Got a gun. They might get eco themselves. Way into the stack. Autumn Han, thanks so much for the tier 1. Appreciate the 19 months. Dude, 20 seconds. That's an incredible stun though. It's an incredible stun on site. But like FNATIC actually did pretty good there as much as we were flaming their fast buy. They did also save enough money to make sure they can get an op if they want to have an op.
Yeah, they make that one a little bit costly. That's the problem, is that you look at this from FNATIC's perspective, you go, okay, you did a bit of damage. In the round that you have, it's not too bad, but when you consider how things went, and the economy is obviously, even with those 2 guns only being saved, for Heretics is still building up. You're going to have the Armageddon available as well for Woot.
That was not easy, but we've...
I mean, yeah, he's not wrong. It was not easy. Mitch the fellow with the 30 mums, thank you so much, man. Of course, dude, it was fun. It was fun to... It was fun to do. The reverse dish, or this time you do it on attack. I like the idea. That's not too bad, especially on a big buy round. I think it's worth going for the risk of this one. Again, most people do it on some kind of trap play on defense, but using the same similar error to do it on attack's pretty cool.
I don't think Benji's gonna have any idea that he's here. It's not the prettiest of shots, but
they still get a sight. They still get a sight. They still get a plant. Boo's going for a bit of a play. That's a great shot.
Above the smoke onto Miniboo, and now the numbers in FNATIC's favor. The weaponry there, the ult's online, and it's the neural theft.
Good luck, Boo. You got a frag heavy, mate.
Shots though just not landing. And a rolling thunder in response is going to slow down that main take.
Dude, imagine Boo gets this other duel. Imagine he wins this other duel.
Chronicle may well have heard those steps as he swung out wide, and with Boo tagged low, this round can easily fall apart for Heretics.
Oh my god, he did so much.
Out in the middle of the open. And he will find one on low HP. That's as solid as you could hope for, but Woot being rooted leaves Riens alone. The last man standing, players all around, but he isolates it to just Chronicle. The time ticking.
Holy bro, Riens and Boo played this so well.
A Red Bull clutch for
double ult. Invested a lot, double ult, but it pays off.
I think we've heard it from so many players throughout the league so far that who's the best player? And you look towards like the star duelist, maybe a Kayak, a Miniboo.
Yeah, Riens looks like a nightmare to play against.
The safest pair of hands in these sort of
he's looking like one of the closest we've seen to
doing it all while playing
Leo, to be honest.
This was someone where you sort of look at him, look how old he is as a player, and that is experience beyond his years, with just how calm, collected, and easy he made that look.
Top of the other team.
Yeah, well, you know he's absolutely sending it with this one.
Looking on as his friend of old outshines him here at least to start out Fracture. Heretics, 70%.
Dude, Alpha always plays in this smoke.
Alpha fired up inside of main.
Look at what's going on, that's crazy. He did pretty good. I still think the Heretics did great though to make sure they can kind of time out this ult.
Still managing to pack quite a punch. Boaster's taken down one. The numbers are somehow in FNATIC's favor.
Dude, where are we? I feel like every POV is just eating the smoke.
Outside push from A main. Well, it bought them a bit of space. But that orbital strike takes it right back into Heretics' favor. 2v3.
Yeah, he'd normally want to save that close, but they desperately needed that extra space. With
this is interesting. This is pretty smart from them. One making a lot of sound cues over towards spawn that you're going to be hearing from underpass, and then one just waiting for them to react with their knife out. It's a nice idea.
Might actually get an early fight. Chronicle has managed to slip the net.
Chronicle's owned it.
I don't know if he's going to check it.
Really nice from Chronicle. Very early here as well.
On the other side. And what FNATIC will
I mean, Alpha just did a lot,
maybe a little earlier than expected as that low buy succeeded.
Yeah, I think Chronicle might have just heard the very end of the reload as he was walking into main, realized that you're not going to win in that head-to-head battle a lot of the time, but yeah, taking him down from the side, nothing he could do. 3-2. FNATIC, this is a round that they needed early on. We talked about getting off to a good start, and it looked like they were there with the pistol under their belt, but
what is that?
It's a nasty
There's a chaotic round.
The game's so desperately close here, and it's stun absolutely
Chronicle,
perfect.
yeah, Chronicle is very fast for this one.
Still, that player goes down to 16.
They're also lost. Like, I'm walking to working out what is going on.
We got to see that POV just in and out of the smoke.
Okay, a lot of ults for this one. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 that can't buy next. You definitely want to see all of these ults from FNATIC, or at least like 2 out of 3.
Firmly in the favor of FNATIC though. This is where they could look to build, but
nice from Alpha, not giving him a set duel. The full retake setup of B, by the way, got double kill, trip on camera.
Trying to make sure they don't get
another reaction pushing aggro over towards A once they lose some kind of map control.
We talked about confidence issues in the past, wanting to see him get off to a good start. Of course, up against Kayak, he has been shut down.
Gonna get a little weird if they don't actually make it onto site with the smokestone.
That was opportunity for redemption up against the man himself. Benji Fishy is caught in the corner.
Dude, 3 duels happening at the same time. It's a nightmare.
Trying to keep himself alive. Rian's at least
76. I thought it'd be lower than this.
In Team Heretics camp, but the spike still needs to be planted. And Crashies is here waiting for that
Grape
cross.
Badger, thank you so much for the 25 months, mate. Appreciate the tier 1.
The rotation. Alpha steps away from the site, leaves Crashies alone, and maybe they don't want this fight. Heretics could get a free plant. In fact, they get a free pick onto Alpha here. I don't think those shots were meant
now, this is pretty impressive from Heretics, so how calm they were with the no smokes going over towards site. They pretty much just just waited for FNATIC to overstep, and they did. Ike Gaming with the tier 3, holy bro, 26 months tier 3. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support, mate. Dude, this is do you know what this reminded me a lot of? You know when you take over towards B on Ascent and you kind of chill by the boathouse and the switch to close the door on B. This is what it was like. It's like it should be an uncomfortable position for Heretics, but they made it look very comfy. They just held map control and just waited for some kind of reaction.
Was not having a good time.
Yeah, no, he was decimating the rest of the squad. You look at the stats back in that game. I think Boaster might have landed 1 shot on him. Like, he seemed invulnerable in a lot of those fights until he came up against Kayak. That's where it was a complete difference, night and day. And you can see Miniboo definitely off to that strong start, the confidence builder, getting aggressive, being the point of contact through those smokes. Of course, there's utility to back him up.
Yeah, Sonya, not too bad. I could go again.
I only could one, but thank you.
Oh, he's getting old, needing those stretches.
This one was a short one, I guess a longer one now.
Hands of time, man. They're unforgiving.
Oh. Boaster's another
but it was good.
As well. He's had a good
okay, some kind of trap play with the camera, but they pretty much just dodged it early. They don't get too much from this. Okay, I mean, Chronicle's just spamming straight for a smoke.
Ready and waiting. Always been one of his best maps over on.
Dude, do they have no idea this guy's on site?
For now, at least, they have the opening advantage.
Oh, that timing
Okay, they definitely had no idea he was on
Alpha
site. Look at that swing from Alpha.
Swinging on Taboo, though. Benji Fishy.
This is a... If FNATIC lose this... Oh my god. I was going to say, if FNATIC lose this, having the map's done. Don't want to overreact, but this would be a devastating round to lose. God, that's a close one.
Another round for FNATIC, now just one away, but considering they came into this map winning the pistol round, they would have wanted a stronger start than this.
The EMEA trophy, that looks really nice. It looks really, really nice. Pretty much the best one we've seen so far, I think, for, well, at least stage 1 in the regions.
The purchases are actually a little bit weaker. They're a bit more aggressive.
America's is nice, but it's still the same one that
more fights in a lot of these rounds, and that has been the difference maker, because look, 9 and 6 on the board right now. When he's free
okay, force them down to eco.
It seems like FNATIC take over, and when he's having to
we got the classic.
A bit more,
in theory, Heaven's about to get util dumped.
From HERETICS, they're looking for aggressive space.
Yeah.
Much to Rien's chagrin, he goes down to the salvos in main. Quick trades back and forth. And it leaves FNATIC with the advantage. Fast rotations from that A site. We've seen this a couple times now. But boom, manages to find one with a classic. He's going to need a little bit more, though, as he's now all alone.
He's got a lot of time to play with, but
he's got a lot of time. There's guns to pick up here as well.
It's only the sidearm that sits in hand for now.
He can recover one here.
I think just wary of what ground has been taken.
In Heaven, yeah, I mean, I think there was too much stall over towards Arcade, so it slowed down the Anteo stuff.
Still only has a stinger, by the way. Started the round with it. I think has got the majority of kills with it. But is waiting for the swing out from Chronicle. If he gets this kill, it could be a completely different story, knowing that his opponent was playing at range with an SMG.
Wait, he's got a lot of time.
And now with Spike in hand, you can see Boaster's just standing in a position where he can hear any steps. If his opponent was to start running, he could make it quickly back to the A site. But they're already starting to doubt if Boo has made that move.
Yeah, they think that maybe he's shift walked all the way to that north side and is now coming down through Dish. Boaster moves into position. He's got the orbital strike to deny. 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah,
Boo knows the ult's
gotta
up
run.
Gotta
maybe Brimalt.
The plant is a tap 10 seconds, and the orbital strike comes into play.
Yeah, it's nicely handled from FNATIC here.
Both heads off, but a difficult fight.
I think Boo realized he had to go a little bit earlier there once the Brimalt was called as well. I mean, he at least got the Brimalt out of them on the eco.
Around again with a fair few weaknesses. A
He got body blocked.
This is something that
Dude, they did their own little stun salvo over towards Arcade. Looks strong.
Taking away that Arcade control, making sure that teams can't execute through that direction.
This guy is smoking, bro.
Okay. Chronicle maybe not happy with the disrespect. I'm not sure.
Was the Brimalt necessary? I think you've got to do the Brimalt there.
Take of HERETICS. You said needing to build on that
1v2, you want to make it convincing. You don't want to give him an eco win.
But this is where not only the purchase comes back in for HERETICS, but also you look at those ultimates. Already having the overdrive, Rolling Thunder close, Orbital Strike close as well, Armageddon just a couple away, and that's what can be the difference maker, because for FNATIC, there is nothing available.
Yeah, I mean, the Orbital Strike was there, right? But it was taken out of play in that last 1v2. You can see how desperate FNATIC were to get that round on the board, dispensing that, the respect that they're giving to their opponent as well. The stun, Orbital Strike, all that they had to work with. Now, when we talk about rifle rounds that we're about to see one play out in front of our eyes, these teams, HERETICS #1, FNATIC #2 in the region, separated by just 1%. I mean, they are essentially the same when it comes to taking on opponents.
Yeah, big change up. After the timeout, they get the op here as well, and it's looking like Miniboo's going to have full angle over towards B, and they can keep the stack on A.
Teams in other regions, it's not the best, especially for a team that has always been known for a lot of those utility setups. You'd expect that on a map of their choice, they'd be strong in it. Pace change, though, coming in. Wow,
nice chance.
He's been at the right place at the right time, dominating that B site. This time swaps to A, and already that's
Yeah, and they might think after spotting the Cypher that they're full retake as well, which they kind of are now, but...
Teammate Rienne's the one putting up those numbers, but Alpha very much leading the charge on the server in these last couple rounds.
Oh, dude, Alpha did so good again. He delayed for so long that the smokes faded, so they got the crossfire going. Dude, Alpha's doing great at just delaying majority of the time. There's been loads of times where there's some kind of smoke down, and all he has to do is just buy like 10 seconds.
Right now, and as said, you put him in the right place at the right time. He is definitely one of the hardest players to play against. I think maybe at kickoff not quite having the form that would have been desired of someone who, well, we know can play at the very top level, at the very peak of it. But so far in this map, he has been the difference maker. And as said, like you're watching Miniboo try and run into these angles, try and get up in his face, but the immediate shots being connected, Fnatic's reads have been sublime.
It's always dangerous when you see Alpha here start to giggle and have a good time down on that stage. Some more brazen plays surely around the corner. Big stun on the Boaster. He's going to be caught again by Miniboo. Opening duel goes his way, but he's caught by Chronicle. Trade back, and it's only pistols now. That ultimate was the one thing to bridge the gap. The weapon inside that cage. Maybe
Dude, it gets a little weird for Kayak on this.
And there it is, finally recovered by Benji.
Dude, look at Boo right now as well.
They've got a potential plant, but the spike goes back the
Tap of the spike, everyone's falling back.
It's going to be an easier solution to this problem.
Dude, one of the weirdest rounds, this one.
And it has been left mostly open.
It's a absurd amount of space to be had. Kayak could definitely create some awkwardness with an operator. He needs to land the immediate shot. Benji gets a kill on the other side, but Kayak,
dude, if that shot goes the other way, then that's a scary round.
And again, both teams
and it still kind of is.
Success with these lower purchases, with both players now having guns, with a Rolling Thunder available. It's going to come down to the timing of what Kayak can get.
It was a crazy cerebral round from Heretics to fake back to A, late play into B, but now they've got to finish their dinner. Left down to just the operator of Kayak. Damage done to Benji, but that doesn't matter with this weapon in hand.
You might have to save it.
Flying backwards by the Rolling Thunder. The clock here could prove to be his
Someone in his team might just have to go. It's okay, mate. Just save.
So much
listen to the time.
Someone
tell him. Poor guy. Dude, okay, big round for Heretics, man. They only had like what, 5 sheriffs, I think, into this one.
And the competitive series that we hope
ended a lot in terms of money.
Well, it's materializing in front of
the jobs we used to have before coaching, we did observing was like our main thing. We did event management, kind of freelance stuff for a little bit.
It's a pay safe card thrifty. Another one, like I said, I think both teams with the low buys have been very
that's pretty much it. Kind of balanced both at the same time. But observing was the main one, like esports wise.
And then having these sort of late round lurks, these aggressive mid rounds. I'm liking the choices, the risks that are being taken by either side when they have pieces missing. In this round, at least, that won't be the case. Both teams again coming in with a buy, but I mentioned it. The ultimates have been really building up for the side of Heretics, and now they come in with an Armageddon orbital strike. If they get a plant, it's over. But it could
anything
also
outside of esports? Yeah, I mean, the kind of the events management stuff was the main thing. That was still like the games though. Just like running events for Xbox, Call of Duty, stuff like that.
Alongside that operator, it's going to lock
games
down
comms,
late into the round.
just like
worry about drop down though in that late play. And a much more
passive approach did some G-Finning stuff.
Again though, that comes off the back of seeing these ultimates, expecting an Armageddon to clear exactly the space that it's going into. No one needs to move on Fnatic. They were already set up for this. Those spams come desperately close to taking someone down. But in the end, Fnatic survived behind those smokes. In fact, Boaster gets in front of them, hoping
the only place he could survive. Dude, Boo's ulting this guy. I was gonna say, Boo, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at Boo's ult there, and I'm like, as soon as he realizes Boaster is here, this guy's getting ulted. Man, these backup cages from Benji are pretty sick.
Finally, that plant will come in. Retreat should be impossible, but actually, Boo manages to get away. There are a lot of tag players, though. Benji Fishy looking to hold on to the cross. Rian's already eliminated by Alpha.
I mean, all everyone has to do is just delay time so we can get his salvos back.
Looking to try and clear things together. They need to get this close position out though. And Miniboo's just looking to try and survive in the corner, just dancing with death. But he survives all the way back around.
Yeah, we have salvos.
Trying to clear him. That spike has been slowly ticking away. Chronicle with another. The trades coming back and forth, but still the attack have the time on their side, and with the salvos buying an extra few seconds at a peak, able to come from either side, but Kayak manages to land.
Nah, that's mental. Wait, that's disgusting, bro. That's crazy. They have no right winning it. They have no right winning that. That's nuts.
Man, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, that was sick.
One of the main things I'm worried about going back into that retake is the fact that Boaster was the one to fall. You lose your smokes. It was a great orbital strike by Boo. A little bit of desperation as well because he had the spike. He couldn't just go swinging through that smoke. So he uses that to buy time, to force a fight. And eliminating their smoker. I mean, imagine, they smoke main. They can defuse underneath their nose. Instead, one man has to hold while the other defuses. Time was desperately close. Even one miss shot.
Milan's like, how the hell has he won that? It's hard from Heretics there because you're kind of conditioned to like playing time. But the time's gone so far that they should be double swinging, but it just doesn't feel normal. It doesn't feel natural. They're still like in the mode of like you peak fast and I'll peak fast just because of the time. Dude, they're gonna steal 7? That's nuts. It's a really good half, by the way.
Already. Ultimate thrown in, both players hit. Woot just trying to survive at the back of the site, and they know exactly where he is, clinging desperately to life. There should be no way out of this round for the side of Heretics, with Boaster adding his 3rd to the death toll, and eventually
dude, that's a nice half for FNATIC. They're gonna be feeling real good about this. Dude, they got Lotus' 3rd map as well. Lotus could be such a banger 3rd map for them.
That's 5 out of 6 to close it out. Wonderful performance from FNATIC. Heretics
7. I mean, they won pistol. They just got ecoed after, right?
Let's hear from Mixwell and his thoughts on Team Heretics' incredible 2024 run.
Phoenix Fisher, hello mate. Thank you for the 26 months. Thank you for that. Appreciate the tier 1.
Heretics in 2024 did an incredible run. You have to take into account that they had to change rosters all the time because they had problems with visas, and Patitek was coming in and out, and still managed to
map is stressful, yeah.
In almost every event they played.
Cage smokes everyone.
It was a project for the long run that ended up being so successful that not even the organization was aware of their true potential. And after the finals of Champions, losing against EDG in that fashion, the players were devastated, of course. They were devastated, and coming back from that was hard. You could see it.
Agree that we need some trash talkers like Apex for entertainment?
Not in their
I mean,
best shape.
I think it's always entertaining.
Mentally, they were not there, and right now we're seeing them better than ever. I think Miniboo is
better than ever.
Best VALORANT.
Holy.
And the rest of the team is doing it as well. I think they recovered, and not winning last year, it's good for them because I think they never lost the fire to win, and I think it's their year. I think Team Heretics is going to win at least one international event for sure.
Okay. Best Nick, 44 with the Prime. Thanks so much for the 2 months, mate. Thank you for doing that as well. We got Jungle is rather large as well with the Prime. Thank you. And Chancelette also with the 29 months. Thank you for the tier 1.
We saw him get involved in a lot of those early fights. We need to see
that's
a little
rough.
bit of a
Rough
change
time
in
in
the
Chance.
wins. As Heretics, they were what? Was it 4?
Avid Armadillo as well with the tier 1. Thank you for the 3 months, mate. Thank you for that. Ivy, of course, dude. I think most people my age are.
Yeah, I think Alfie having a great performance. I think a lot of the time when they've pushed into his defensive setups.
Vivid as well. Hello, mate. Thank you for the Prime, bro. Appreciate the 14 months.
He's gonna have to hold on to a lot of
and Infinite as well with the tier 1. Thank you for the 5 months, mate. Thank you. Okay, we got... Dude, look at this though. Like, that's a lot in a row. It was a good recovery from FNATIC after getting ecoed.
We'll see how Heretics now playing their own composition against them. Of course, they've got
where's the raid boss, man? Where's the pistol god himself? You know he's good for 2, so...
Force back that A main control.
It is, though, a plan from FNATIC early, sending Crashies through to break that camera, leaving Alpha on north side, and now taking advantage of the space.
Don't cast.
Heard that A main crunch.
You guys still believe in the cast? It's crazy. Chobra got it all.
Has just walked out of heaven, taken down Voot with ease, and the B side open for the plant. Boaster gets a little too aggressive, punished for it, expecting a gap, and there certainly was not one there. But a 4v4 post plant for FNATIC as
Thing is, you're now expecting him to get 2 chat. It's unrealistic. They'll probably do it.
A lot of information now for that attacking side to work with.
They managed to at least reclaim the ramp. And Alfie already picking off Benji. This is looking like a second pistol potentially going their way. They're going to have that one of these fights going their way. And in fact, it's gone completely wrong.
Nice shots.
Never count him out.
God, dude, it's so annoying, man. Imagine how sick this clip would have been without Teo salvos. 2 people off plant. Would have been sick. I mean, nicely done from FNATIC. They play it well. They get a double pistol. Everyone's in the correct positions for the after plant. You always gotta applaud and give them that.
Yes, exactly.
The arcade rap, yeah, they did really good, huh?
When we get back in, it was the pistol round followed by a 3 consecutive round loss. Alfier playing such a huge role though in this round. The lurk up through north side, the camera to keep information late, the trap that allowed Kayak to sit in B main and not worry about his back. Unless someone was mad enough to take the ropes to cross, they could not be coming.
Maybe learning a little bit, I'm not sure. They still have the 2 deaths. But again, I don't mind this on attack is so fine. It's the defense stuff that doesn't make as much sense.
Although they may be a strong squad when it comes to eco rounds, I don't think the FNATIC are going to make that same mistake twice.
No, they do still have the same amount of pistols. But it also means that they can afford a little bit of extra damage. That was close.
Yeah, this one might be clean.
Worried there, Tom.
Give Sky the regen back. Dude, the Sky metal is still one of the most fun though.
Over into Alfia's hands for the remainder.
I'm not sure what they're... I think they honestly might just leave Teo and Sky as they are.
From this stage, be a bit surprised.
And even then, as long as Crashies is the one going down or close enough to retrieve the weapon, it doesn't really matter.
Why are we playing this map? I mean, mate, they picked it.
That's left.
What do you mean?
Being one of those players that will just juggle over the weapon. We've seen a lot of players, 20 HP, still swinging with the rifle, making that mistake, but the discipline on FNATIC, no surprise to see it. Hello. The orb a little more valuable to Chronicle. He'll get a chance for another. Potentially now the spike cuts it short. Luckily, Woot didn't go swinging.
It's out of rotation, yeah, but we're 2 weeks behind.
9-5 now, converting that second round, unlike in the first half.
Yeah, and this is now where their map starts to get a little bit away from the side of Heretics needing to kick this defensive side off. Strong indeed. Now we go into those buy rounds, but that's the difference. FNATIC can now just invest straight back into this one. They didn't buy much.
Okay, Heretics.
Still going to be very good.
You gotta win this one.
With equal, if not better, than what their opponents currently have on the other side.
Here we go, deep salvos. We've seen this to put the cam in place, but this time there's a drone following it up, stunned to slow. And a good thing too, because there was about to be a lot of aggression.
Dude, look at this Yuto battle. That is disgusting.
Fired in from up close. Miniboo was looking to swing that corner. Was
the DOMs for the tier 1. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Thank you.
For them there. The Alpha.
Miniboo, yeah, he's just kind of locked into this area, trying to dodge Yuto behind the man in front of him.
Could have its value.
No one's close to an ult.
We saw him go aggressive.
Honestly, for a while as well.
Marshall looking for the picks early on. He's not far away from Rolling Thunder, but it won't be there for this round.
Caution here.
Almost the timing on Taboo, but
this is interesting because
back.
Supposed to put a smoke down here to kind of create pressure like they're splitting, but as we can see, they just have full info. And they're gonna realize that it didn't do too much, and that they should be expecting a stack once they see this camera. Hey, that's a crazy kill.
So far in this map, and now just sells a ruse. You see the
yeah, question mark created over towards here as well. They know that they push down in the camera spot too, so they know that site's clear. They don't even have to clear anywhere. It's a really good round. It's a really good round from FNATIC.
So it's not to be worried about. Rien's dealt with He was already so desperately low. Boo ahead of the curve, but Chronicle
great calling on this one. It's made it a little bit easier by Kayak hitting that shot, but it was still really good.
From putting double digits on the board. There's Rolling Thunder online, one way or another. And Miniboo doesn't stand the greatest chance of taking this across the line. I don't know how far away
the Doms with the gifted. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Fairly soon, even as Miniboo continues to chip away at this task. It's like Atlas, it will never end. Certainly not in his favor. As the players continue to be picked off, salvos come online, time keeps ticking, and it's still not halfway. Beautifully played.
Wonder what the after plant. Like once people actually got good with Teo, I wonder what the after plant win rate was like.
A little bit.
I feel like it got way too high. Pleb VT with the tier 1 as well. Thank you so much for the 10 months as well. And Doya Boy 1 as well with the prime. Thank you so much as well for that, mate.
The kill feed, but just the time he's able to buy, the space he's able to take, it just makes things so awkward for the remaining player. 10 rounds on the board. Of course, for Heretics, the story has been
I think that's probably it.
Curse. You go back to stage 1 and
they're
stage
looking
2
a little too good on this map.
Well, the reason they never won it was because of this squad in front of them. Even if internationally they did better, Kayak, he definitely knows that there's a target to be had, and well,
this duel.
Waiting for Riens to make his move. So aware
this one is the round.
Even under pressure, he's still landing the shots. Boo is all that's left.
Spike planted.
This rifle recovered.
I think he used the new Teo as Killjoy mollies. Mate, the new Teo's dead, man. Just don't pick it.
Online, still alive. Now salvos aren't there just yet, but we've seen it. They'll be ticking away in the background and other players throwing themselves at this fight. Boo would have to root Crashies out first. He has found him and taken him down. Recovered the weapon for the magazine, finds his third, now it's down!
Dude, that was kind of close. You're talking in ranked? Mate, it's done in ranked as well, dude.
FNATIC across the line.
Like, it's just pointless picking the agent.
4 rounds in a row, and Team Heretics calling a pause. They know that their chances of closing this map out, of even competing here on Fracture, are fading away round by round.
Yeah, it was an incredibly nice try from Boo, switching guns midway through, and the last man standing, Boaster, had to put him down to stop that.
Good job, boys. Very nice.
You saw the other Potato that coaches alongside picking Teo in ranked?
6 rounds.
Mini picked Teo in ranked? Why?
On their map choice.
I guarantee he lost.
Looking at that
There's
veto,
no way he
the
won
potential for a haven
You're
to
just
be
gonna
picked
lose,
again.
man.
That could have been the choice of Heretics going into the next. They decided to switch things up, go for an Icebox, maybe play the mind games. We'll see if that come back to bite them.
He forgot it was nerfed? Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Not really that
and
much
he lost?
Surprise.
Oh, okay, well,
even though it was
honestly,
close versus Liquid, we saw the resilience, we saw
that's justice right there.
Of what this FNATIC squad have on this map, and well, you just look at the scoreboard right now. As said, you can talk about the impact of Crashies without the kill feed, but everybody else is lighting up the kill feed. Boaster now, I think in the last series versus
would you technically be able to report someone for picking Teo in ranked?
Right
Say that they're trolling? Ooh.
I don't think he's the major talking
you can try it.
Depends,
man. Depends who you get.
Yeah,
I think it's worth a try.
Unbelievable. I think you can take
See if they get banned.
When it comes to that second. Oh, here's a great stat.
I would go for it.
That up. In their last match, Kayak won 80% of opening duels against Miniboo. Like, unbelievable to see this guy go head-to-head with a player that many in the world have learned to fear. But he does seem to be his kryptonite. 11 rounds on the board for FNATIC, and something has got to change for Heretics. They've got ultimates, Rolling Thunder, and Orbital Strike coming into this round. And on attack side, that can be used to great effect to take space and deny in that post plan.
When are we allowed to throw the 4 frauds off the train? They're not even anywhere near the train. We can't throw them off. The train's like a little dot in the distance to them. That's it. They can't see it.
It's a little harder to find the space to use
it left him.
The camouflage cam.
Left him for dust, man. It's gone.
Side, you've got the aggressive peak coming up, but Woot's definitely been having a struggle so far on this Teo. Someone we know that normally individually sound has not won a lot of these opening fights, but will take Boaster out. The orbital strike gone. So are the smokes.
Hasn't deterred them. Salvos force players to the open, the smoke shielding them for now.
Well, might just have to accept this one wasn't great from FNATIC. Hey, they got an ult out. You got an extra ult out of them. They'll take that. That's where you know that Heretics just need to try and get any kind of round here.
The respect being shown, perhaps for good reason, but they drop Kayak right away. 10 seconds, salvos to deny, and the round is already done. If this spike makes it down, I will be very surprised indeed. And I suppose
still
it
did
does make it
okay
down onto the
damage,
floor, but not planted. Chronicle to save his weapon, and a round back for Heretics.
Yeah, clearly feeling the pressure a little bit. The Alberto strike, I think, just utilized to make sure that the round is confirmed, but I also think with other ultimates online and coming online, just making sure that the cycle of those ults is going to be further in that
Boaster, yeah, as soon as Boaster goes down here and the round's done, you can't lose smokes. And if you're going to lose smokes like this, the Neon has to go aiming.
Just having those quick rotations back in onto the site. It's the combo breaker. The 6-round streak ends before it hits 7. But there needs to be a whole lot more for Heretics to make me believe in this map at least.
I mean, I get what he's saying, but they're about to get most of their ults. There's going to be like one ult rounds that if somehow Heretics win it, then it's going to get close.
You check that ultimate. You look at the value found in the last half. Certainly far from an easy round. Trap already destroyed. Benji will be under pressure anytime now. An ultimate put into play. Kayak on his way straight through. There it is activated. But Miniboo's the first to draw blood. It's Benji under the pressure as predicted. Miniboo to fall as well. Numbers kept even, but the attack side has space. Rolling Thunder keeps the spike in the defender's hands. They've got it dropped in towards main for now, but Alphayer with a quick double puts this one to bed. Smoking off the spike and
what are you meant to do, man?
What
are you meant to do? He's just better.
A 1 versus 3. A big play coming in as well. Down below, you can see that Alpha is lurking, making his way around to close this out from behind.
The funny thing with Alpha is, you know that he hates playing the Cypher, but their win rate is so good when he plays like heavy Sentinel.
Double the rounds of their opponent, just
so he just has to accept it.
He's had so many high impact rounds.
He's just too good. Just too good on Sentinel.
To sort of get him into position, but then just swings versus 2.
He just wants to play Angels, yeah. But you do get a good amount. It's just you got to wait a little bit longer for them.
Esports, when Alpha is in form, just not always a lot.
I mean, this was dominant, and I know it was a 2-0 pistol, but they did get ecoed, so.
You've got an operator alongside ultimate for
like
Miniboo.
FNATIC still had a bad start too. That's nuts.
He's dead immediately. Alpha, you're again
if Alpha's gonna play like this, man.
I was saying earlier, you can't take anything away from him. His utility so important here on the attack, but now he's starting to claim a name for himself with the gun in hand. I think just one behind Kayak in terms of frags. Like just a matched up there. Benji down on the ground, and the dominoes all falling in favor of FNATIC. Boo! Even lost on that south side push. There's almost nothing to fall back on here. They've at least dealt with Alpha here, but let's be honest, there's very little when it comes to weakness here on the FNATIC side. I think Boaster won away.
Oh god, they missed time in the flash as well. Oh no, he flashed a little bit more. He flashed a little bit more to the left than Rian's fought. Dude, they wrecked them. They actually wrecked them, like way better on Byron's.
Display from them. The attack almost flawless and a stellar defensive side as well. It took them a little while to get going with that second round blip. But well, now
if they bought better on their second rounds,
is coming up next after the break.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. I don't know. You don't care. Give you my love. Do you know Michael Jackson? You better run. You better do what you can. Can you sing something from Michael Jordan? I'm the best. Swish, swish, swish. I'm the best.
Chat, have FNATIC Heretics played each other yet? They haven't, right? I can just do playoffs. They did, but not in playoffs, sorry. Only in groups. Yeah. Okay, all good. Want to see if I need to change the VOD name or anything. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You guys plant chat guarantee Heretics? Dude, I wasn't there, but I would have gone for Heretics, so it's not like I would have saved the day or anything. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
I think I have to, right, boys? Do I have to stupefy them?
Start with Riens.
Yeah, we need a big stupefy for Riens. Let me charge it up. Stupefy!
Bro, I've been watching their voice comms and both are doing some...
Stupefy! 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 Expecto Patronum!
Wait, he's doing it back to us.
What'd you do?
I need an Expecto Patronum.
He did Expecto Patronum?
God.
There was some magic in the air indeed, but we're now joined by someone who's been through it all. Not only a world champion, but 10 titles in Valorant. What an honor it is for Petra to be here with us today. Welcome.
An honor for me as well.
We've been praying for these days, haven't we?
Yes, I am so happy that we have her here, and I hope that you come back. But I really, really want to know your thoughts, because it's always us speaking about you, but now we also get to pick your brain.
Yeah, tell me, what was your biggest takeaway from that fracture map? What would you say?
Well, there was not a lot of dominating rounds. In the beginning especially, it could go to every team. Near the end it was more dominating for FNATIC, and
yeah, on defense they didn't get any round, maybe one.
Yeah, it was just the one. Very, very close start. I honestly thought we were going to get an OT. I really, really was hoping for that OT. But Kukuka, what happened? How did we? Why was it so one-sided and then not?
I absolutely loved how this map started. We could see Heretics doing a lot of shenanigans, a lot of set rounds with their ultimates right off the bat, and they had a very clear idea of what they wanted to do. Remember, Heretics had not played this map since kickoff, so they still got to get used to the things. We saw the changing compositions, and FNATIC had a very rough start. They win the pistol, they're not able to convert, and as Petra was saying, everything was extremely close, a lot of clutches, but eventually FNATIC found their footing. They found what made them strong, and they secure all their post plants.
Yeah, that one round, as you guys can see at the bottom, actually did end up going to Heretics when the side swapped. Now, they've been very vocal in the past, right? We're not afraid of stealing other people's comms. We can steal it and make it better, but Petra, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I guess it is. They need to tweak it a little bit more so they have their own game plan, right? So they cannot copy-paste everything.
Yeah, they can't. And I love the differences of how Miniboo was used versus how Kayak was used.
Yeah. I think that in Kayak, we can see also the mind of Boaster, like when he goes on to A and then gets a kill. The goal is we all go B. We see him playing a lot outside of the pack. On the other side, we saw a Miniboo that was going in first and being shut down. Actually, time and time again, this is one of the things that FNATIC spotted that was being a pain point. So they had to use a lot of utility to shut him down, and eventually they got in their head.
I don't think anyone saw him, Petra. He was just getting spammed.
Yeah, it felt very unlucky, but he did got caught in the same positions a lot.
Yeah, is that like a predictable thing, you think, when it comes to Neon players, that you know where to spam?
I mean, if there's a wall, you're spamming it, right? So maybe you need to try to bait a little bit more and change up your pace to not get spammed.
Yeah, and Chronicle was just with the Phantom time and time again. He was like, there's going to be a lot of smokes, a lot of walls, Neon's running, so I'm just going to be spamming with the Phantom. And it's so good to see FNATIC in this form, because we know that Fracture has always been a good map for them. And coming into today, deciding to change the veto, love this phase that we see. And then on the side of Heretics, they had not lost a map since week 2 of stage 1. So kind of crazy.
Yeah, we have some agent select, I believe, coming up. So let's take a look at agent select, I guess. All right. Yeah, I think it's for map 2 for Icebox, right?
Let's talk about Icebox.
Yeah, we normally have a little bit more time than this, so let's talk about Icebox real quick. Petra, you are a Sage enjoyer as we take a look at this, and we're going to see a Sage on the side of FNATIC.
Oh, more. That's nice. I don't see enough Sages on this server. I would like to see 2 of them. I think Sage Wall is pretty useful, especially on defense. If you keep it in your pocket for a little bit, the retake is pretty easy.
Is there a comp you prefer out of these 2?
Well, I'm a Sova fan as well.
Oh, of course you would say that. Of course you would say that.
I mean, yeah, both comps are very good, and Tejo on this map is also unmissable.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Heretics decided not to go for the tech and swap things a little bit out, but I think that it's still going to be very, very effective. 3 out of the 4 teams that we have in playoffs have decided to run this Gecko on Icebox. FNATIC doubles down also with Kayak on the stage. We were speaking about it and how impressive it was last time that we saw them play the map when he was on this agent. From the defense, maybe on Fracture he was not spectacular with the operator. I really hope that changes for this first half. And on the other side, I hope the Heretics is ready for it.
Yeah, there's plenty of odds on both of these teams at this point on Icebox. FNATIC, Mitch and Tom are 1 map away from another
Icebox. I mean, FNATIC didn't look great at this map.
Well, this is where they belong, isn't it? FNATIC at the top of EMEA.
I kind of want to see Lotus. Maybe I'm biased, but.
And often it is Heretics they have to get
past. Hello, mate. How we doing?
Stage 1, they failed to do it, but now just 1 map away. And
how's the grind?
You said it in the last map.
Veronica with the tier 1. Thanks so much for the 20 months as well. Thank you.
Like that on Fracture, it very well might be.
Yeah, I think you look at like the results of this stage and you go, okay, 3-0 for Heretics, 0-1 for FNATIC, and you go, okay, so you pick that map.
Raggy as well. Thanks so much for the prime, dude. Thank you for that.
That defeat was a very, very close defeat.
Lias as well. Lias, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 2 months, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, dude. FNATIC have just realized that this guy's unbelievable at pistols. They started raid bossing him. Boaster takes the hit. Drops him a gun.
Very different story. Then you add in momentum. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, the Battle Sage, it really was a treat to watch last time. We'll see if it's going to be the same again here.
Missed the Rust land, dude. I want to play some Rust again, man. Jonas, if I'm ever back in America, we're playing Rust, man. It's happening.
Fishy watching that alongside Boo, and they'll find the opening pick as a result. They even suspect that he wasn't alone, but Crashies bides his time. Unfortunately, Alpha's isolated. What? He's still alive.
This is my fault because I said he's incredible at pistols, but that is a nut shot.
Does well though to find his one there. Still a disadvantage for Fnatic.
If Alpha's playing like this game is going to get so close. Because definitely, I'm feeling like we're getting a third map. Because again, when we saw Fnatic last time, they just didn't look good at this map, really. Which is, I mean, it's a rough map to be.
Pistols went their way in the last map. It got them that
rough map to be bad at.
Of a start. And well, maybe this one still has some legs in it. 2 quick kills.
Where has this hope come from? Oh, the stun perfect though. Chronicle gonna be caught out. Rianne's the one to take him down, and now Crashies all alone. And they're lined up. The high-low setup almost isolates one. The shot's not quite landing. 4, 3, 2 bullets left, and he's out. The reload.
This is the hope of the round with those bullets just going lower and lower. There was a chance, but
at this point, Blue pulls it across the line with 1-0. It's the first pistol of the series for Heretics.
Nismo, hello. Is there any way to get pre-partnership VODs of games?
I'm actually quite excited to see Woot playing this Gecko as well.
No, honestly, that was one of the main reasons that I made the VOD channel in general, was because it was so hard to get it was so hard to get VODs back in the day. Like when I was coaching, it was so hard to get VODs. And I think there was a guy called Monkey. Was he called Monkey? I can't remember what he was called. But I think all of his VODs got taken down. He was like the only way I could find them.
A second ago, I said that it was a
great pre-franchising VODs are pretty hard to find.
Wingman from down below that stunned him.
Crayon GG with the tier 1. Thank you for the 5 months, mate. Thank you for doing that as well. Rando Gen with the gifted also. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's 2-1 pistols at the moment, by the way. Lil Fat Ass with the 9 months. Thank you so much as well, mate. Appreciate it. The match has been good. Match has been good, mate. Thank you for asking. Yeah, don't give me the cat face. That's his name.
Hey, you got confused.
Everyone wants to help out Woot. For Benji, you look back to his previous performance versus BBL, a 14-12 overtime, 27.
Jonas, for sure, man, for sure.
He has been in form.
Why, Jonas? Why have you said it like that? I'm interested to hear.
Alongside, of course. Okay. Yeah, just spam him out. That's fine. Both that wrecked. Not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, let's see if they can get anything here.
And the rest of the team, Mitch, they're not particularly close.
Oh, no, they're not. Miles away, in fact. The weaponry certainly not favored for them. Post plan for Heretics set up well.
Striker as well. Striker CS, thank you so much, man.
If Benjamin Fish was going to be coming in from behind.
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad way to pick up even just that ghost, the advantage, start to then box them in the post plan. But Heretics not quite so brazen in this one. It's 5 players, late play from Rianne's to wrap around, see if he can pick up. Because you're getting the sense here they're going to go down to the spike, right? He wants to get ahead of that, find a couple of orbs for himself. Miniboom successfully lands an orb at least.
That's the rifle.
Indeed, the rifle, although it won't be recovered by the other side, it certainly won't be recovered by Heretics.
I think that was, that was the only Phantom that they had, so that kill was actually quite costly.
A little bit of damage.
A little bit irritating.
Lightning Bolt as well with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Overdue fees for the train conductor. That's sick. Thank you so much.
Wingman got him. That's criminal. That's criminal. Look how far.
Dude, how did it get him up there?
Outrageous.
Why is there no self-assist?
This is why Wingman is just not the guy.
I'd love it. Someone needs to edit that where the Wingman's eyes just goes red. Evil Wingman has entered the server. Heretics with a little help from a little friend. For now, though, Thereby definitely has a piece or 2 missing. They're going to have dropped another gun over to Miniboo.
Check out the big buy rounds.
Having the best of times
I mean, the bonus is still nice. It's not super bad. Panap as well. Thank you so much for the 5 months. Thank you.
He's going to have a response. A 2-0 start. And while for Fnatic, this is sort of a must-win round. Otherwise, we could see Heretics just run away with it.
Two pass and fake over towards B. This is kind of interesting. It's a shame because as soon as see the turret off, as soon as any kind of pressure over towards B, and you see the turret's off, you know he's not defaulting over towards A.
Met some resistance, but Heretics I think are playing this.
Yes, it's looking like fake pressure over towards A with the pivot back towards B.
Players spotted, noise still
Dude, it might be pretty good this for Heretics. There's one molly that has stopped the plant.
Front yellow watched by Benji, back by Boo. It's not been abandoned completely.
30 seconds left.
There's a jiggle peek coming in through mid, and I think that with no execution of that
it's all about this molly, I feel like. No, molly goes out early, just wait a little bit for the wingman. Oh, they ain't stopping this plant. Yeah, this is a... Whoa, where's wingman going?
And instead it's a slightly different plant, but wingman's been dropped 12 seconds.
What are the wingmans doing in this game?
To move forward and get somebody to try and plant that spike, and the fights are not going their way. Still yet to find a plant, and within the last second they're going to attempt it, but there are players peeking in. The plant will go down, but
what's wingman done there, bro? Why has he gone there? Dude, imagine they'd gone for the safe plant. They probably win this round. Would have been close at least. It might... Okay, so in actual reality, he is aiming to plant here. And I guess it's because they've maybe looked at this smoke after plant-wise. They've looked at their retake maybe, and they think their retake's too good. Or they're trying to, like, trade wingman here. I mean, they at least have 4 dueling.
Not even a fast lane committed. 10 seconds later, no one here. No, he's still here, guys. Come on.
Might be. They're freezing. But yeah, it was a good read, I think.
Just reading off all of his damage. Okay, important rounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, everyone basically. We've got 7 people that can't buy next. We've got Official into this one. Smoke to block pressure over towards middle. Molly took away the turret, so that one's coming back a little bit faster. At the same time, we got Drone over towards here. We've got Double holding for the push to break the turret, because they broke the turret last round.
Nano swarms.
That's interesting.
Snake bite as well. It is a lot they can deny. And that's something that Heretics are going to have to be very wary about. Even having the wingman doesn't necessarily
there we go. It's the difference between picking up the turret and it getting hit as well. Get that turret. So now they don't have to worry about the timing on middle anymore.
Can become tough.
Obviously a pretty intense read.
This is nice from Heretics as well. They spotted the turret, the smokes over towards the actual side itself. They might have some kind of read into this one. I'm not entirely sure, but they know they created pressure over towards yellow right now.
In the end, it doesn't really come through. You could consider what we just saw from Chronicle there.
Okay. Late push from Crashies. They lock them in, so they got to speed up on this. Official to take back a site. Dude, that's a...
That A side of the map, but luckily there's been a response. Again, the goal on this side is
causing absolute chaos. Still no plant at the moment. Just got him before the all hit. Double jaw.
A little bit further up behind, was hoping to force them forward, but with
the poor observer again, man. There's just 3 separate 1v1s.
They weren't too wary about it. Still looking to hold on to that backline. Kayak is the snake in the grass, the second layer.
Dude, this bait is heavy, man. Look at this bait. He waited for so long. No one's even considering it. Why would a Sage with wall be flanking behind?
And now even less so, looking for that retake, looking for the fight. Alpha, 8 HP. All hope may rest on Kayak's head, but he manages to find one. Alpha buys that little bit of space.
Okay, nicely handled from Wu here. Holy.
As long as it needed to.
Very nicely handled. There's a good 1v2 from him. An important kill. Can't even be mad at Heretics really there. They like have good comms to work out that the wall's still here. Right, so they're all fighting like heavy over towards site because they know that wall plant's coming in. And
tough it is.
they just don't expect the flank behind because of it.
Having a player push mid and then aggressively on A. It came down to the finest of margins. Really solid work from Wu.
Yeah, it's really good clutch from him. Also down to an eco as well.
I'd probably have favored FNATIC there.
I want Erica's as well. Thank you so much for the 16 months. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for that.
Could have had so much more value, but
I always struggle with real name.
By Heretics, get them across the line. Pistols for FNATIC, a light buy across the board.
Okay, what the hell is this shot then?
Marshall in hand, the
might have been incredible.
The stinger, I suppose, for that defense. It's managed to draw blood early, still so much to worry about, and in particular, the outlaw in Miniboo's hands, a double barrel operator in effect, with nobody having heavy shields. Everyone is squishy, everyone's a free kill, but he's got to land his shot, and now he's down to just 50.
Yeah, we'll get some of his health back. live to fight another day, and Miniboo's being left behind.
Not even considering top yellow? I mean, sorry, back yellow.
This additional player of Boo has taken a lot of space over on that A site. The problem, though, is that they are losing members. A 5 versus 3.
It can get weird because Rien's might have to use ult to even secure a plant.
Now going to just try and slow them down as the full force of FNATIC looks to rotate into this side of the map.
This could be a strong start to the attacking side, but they're being chipped away at by FNATIC early on.
Keep an eye on Kayak again.
Chance remaining for the defensive side. An early flank yet again. Guess who it is? Kayak
what happened map
wrapping up
1?
behind.
Honestly,
Hasn't
FNATIC
been
was way better on the map.
And there's presence being shown by FNATIC, but they haven't committed just yet. Those weaker weapons, hesitant to take the fight. Will Heretics worry about their back in time? No, they won't. Kayak strikes, picks off the first. They're managing to hold the line against the onslaught from Spawn. Kayak, the man with the rifle, buys time, grabs their attention, and Crashies takes them both out.
It's
with plenty of time for the
it's pretty nice, man. I got to see this Alpha first kill. Like, how does he open this one up?
Are back on the board with a pay safe card thrifty.
The I'll tell you what's interesting at the moment is the pure pressure of the Sage and the wall is making Heretics have to play so different to what they used to.
Well, firstly, that shot's just absurd. But the second they realize that Benji is gone, they go, okay, well, we can now flank. We can get in behind them without too many issues. And I do feel like that's happened a few times now, where Heretics are just a little bit too unaware that, okay, we've lost our Sentinel. We need to be aware of it.
So random, you don't know what you're gonna get. 750 private armor listed.
The biggest downfall
what
of
the
that
hell?
attack side in those 2 rounds we saw, the one that came close and this one here that fell, the crumble.
Wait, let me just save that link.
Kayak's being allowed to wrap behind them. Benji going down early. We can't see that repeated too many more times.
E-Madness, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 2 months. Thank you for that.
I think that needs to be said, because it's not just like, oh, Benji's having a bad game. Like, he's getting,
Yeah, the sheer pressure of the wall at the moment, if you look at all of Heretics after plans, they're so different to how they normally play.
Something that Heretics have to adapt to.
Yeah, it was the A push that managed to
Like,
find him earlier.
here fighting on site,
This time, the push
wingman
from
plant
A is in
earlier.
Heretics' favor. They're running it down towards Kayak. No flank this time. He's dealt with after 1. And Heretics finding these close range 1v1s, XV1s in fact. They've managed to recover themselves some rifles. And look at the space on B.
Yeah, this has been another thing to talk about, is that the amount of space they've been able to get on B at times has been intentional, and there's been just util thrown in to delay. But this round was just a single rifle for the side of Heretics. And Miniboo's done incredibly well. Like, him and Benji both finding a pick, both getting rifles for Benji and Woot, and then the space that's been taken on the other side. Because it looks like an eco-direct hit into A, they now get the post
He didn't turn around.
And FNATIC now have to try and clear everything else that remains.
Man, Boo's been so patient. He waited in this corner with a classic.
He didn't turn around when planting. Is there not a safe way to defuse this?
He's forced back by this lockdown. Won't have his reward. Won't be able to get back into position either.
Dude, I think he can safe defuse this from the corner.
Buying that little bit more time. Oh, it's actually a little gap in it. They'll walk right past it, so a little bit more space taken. Boaster closer than expected already, wrapping around on yellow. Those recovered rifles now in with a chance. Alpha baits them into the open, takes down the double. Boaster with another, and the round falls into FNATIC's hand. Just about the wingman.
Yeah, it's close on that one.
Use that spike as they now equalize it in FNATIC's form, 3-3.
Yeah, really nice retake. That didn't look like it was going to go in their favor.
Panap, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you for doing that, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's a round where they fight from a,
dude, this was all alpha though.
To get back
Just doing so much.
And probably the more worrying thing for the side of Heretics there.
This is Benji in my pocket. Fish.
Yeah, I was going to say the more worrying thing is the fact that 2 ultimates went through there for Heretics. So you start off the round, you're not going to
sounded so good in his accent. Panap again, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you.
And rightly so, when it got close, they go, okay, we'll use the Thrash, we'll use ourselves the lockdown, but then you still end up losing the round. So that cost has come up quite a bit more hefty, and even though the scoreline still sits 3-3, I think maybe getting some flashbacks to the last map where you had a decent start, it's looking good, and then FNATIC just start climbing back into the map, and for Heretics, you just can't really afford that right now.
Alpha's getting involved in some of those early fights, and you saw it there on the stage. We mentioned it in the first map as well. When he's getting confident, when he's smiling, when he's cracking jokes, that's when he's most dangerous. Had a phenomenal map going into the previous. And
when he's angry, he's
it's rough starts again for Heretics.
Say, like, I think it's only if you ever see him sad, that's when you're like, oh, he's gonna have a bad game. But
and again, it's just Heretics. Sorry, it's just FNATIC looking a little better in the buy rounds.
Set those early picks. It's allowed Kayak to wrap up behind in the important rounds and the big ones.
Kayak gets op out.
Two big teams when it comes to getting those early advantages. Something that Alpha Year has contributed heavily to so far in these first 6 rounds.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is when you look at the best teams in the world, you expect their 5v4 conversion to be very, very good. If that stat was bad, I think it would definitely be an anomaly for teams that have made it.
Selfish wall, or are we? He's looking like he wants to selfish wall. Okay, yeah.
Here comes the TikTok plays.
This has been done and shown from them before, though.
Put into position, and you're not going to expect it. That mini who gone already. And there's not really anything he can do about that. You'd have to pre-fire every single angle on the map to find that kill.
The Sage, and honestly, the Sage at the moment is causing Heretics an absolute nightmare.
Just with the lack of Sage being put into play.
Like and it's not even just the Sage, it's the one ability of Sage. It's literally the wall.
To find the early advantage, Hunter's Fury thrown through. Chronicles desperately low, but he dodges both blasts that come his way. The op, although it's looking for the pick, it won't find Wingman. The plant in play. Crash. Oh, it's got a lot of space and forcing the fights as they're out in the open.
Oh, they're kind of getting they're getting so wrecked, by the way. It's a full buy rounds, and then, I mean, this is a good example of what I was talking about. The fact that just on the buy rounds they're getting so wrecked.
Like as the opponents, you take a tactical pause. You come in where you have an old.
Why did they fight so heavy here? Viper smoke, I guess.
Back into the game with the coaches, and then an in-zone flawless comes through seconds later. That's got to be a bit more of a backbreaker on the other side of things, because
wait, where is the vibe smoke? I can't even see it there.
The way they wanted to, but you look at players like Kayak just thriving. Like, we talked about this when it first came in. Like, the Sage has always had its value in terms of that sort of like, okay, you could utilize the wall, you can have the slows to combine with other utility. But the AWPing Sage is not something I don't think we've seen that much of. Unless it's just
another
like,
low buy.
Hey guys,
another low buy. Another bad start into the half of FNATIC, but they just end up recovering in buy rounds.
The CNET Sage is basically still a gem.
Just like, I tried to dash and it didn't work. I accidentally pulled out my heel.
I mean, they're tailwalling, right, to get the plant?
Boaster's feeling jealous of his duo on the other side, picking off Benji.
Are they going to say, okay, into Viper or Tail or to stop plant? They might just wait for him to plant fast, I guess.
With the pistols, but their HP decaying down. Not too favorable.
It's one of the better Viper ults. I feel like the Viper ult these days, if you don't have this little cubby to hide in, you're kind of done for.
This even gets close, they have a res, like.
This one's interesting.
It's looking like a brutal scenario. I think you can see the defense maybe starting to question if they've gone back in the other direction, but Miniboot immediately falling. They do manage to get the plant down.
Yeah, Boss has done incredible though. Because normally, like when you do this ult, it has a side that's like weaker, but this one, it's like directly in the middle, but it doesn't give you much space to work with either side. And then it's not like he's actually sending it in or anything, they're just getting the info from it. Double push behind. Dude, FNATIC look really good, by the way. And I'm telling you, Heretics are having a rough time. They lost loads of rounds because of the Sage wall. And this round, they don't know what to do against the Viper ult, to be honest. Because normally it like leaks out one side and then reactively you just plant into the other. But in this one, it's like, well, what do we do? We haven't seen this before.
5 out of the last 6 rounds going in their favor. This is now becoming an uphill battle for Heretics in a map that they absolutely must win.
Yeah, and then they just push behind because they're taking so long as well. Dude, they didn't even have to tail or anything.
They don't know what to do, bro. They actually don't know what to do.
No, they don't. He's not wrong. They're struggling.
It's like you see them play in the group stage.
They had no idea what to do against the Viper.
Heretics 13-5, 13-10. Right now, after a 13-6 victory, in the other direction.
Wait, is the whole floor? Oh my god, there's not many spaces to hide on this one. This is called Teo or Molly. Molly. Kind of fills it all up. You could maybe have a little timing here. Let's go, man. Dude, FNATIC. Give them an extra week and they come up with this much stuff. It's cool. They're insanely prepped. They knew this map was getting picked as well. Look how prepped they are.
That drone, that recon that could be used to clear out this position, the op in play for Kayak, lined up, waiting for an opportunity. And with 50 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to give that opportunity soon. The flash ready for Woot. Maybe that will push him back. If it doesn't, they may be in a 5v3 very soon.
And time also becomes an issue. 2 slows and the wall available. They're
walking
straight into that crosshair.
Still nice done from Boaster. Wall goes in. They got the molly to make sure that no one else can flood back through. They know that they isolated it. This is a 2v4. That honestly, if FNATIC lost, they'd be kicking themselves. It's a great position from Wu at the moment.
Wu has found some space. Unexpected, not known, but Alfia.
Damn, bro. They look really good. What the hell? They look really, really good. Boast is insanely confident right now as well. And if you're looking at Heretics, they were shut down over towards B. Now they're trying A. They've been shut down over towards A. And when this happens on attack, it's a nightmare because you don't want to start going into middle because the mid stuff is, it has low success rate and it doesn't feel comfy. Yeah, look at this. I mean, they did mess this up slightly.
Just a little too far, the snake bite forcing him to be a little more cautious, but mistake made and quick reactions by Boaster to trade out Kayak after that opening pick. Indeed, a second pause coming into round 10. Heretics are fully panicking. They're in spiral.
Double timeout.
Boo currently 0 and 8. I wonder if that is just a product of things going wrong. Like
I think it's not even that. I think Boo's just like trying. He's like, there's a lot for him to think about at the moment, and he's focusing so much on like how to approach everything that he's not even focusing on his crosshair. I think.
They decide that it's worth fighting for, because right now they are tearing them apart. You mentioned Crashies. I feel like the toughest part of playing against him is that he's doing damage when you can't see him.
Boaster, like, it looks like
many a time about who the
in the time off.
I think like
FNATIC came up with a lot of good stuff here.
In terms of just how many numbers he's going to put up individually. But I think if you're talking
it's a solid mix. FNATIC have some cool stuff, which I think that they like came up with. But then I'm also thinking that maybe Heretics haven't had much practice against a Sage and it's hurting them a little bit.
It's just sublime. And then if you deal with everything else that's going on, you've got Kayak and Alfia who are just...
Wait, is that it? That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Oh, Benji's got the longest name in VCT EMEA. I think Serial's old name would have beaten that, but we'll leave that there. 6-3.
That's it. Everyone else has got shorter ones.
Wonderful to see them on this kind of form. Playoffs form indeed. Upper bracket. Final right now, and the grand final seemingly locked in. Big changes needed, but Heretics call a pause to seek out those answers.
I was going to say, imagine he gets away here.
Punished quickly and cleanly.
That's the most important thing. Just making sure that he's not going to get away with too much. Clearly feeling like those light shields are in play for Heretics.
Okay, so FNATIC on this one against their timeout. Like look how different they're playing now as well. There's so much more aggro.
So the turret should give them that contact, but they've already spotted it. With how much space they've already managed to get, you can see that the FNATIC players are just waiting. They don't want to give the game away.
They're not going to wall this though, right? You could wall it.
Gonna let them fully
Wait, where's the wall gone?
So they can't turn back.
No, okay, they don't have the wall. Okay, now they know that they're pushing behind them though. As soon as the fish all goes, they push behind and they're so fast here, ready that it gets caught using fish ult. And then they have to win this duel because otherwise this guy's rezzing. And they still have no plant, so Kayak just needs to stay alive. Yeah, but that was the play, man. We got to see that one back. They needed something like this. Nice shot.
But a little more
res is doable.
There's the pick and the res, and that brings them right back into the round.
And you finally managed to deal with Alfia, and someone brings him back to life. Counter lockdown going to be put into play. The round so much more important than anything else. Alfia actually looking to try and play ahead of it, and he'll be dealt with by
mate, you got no time for this one.
There's not a lot of time left, it won't matter.
It's still like the idea from FNATIC though. I feel like I don't know, man. Let's see the Boo play. Because if he doesn't do this, they're done.
Onto the scoreboard for the first time in this matchup, but it wins them around.
Yeah, it was a surprise play. It was him sneaking his way through, fitting that while he's busy leading the team and forgetting about his own individual performance, it is the cerebral play that gets him on that board. I was worried there in the end, Tom. My heart skipped a beat. Seeing Kayak, 2 shots.
Yeah, good timing
loaded
here.
Into the outlaw. 2 opponents, low HP, below that 140, and they both swing him. He had a chance, and he fired at them both. Neither shot landed. Heretics get themselves around as a result. Alpha, he's avoided a
yeah, and we said they might start trying a little bit of middle because the sides weren't working too well.
And it's not too late to finish this half on equal footing.
No, we've seen them versus both Vitality and Apex have incredibly clean defensive, 6-1 after getting enough rounds on that attack. So let's not pretend like this is over just because this half has been fairly firmly in Fnatic's favor. This A-site has been a struggle. A lot of it has come down to delay. The amount that can be slowed off nano swarms, snake bites, salvos. But they are a little bit earlier than what we've seen in a lot of other rounds.
I think they're very ready for it though. Look, there's 4 players already on this site. And they are trained in on that position now. As 2 fall, they think it'll be a little bit more free.
I was gonna say, imagine Boaster stays alive for this long. Wu committed to the man, they're getting so wrecked. It looks impossible to go B, and they're so on top of having to fight heavy over towards B because of the wall. It just doesn't look.
Honestly,
it just doesn't look comfy.
This is fantastic. Like, I'm genuinely enjoying seeing, because every time they're walking into this utility setup, but the goals change for Heretics each time. It's like, okay, this time we're going to try and get aggressive. We're going to try and play around it. And Bosa just puts a snake bite right in their path, so anybody that clips it gets stuck. Then behind that, you see the Mosh go in, so that they can't stand in that ground anymore, forced into a new position. Then salvos come in as well, so it's just like it's constantly having to shift and move everywhere you're going.
I would kind of like to see them play a normal after plant, but
so like,
I get it. I guess they've looked at their retake. The retake's too strong for going over towards yellow. You have this, and you have wall. But the retake on B is too good, so they have to fight in this area, and they're just losing in this area. Maybe because they're not used to playing like that in practice. I think they're just gonna take. Like I think they're just gonna take Snowman here though. Either that, or maybe they feel like with the ults they can actually hold the after plant here.
Passively to cover their back from Killjoy. This could be a very dangerous round, and a couple of spams.
Why do they fight so heavy? It's just purely because of the Sage. It's this smoke that you just saw here, and it's the Sage wall.
But they're waiting outside of B. I don't know if this is going to work the way they hope it will.
Okay, so Heretics take map control. They create pressure here, but then they cut sound like they've gone back over towards here, and the wall recharges. What the hell is that, dude?
Still, all of that delay utility is in place. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. They still gotta go up against Salvo. You got a drone.
That a risk could do it all. Hunter's Fury.
Dude, honestly, I think that's okay. Swingman tank this?
I don't know if it's
nope.
No, it's not. It's
15 seconds.
They're stuck again. They have to go pushing. They have to go.
What a shot again! They're gonna win. They're gonna win the round just because Miniboo's hitting insane shots.
Dropped once again. With 7 seconds left.
Oh god! No way! Okay, they got both the kills. They're both committing to it, and you can't really be angry at them both committing just because time's insanely low.
Oh, they put the pit in eventually.
God, it didn't look fun for Heretics on this. My goodness.
Luckily, in the end, it falls into their favor. 7-5 at the halftime. Heretics
Dude,
have clawed their
I'll tell you what though,
way
Fnatic, yeah, Fnatic spend their time pretty well.
Second half, we'll see their defense. Somewhere we know that they're strong, but if they fail and falter here,
Is this the first successful round we saw him have on B?
One away.
Okay.
We'll find out how it goes after the break.
Struggle is real. The struggle is actually real on this one. Fnatic, dude, they should be happy with this. Like if they win pistol, it's done. Prafru, thank you so much, Prafru. Thank you. Irrelevant to what's going on, but GE's chances for stage 2, they got a rough group, right? They can get some upsets because they can get some upsets mostly because I believe in MC. So, but do I think they can get into playoffs? It has to be like 4th, mate. It has to be like 4th seed, really. But maybe they can cook. MC's really good, man. And a good coach in this game can change so much. Bald Ghost with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Favorite Pokemon is Cubone and Gengar. And I like Charmander as well, to be fair.
Welcome back,
I like my top
7 to 5. FNATIC leading the charge and looking good on pistol rounds in this series. Heretics, well, they better hope they can connect another one here, as that early start on this map is really all that makes this a close affair. It was 3-1 in their favor, but FNATIC made a streak of rounds, bringing us up to this 7-5 halftime. But for Heretics, Tom, you alluded to it earlier, or well, not really alluded, you said it straight, and as it is, Heretics pretty good on the defense.
Yeah, at least in their victories versus Vitality and Apex. They were
Fancy Phoenix 29 with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 2 months, dude. Thank you for that. Gets to... oh no, you got to speak about this. Let's just wait, because that stun is incredible.
Heretics not feeling the burn just yet, as they will run it straight into their opponents.
Boaster, chill. Boaster, relax, man.
To try and fight this back, although has somehow managed to completely dodge that stun. He won't dodge the bullets, and what was a great start.
Dude, I thought he was gonna mess it up.
Advantage. I think we're going to see Chronicle having some stern words with Wingman after how it's gone for him in the pistol rounds. I don't know what's going on.
You stun me through a floor, and then you don't get him when he stood there.
You look him in the eyes and you say, I know you, I'll let you away with this one, you're my buddy. Well, a 3 versus 2, a good recovery by FNATIC, and they managed to find Benji coming up behind them. Not deal with him completely, make him a bit modest with 70 HP remaining. He'll back off. The world is FNATIC's oyster. For Team Heretics, they've got to gamble on where they think the hit's coming in.
Patient stuff. Not wanting to overface, not wanting to gamble.
Dude. Gotta be looking at the minimap thinking
30 seconds left.
FNATIC's
available as well.
Feeling great on this. They're gonna have the turret, the watches behind as well. They got a free plant.
The A site, which is completely open. Nobody
the
even
wingman as well
close.
To make sure they can secure the free plant.
Eventually the realization has to come through for the side of Heretics that they are on the wrong side of the map, and you mentioned
Turret's still up this whole time. They know no one's flanking behind.
And now we look at Mini Boo and Benji and see what they can do with it.
When it comes to pistols, Heretics have usually been pretty good. But here, FNATIC definitely upping the challenge a little bit. This 3v2. Everyone tagged on that attacking side, but they've got the numbers. And the unknown factor, the positions having to be cleared, swinging out.
He hit a nice shot, but we end the pistols at 3-1. Dude, I don't even know how Heretics... Like, Heretics will have to do a madness. Someone's really got to step up. I'm not saying it has to be now, but...
It is a big deal.
Didn't their pistol stats take a pretty big hit recently, though? Were they?
BBL, yeah.
They lost a lot of them.
Still number 1.
It says a lot about how good they've been in those sort of scenarios. We'll see if that continues.
What do you think is going on with Heretics? Are they just...
What's the qualification match still coming up? This one.
I don't want to say they over-fought the Sage.
It's all about getting in towards that grand final.
They definitely struggled against the Sage. That is... Oh, bro, he hit a good second shot as well here. That was nice shots, but they both kind of committed.
But the second and the third.
Damn, bro, is everyone just unbelievable with this gun?
Of his brother trying to do that little bit more. Some nice shots, but the round still looks favored. The man against them, though, maybe the last man you'd want to come up against here.
He's up close.
Oh boy. Dude, the alarm bot's chasing him the whole way.
And makes it round the corner. Plant will come through. But a real chance now. Only the one swarm grenade in play. And Rienz, I like the idea.
It's
the big wrap around he's going for.
It's a good play from him. He's here fast.
He may well catch him off guard. Look at where Alpha's going.
Honestly, Alpha clears so much of this.
On this path, on even it being a side push,
Oh
but
my
now
god, what a shot.
what a shot!
Holy bro, there's no way they did this. That's an incredible 1v2, first of all. But the shots they hit with the Marshall were insane. And we said they needed some kind of hero play. And I feel like we kind of got 3 hero plays all in one round, to be honest.
All I'm going to say, well, the Red Bull clutch, but more so...
Guys, it's a really nice 1v2. This is nice as well. He actually hits the second shot here as well. It's fast. Then Boo did unbelievable as well. And then this, the instant wraparound was a sick idea as well. Dude, look at this alarm bot. Dude, he's so calm after he hits that fast shot.
That's the right click. That's the right click.
What about the left click? It was a left. Well, the first one was the right click.
Okay, 2 hero guns.
Yeah, up close battle. I don't think he quite would have been right-clicking Alpha from there. Now,
well, now Heretics have a weird...
Those players playing the pistols have a
they're in a weird situation because they kind of want to protect this gun.
Their money on the line early on, not wanting to see that lead dissipate, not wanting to see Heretics 1 round away from them. They'll still have money for the next. Don't worry about that. It's not the biggest risk ever, but it gives them a huge...
Wait, what the hell is this wingman?
The opening pick already there is Kayak with another Alpha, returning with the classic onto Woot, and all of a sudden, this round that had little to speak about.
Yeah, and they picked up 2 more guns.
Just 2 rifles, now they've got 4. And there's only 2 rifles for Heretics, only 2 players left standing.
Crashy should have the kill, right?
He's managed to find a gap, but the trade was never going to not come
This
through
is
from
way
that
too
position.
much.
It now leaves Boo a gap to run through, but almost seeming like suicide if he was to try and get through that gap, knowing there's going to be somebody either to the left, to the right, or up above. And at the moment, it seems like the majority of them, the wall's at least giving him a gap to try and find around, but he's hoping for a fight. And just look at where FNATIC sit. They are all back, passive, waiting patiently for a single tap to come through. And guess what? Those salvos are online once again. Crashy's always so irritating in these scenarios that time is ever ticking, ever falling. And for Boo, I feel like at this stage,
they just didn't give him a chance, man. That's so rough.
Look where Crashy's has got to. He's just trying to stop him getting out of there, wants to remove that gun, and that's exactly what he'll
got the
do.
gun out of them as well. It's a great round from FNATIC. The first kill just kind of snowballs, really does. Dude, I feel like we're getting a masterclass of why Sage used to be a must pick on this map.
Bringing in 2 rifles, finding the opening pick, arming to the teeth. Alpha, the man, top fragging, tied up.
Because even the Sage here was like really nice to wrap back sight as well. I know they got most of the kills already, but...
Maybe it's just a Turkish thing. Then again, I say that, but Chronicle was always very good with it.
Oh yeah, listen, you see,
he's Turkish in spirit.
Where are you going, bro?
And they did. It was Woot
Oops.
going in to try to fight.
Well.
That's one of your
happens.
lineups, right?
Happens to the best of us.
It happened 1 time in ranked.
Oh no, sorry. It's one of Scott's.
Look, stop coming for the Irish, Tom. I don't like it. Scott would never co-sign that. In fact, I reckon he's already writing that down in his notebook. Double digits.
He's gonna give him a stern high 5 after this game.
Yeah, it's gonna be Scott with Boaster and Chronicle with Wingman.
Crashies gets this orb, he gets his ult. Probably what they're looking at.
Double digits now, looking probable for FNATIC. And you gotta say, Tom, great course correction after that. Little bit of a bump in the road in this half.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd say it was a big bump in the road, but then I guess somehow they've used it as a ramp. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Mini Boot, he's been struggling this game, and just look at the amount of utility that's being put in. They knew exactly where he would land. And yeah, the hero
and it kind of worked out perfect. Crashy's got the first kill, and then Alpha can get the orbs, and now they got double orbs. So they can get the ult to push them back, and then they can also ult behind it to just make sure that no one can flood in and stop the plant if they want to. They could even just save it for the next big buy round. Dude, they ain't using that ult anymore.
Ready for the fight.
Dude, look at him, and Kayak's out here doing TikTok walls as well.
Put into play by Alpha here, leaving FNATIC with double digits almost assuredly. The question was, would it be flawless? And in zone, we'll be sad to see it isn't. As Boo is the last one standing, picked off Chronicle.
They're really going to 2-0 them.
Thrash online for the next round, double digits secured, and Team Heretics on that familiar scoreline.
I was so excited for Lotus because I was like, damn, this is going to be a close map.
Ran away with it, going back to Fracture. We may see the same again. 4 players alive. Big economy round as well for that attacking side.
10-6. A completely different story. We did not need a replay of him throwing that into the barrier.
That is cruel.
I've already been mean enough beforehand. Don't need to double down on it. Shout out Scott again for the lineup.
All right, listen, Tom. You're on thin ice now, man. You're on thin ice.
They're winning rounds. That's fine. 10-6.
Oh, what is this? That strat with the ult.
Heretics, but
Insta slow goes back a sight.
Kind of question if it's too little, too late. Armageddon for Crashies. They've had so many set plays around this. He tries to run away. Oh, it's damage.
Okay.
They even had a salvo that goes behind. Rians is just trying to
Rians
dodge
did good
every single
though.
piece of utility.
They didn't take too much space of it.
Twitter to prove like Valorant.
Dude, if they had an extra slow on this, oh my goodness.
It could be to play.
I do think they should have slowed close, but I don't think they're thinking he's going to get orb, I'm not sure. Dude, look how much space they take of it as well. I do that. I wonder what the buy round diff has been. I feel like the buy round diff's been insane.
Giving up that control towards the B site. Boo and Benji look to
because
hang
it's
on
not
to
even
these
close.
And how quickly that round fell apart. And Tom, you're exactly right as well. It's not just the fact that you have this ult coming through, but behind it, you've then got a nano swarm.
Any timeouts left? They used them both in the
to block them in. I mean,
what, first 7 rounds, I think.
Pressure, and they struggle.
One gap.
The tiny gap. And immediately on the way back in, FNATIC, they're finding players trying to regain a spot to fight.
Would you have done a different map pick from Heretics? Nah, this, to be honest, Icebox looked like a freebie from what we saw.
The flood of that attack side wipes them clean from the
I wonder,
looks like they'll save their weapons.
I wonder if Heretics, like if Heretics doesn't have a academy team, right? Because this would have been the most perfect thing where you have like an academy team and you can play against the Sage.
And if they don't get a kill from it, they're not going, oh! I guess there was just no one there. They're going, okay, there was a gap here and here, so we're going to now execute into those positions and make it more players who have managed to.
I'm telling you that their whole attack half struggle because of the Sage.
Play. And we talk about Heretics and these explosive compositions, the individual brilliance of players like
Was the first map good to watch?
And they have been really
not really. FNATIC kind of wrecked them like this as well.
Throughout this matchup so far, not been able to find that same value we've seen all season. Like you talk about Minibu being the highest ACS player. He hasn't been in this game. Boo, though, will at least start things off with an opening kick.
Dude, where's my Sage? Solo duel in there with Rez. So
that
good.
is 2 rifles, though, for Team Heretics. Boo has 1. Benji
CGN is their academy team. Or is in like that's who they're linked with. Affiliate team, I guess.
Dead to rights, good spam, good opportunity to recover a weapon. Boaster tries to be the thorn in the side, but they've abandoned that control. Heretics with a 3 versus 5 in their favor. 3 weapons as well to work with. This is all that they need. And I like this. Immediately you see Minibu back off from that fight. He doesn't need to risk it.
CGN's busy though. Yeah, that's also the issue as well. Because they can actually qualify. So they're focusing on that. When you have like a academy team,
alarm bot, so even though it might look
I
like
think
B is open for business,
when the main team needs you,
that's why
I think you have to come running.
Make sure he stays within range. This might roost them a little bit though. If that push-up will come in, they'll destroy the U2 and immediately, look at the rotation. Look how many people have just started running the other way. The problem is how much time can be bought. Woo needs to just try and get one here.
No, Sova ult though.
There's a Hunter's Fury on the other side, and that will do the
job. What a Sova ult this is, okay. And they can pick up the guns.
Whoa, he almost
You
gets
can just leave and go pick up a gun. Hold that.
Going back for more. He'll be dropped. Another point towards that Viper's pit, but another round for Team Heretics, pushing past that barrier of 6, somewhere they were kept on when it came to Fracture.
It was a series of Boaster Masterclass. It was a bit of a Sage Masterclass, I think, with some of the stuff that's going on. I think Heretics overfought it a little bit, but I also think you could see a lot of the prep that FNATIC had. They changed up a couple of things, for sure, and it looked
But that was really
horrible
just
to
the
play
icing
against.
on the cake, the seasoning. The main dish, though, was that opening pick by Boo, was that fight inside of Tube and the rifle recovered, and then passive play, allowing that clock to run down.
Potentially.
Oops. Reached the end of his mouse mat.
Pace change. You see the orb is the main target. Trying to continually
Look
build
at this
up
heavy rotate right
the
now.
ultimates for the side of Fnatic. When you have that Thrash in play, there's a lot of space that can be taken. The thing is, though, you look over on the A side, it's just a solo defender in the form of Riens. The gamble has been made that they'll be able to get in, and a lot of that will come down to having this lockdown available for Benji Fishy. They are confident in the retake, so the only goal really for Riens is, okay, spot, see if you can find information. If you get a kill on the way, fantastic. But it seems like the rotation from the defensive side actually coming a little bit earlier. They have made that realization.
Monster on the loose.
Oh.
Good job that they're playing that bit more passive. Thrash is on its way.
Oh, dude, Miniboo's got to do so much here.
Boaster gets caught in mid as well. Really nicely played by
Dude,
Heretics.
no one pounced on it.
That's
a little bit lucky.
And now 3 players on site.
What happened? Why are they so slow here?
To the fray. I like Kayak's spot, but no one's giving him an angle. Oh, here we go. He's up and above. He's caught them in the ult. The trade
Imagine
comes in
it
quick
though.
with
The play
Miniboo
was
shutting
huge.
That down. Alpha all alone. He's been sensational so far. Gets the opportunity for one.
Might actually get. Okay, he's dead.
Seconds left. That plant has to be stuck at this time, and
Yeah,
the flank
I mean, Boo just gets him right.
secure
Hello.
this round as he runs for that safe
Yeah,
spot.
this is gonna be the first
It wasn't
Fnatic
so
timeout
safe
you're gonna
for
see.
Boo around.
Yeah, you can forgive him for making the prediction that, okay, if they put that lockdown in, probably both players are going to come
You
from
have
the
a
same
friend
angle
that's
at the
saying
end
you're
and not have
Delulu
separate 1v1 duels.
for saying the Boaster is the reason that
There was a
Crashies is
long
farming
flank
this
that came
year.
through from Boo, but a much better
In
round from them
comparison to when he was on
overall. They had a
NRG,
solid read
until
on
last
everything that
year's
was going on.
NRG, I
Benji, his
guess.
timing was
I
everything.
think
It was
I
almost
think
one
vibes
edge
are an
to
important
right
thing for
as
him
he
from what it
attempted
looks
to
like as well.
rotate
You
in.
want to be enjoying
Ends up
every
being
day.
a
I
pivotal
think
factor. And although he
I
ends
don't
up
know,
being
man.
caught,
I don't
quick
think we can
reactions
ever
from
look
those
at.
players is
You talk about
enough.
2024
After losing a
NRG. I
couple
don't
in
think
a
we can
row,
ever
have
look at
made
that
the
team and
decision
take
now
anything
that,
from it, man.
okay,
It's just a
well, we
dysfunctional
need to
team.
try and slow this down. We do not want to allow Heretics to firstly get back into the game, but secondly build that momentum, start seeing those superstars that we have.
But
done
yeah,
all
you
the way
could
through
you
the
could say the
season.
Boaster's a big difference because he's actually making this team functional.
It's time to get back on the
Whereas
horse
that
for
team
Fnatic.
was
2 in a row. Doesn't seem like much, but
dysfunctional.
we know what Heretics can do when given this kind of space. Now we're seeing them make those reads. The early aggression with the 2 rifles works out. The rotations that came into play there, perfect. as they
Anyone
were
that
ahead
plays
of
him
the
just
play.
plays better. I mean, he has really
See
good
the coaching
structure.
staff of Fnatic with a lot
Like
to say.
he knows how to
That's
structure
a
a
lot of
team.
holes to plug. But when it comes
He
to
knows
these
how to
two
structure a
boys,
team, and he knows
dangerous when they're given
he has
this
good
much
like
time to
mid rounding.
think. We'll see what
It's
Fnatic
also very nice when
make
you
as
have
an
like a
adjustment.
cooler that's so
Res
confident.
online, not much else for them, but they're competing against the ults from Miniboo.
Like the vibes
And
on this
despite him
team,
having a quieter performance here on
especially
Icebox,
for
this
Crashies,
ult
the
has done a
vibes
lot
on this
for him
team
before.
are
Boo
probably
as
the
well,
most
having
polar
that
opposite you
Viper's
can
pit.
get from his
It's been a
2024
slow
NRG
half,
team.
But if he's playing inside his pit,
Like it looks like they have
it's
a
gonna be
lot of fun.
difficult
Where it
to
looked
root him
like
out of there.
that
Even in the
NRG
worst of
team,
times.
dude, it looked like they were having a horrible time.
In terms of win rate,
Like I imagine even just
retakes.
even before the results, like the day by day
where
practice must have felt so different
You
vibes
see
wise.
the best of this
Very
Heretics
important.
squad, as I said, with the rounds they played on the defense, a lot of the time it's been utter dominance. We've already started to witness them build back into this map a little bit. Still a long way to go. 2 rounds needed for Fnatic to close this series. 3 rounds just to level it up.
Locating targets.
For the attack. Bit of a slower pace. They were kind of
Yeah,
steamrolling
this
Heretics
is
in a lot of
interesting.
these early
Instead
rounds.
of being like
Now that there's
multiple
a little bit of
people
resistance,
taking map control,
back to the drawing
then
board.
going back, they're kind of pressuring like at a similar point, knowing that it takes Heretics a little bit longer to normally re-clear the question marks, I think. These were close enough to hear that util, so maybe they have to go a little bit faster. Yeah, you can definitely see the change of pace from Fnatic after the timeout. It's a lot more decisive on this one.
But they're a little slow to get that plant
It's
down,
literally
and
just
that's a
the comp
problem.
struggles to re-clear,
Heretics
so
have now rotated
once they
next to
create
that
the
early
pressure, they
lead.
know
They've
they
got
have an
4
insta time, and
players
once the
in
rotates
position.
come in, it's good,
Ready
it's
to
a
take
good...
that space.
Dude, this is a hard after plan.
Believed by Miniboo.
Where they got Molly, 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 3 of them, and then you're gonna have salvos at one point,
With Alpha instantly rezzed.
and you got to deal with the Viper
Try
ult.
and kill him off again. Alpha are actually now 1 away from the lockdown. He gets
There
a
goes
pick,
1
and
Molly.
then kill on Tim might actually end up
Still
helping
got
out.
Alpha's
Chronicle as
Molly.
well, just holding the line.
Still got Crashy. He's going to have his tail. Oh, okay, well. Who needs mollies when you just got that as well? Everyone's tanking damage through the ult.
He's landed a multitude of kills, looking for a little bit more, but it was too much.
Dude, this is nice, though. This is a good timeout from the coaches. I like this a lot, though. They really called it well.
It's not to be, and this places FNATIC right onto map.
They just strolled into the A site for free.
Importantly, a spot in their grand final.
Just one round away with 4 chances to close it out. FNATIC have come into this series looking clean on map number 1. That was their pick, but it was Heretics who chose to fight them here on Icebox. A big round from Boo, sure. A 3-piece put on the board without the use of his pit.
Okay, 4 goes at it, and now we change up and we go really, really fast on this one to try and force through the Viper. Alright, guys, you gotta cancel this. Guys, you gotta cancel this. I don't know what your original plan was, but it ain't gonna work. Okay, now we get into some weird... The original plan was to then speed up and go fast over towards B, but... Maybe it was to try and catch off the Viper.
Right back into that grand final, but
now they got to come up with something completely different. They got great ults though, and they can definitely do it. Marigold Milk with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 26 months. Thank you for that. And Quarked as well for the 25 months. Both of you. Long time. Thank you so much for the Prime as well.
Team Liquid in form, and they did not come out of that lower bracket. Well,
with Teo out of meta, what do you think will happen to the maps with solo Teo that was getting used? To open for what people want to do, man. Double smokes, double initiate, double duelist, double sentinel. It's all pretty open. I would say most teams will lean into double sentinel, I think, from what I'm seeing. Just because I think the Vice Deadlock is too strong at the moment. Not necessarily as a combo, but Vice Deadlock, Cypher, like those 3 are in a really good spot at the moment.
And now the B site seems open, but they're not committing just to it. They've heard the steps up close. They know
sounds boring. Yeah, it'll get a little boring. You're not wrong.
Use the slow to get themselves into position.
But there'll be other comps that will be good against it. Like double initiate is really good. Care is really strong at the moment.
Towards Snowman is where they're looking, but there's plenty of players waiting. In goes the Armageddon. It's caught. One Rienz is down. Whoa, forced into the open.
I mean, maybe if Boo can kill a couple.
By Mini Boo, by Boo. The pit
dude.
they know where he's coming from.
Dude, they smashed them. They did smash them, man. It looked kind of easy. I think that the Heretics messed up too much.
Pass the test of Team Heretics with flying colors.
Yeah, in this case, lightning does not strike twice.
Yeah, this was easy for them.
Switch up the picks, and they have come out on top. But let's be real, we are definitely looking at this matchup between these two as a potential grand final. I don't think this is going to stop the beating heart of the Heretics squad. But for FNATIC, they have found form. At the moment they need it most, and that is the thing with this squad. We talk about their group stage form versus that playoffs form. Now don't get me wrong, they were still decent in the group stage, but when they faced off against this squad, let's be honest, they got bodied. Now they come in, upper bracket, a chance to make it to the final, a chance to fight for the beautiful trophy we saw earlier, and that's where these players start to make the difference. And I think highlights already being made in terms of players. Althea today was incredible, but Crashy's on this map, I would hate playing against his utility. It would make me so angry.
We talked about how valuable Crashy's utility was on map number 1, but his performance individually.
Proud substitute teacher. Thanks so much for the gifted, dude. Thank you for that.
Those salvos were terrifying. Alpha and Kayak.
Do we know if there's a long break? I think there probably will be.
And for FNATIC right now, this is the team to beat. Your first grand finalist.
This was so fast.
Locked in, and they're eyeing up that trophy.
Dude, Lotus would have been close as well. There's a world where FNATIC would have just won all 3 maps. That's kind of insane.
BBL or Liquid. That's not a task I'd wish on my worst enemy.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Heretics, at least this time, they can look at it and go, okay, we're qualified. If we do face Liquid again, it's going to be a little bit different. But of course, we've got to hear from FNATIC themselves. Down on the stage, we have Kayak.
But Bren as well, thank you for the 35 months, dude.
Right,
appreciate the tier 1.
By Kayak from FNATIC.
Thank you for a long time,
congratulations. Mate. Kayak is your first grand final in VCT EMEA, and it's come, what, like 5 months after you joined the team? How does that feel?
Feels insane, to be honest. Maybe we played really good today, so I think we earned it. So Probably some things to fix, but I think today was one of the best days we ever played. So
super clean, very clean.
Now,
what was
it
the
looked
difference
insanely
between
convincing.
facing Heretics like a week ago compared to facing Heretics now? What changed?
I think when we played them first time this year, it was like we played like a different team. We didn't have like energy, and energy is a big part of our team. So we didn't have energy. Like the game was super weird. Like we just didn't play like ourselves.
No fans too, right? The fans really help. You love having them here.
Yeah, actually, the fans. We're doing it for the fans. If the fans are not here, if the fans are not here, we are losing. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. They lost when you guys weren't here last time.
Pyro, thanks so much for the 22 months. Thank you for the tier 1 as well.
On this stage, when it comes to grand finals, 100% win rate. You know, we remember Ascension when you were here.
Tailmint as well with the tier 1. Thanks so much for the 5 months also, mate. Thank you.
On the stage compared to you were on Apex.
I think I improved a lot. Maybe like just getting more comfy on stage. I feel like really comfy on stage right now. So I improved that for sure. And as a player, I improved like all of the things.
He's got a lot better since kickoff.
I improved everything basically.
We're very proud of you, Kayak. But did you ever think that you were going to be the one Sage player of EMEA running down Icebox, opping all over the shop?
No, Milan or Ben was like, what do you want to play, Sage or Gecko? I'm like, I don't want to play anything of this. So, and I was like, after 5 seconds, I was like, yeah, I can try the Sage maybe if you allow me for some Grim Walls and stuff. So I gave a chance for the Sage, and it's working out really good. So
do you like it?
I think it's super fun.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah. We see you having a lot of fun. So this was
honestly Sage when you have Gecko to plant is actually kind of nice.
Did you feel it the first time you played it, or did it take some time?
We played first scrim, I think. I dropped like 10 kills. I was like, yeah, I'm not playing this Sage. then after the break, we played second scrim. I was like, yeah, the Sage is quite good actually. So I gave it a chance, and it's actually quite fun.
Where did you learn the walls from? Is it TikTok?
To be honest, I just went on custom. I found on some walls, and it was working. I was like, basically when we were playing Prax, I was like, throwing wall, I was laughing. I was laughing because I thought it's just funny when I'm like on top of something and I'm killing someone, and this guy has no clue what is going on. So, and I think like 2 days ago I typed Grim walls on Icebox. So I had some walls from the Grim, but I didn't use them yet. So
we can look forward to that. We can look forward to that. Now I think you have probably one of the hardest, if not the hardest, job of any tier 2 duelist coming into here. Big shoes to fill. How did you, I guess, block out the noise of people saying you might not be good enough? Because I think you proved them wrong.
No, I think in the off season when I joined, I was like feeling kind of some pressure on me, but when the kickoff came and stuff, I decided that I'm just gonna do my role, and I'm gonna play like myself. I'm not gonna think about it, that I need to fill someone's shoes, because I know that I'm a good player. So I just have to believe in myself.
You're a great player. Now, lastly, when it comes to joining Fnatic, it must be nerve-wracking, right? As the new player coming in, they have such big personalities on this team. So what is the system? What is the Fnatic system, and how do they integrate you into that?
I mean, all of my teammates are like really fun and stuff. So when I joined, I instantly like got the vibe. I think maybe not instantly, but because I think when I joined the team, I'm quite shy. You know, so I need to get to know some of the teammates and players. But after some time, I was really feeling it, and the vibe is insane right now, as you can see. So,
are you as silly as they are? Do you consider yourself a silly guy?
Yeah, I think I am.
So shy guy to silly guy now.
Lexi, once we come back, because there'll be a longer break, I think.
Thank you very much, Kayak. Once again, guys, grand finalists. By the way,
dude,
Kayak,
they made it easy as well. Fnatic get a double ban. What do they get rid of?
Liquid will be taking on BBL right
Paul
after
and
this.
something.
But before that, Boaster is joining me and Petra
Paul
on the
Ascent.
desk. We'll see you after the break.
I'm frying me and out for.
Paul and Ascent, yeah. I think that makes the most sense.
Where are you going, bro? Where are you going?
Okay, chat. I'll be back in a little bit. It might be a little bit longer. The breaks. We'll see what kind of timer they put down. Be back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Like a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never find it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Renegade, Horoscope, let him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted by the new get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body get better on me. Oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain though. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, scared no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pump missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minute more when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Horoscope, let him all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with a
FNATIC are your first grand finalists here at stage 1 of VCT EMEA. I'm your host Youngsu and I'm back here with Petra and joined by Boaster. Between the three of us, we have a champs title. How exciting is that?
I'm feeling very grateful for that.
yeah. We count that. First of all, Petra, did you expect that to be a 2-0?
No, actually not. And especially in the beginning of Icebox, I was predicting that Heretics were on the upper hand.
Yeah, I felt the same way, especially after the lead Heretics had as well. Are you surprised with the comp change at Heretics bought? Was it because of that you think they lost?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's too early to change from Soviet Gecko isn't historically that great, and also Teo is still in meta until he's eventually nerfed. So they should have just kept running with him. Yeah, they just didn't have enough firepower.
So when you saw the comp, were you a little bit more confident that when they
Yeah, I was thinking like, oh, okay, this is actually really winnable now, boys. They haven't got much plant denial pressure. They haven't got the annoying rockets, the annoying ulti. They do have a recon, which is kind of annoying, but I think the Teo rockets are, for that back sight on A, it's really crazy on the attack side.
Yeah, we have a win on Sage. Let's go. You know, absolute fan of Kayak Sage. And I love some of the things Kayak spoke about. I don't know if you heard the interview. Essentially, he said, you know, when he first joined FNATIC, he was pretty shy. And then now he considers himself a bit of a silly guy as well. And the coaches came to him with this idea of playing Sage and so on and so forth. So how special is it for you to be able to make a final with teammates like Crashies and Kayak?
honestly, I wasn't expecting to make a final. I obviously believed in ourselves that we could, but I wasn't like saying, yeah, we're going to make a final this year. I was just hoping that we'd ramp up and be a good team this year. And yeah, Crashy's after kickoff is really that boy. Not only is he handsome, but he's definitely shooting now. And Kayak as well. Like ever since that, all it takes is one game for your teammates to trust another teammate. And that one game versus Na'Vi where he carried us in kickoff, it's all been uphill since then for Kayak. It's felt like he just needed that one game to really feel like he belonged in our team, and I think that was the big game. And ever since then, like, the team atmosphere has been so much different. Full trust, full steam ahead.
How much of this can you relate to, Petra? You know, having young players and then having to integrate them, making sure the vibes are good as well, and the trust that Bosa spoke about.
I mean, you need to make it as comfortable as possible, right? And then eventually they're getting comfortable, and then they will shine, and you just need to give them the handles to play with. So if you have a good team behind you as a youngster and you learn a lot from them, then it's going super fast.
Do you ever get tired? I mean, you guys have made a lot of finals. Is it always the same?
It's never the same.
It's never the same.
No, it's never the same. Like the build up to the finals always different. Sometimes you start shaky, or near the end is a bit more shaky because they have a lot on you and you're easier to read. So it's always different.
It's been a while since we've been in the upper bracket from a final. You know, like we normally lose and then have to do the lower bracket grind.
That's actually a lie.
Is
but
it?
Yeah.
Last year? What happened last year? I was playing lower brackets all the time.
It happened. It happened once, I think, in last year lower bracket.
It's been a while then. It's been a while since I've been in the finals.
Well, you didn't bloody make it a kickoff, so you've only got yourself to blame there. But let's play a quick game since I have the two of you here, and we can maybe take a trip down memory lane at some point in a game I would like to call Rate That Clutch. Now, we're going to show you some clutches, and you have some paddle boards in front of you. You guys at home, play along with us as well. And I want you to tell me which clutch belongs to which number. So let's just start with one. I'm sure if you've been watching VCT EMEA, then you might remember this one. If you take your eyes to the screen over there. This was from your former teammate.
Oh, Magnum.
I think this was Hero.
Never mind then, yeah, it's Hero.
Yeah, let's take a watch
It's not Magnum.
at this clutch where Hero is deaf.
I remember this, yeah.
Yeah, he's blind. He's got a million things going on, charging him, and he somehow wins that 1v3. What do we think about
different.
this?
He's got something going on there. He must be using.
Yeah, it's a bit sus, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, so what would you rate that?
It requires a little bit of luck and of course a bit of skill, so I would go for
5 and 7. All right, okay, 5 and 7. I think I'm around the similar ballpark. Let's look at the next one. Now, this is one of my favorite clutches, I think, of all time.
I need to change my. I'm going to say 5-2.
Okay, well, let's take a look at this clutch. I don't know if both of you remember this.
Wait.
Is it Angel? That's a 10.
Oh my god, this
Petra.
is amazing.
Oh, it's Petra. Wait, this is the Petra Recon.
Yeah, this is the Petra Recon. This is legendary. I feel like this is set the scene for many other players trying to do that, and they.
My 7.
This is your 7.
I'll be humble. I'll be humble.
Oh, humble.
Yeah. I think that was a 10.
I've done nice things today. And
how many clutches have you had where they've literally named a play after you, like the Petra Recon?
None.
Exactly. So how is that a 7?
Because it's a 7 because it was good util usage into a nice swing.
Yeah.
But
and she got the kills.
Yeah,
so.
I agree with that. But the only difference is there was still her teammate alive. So was it a clutch?
Okay.
True.
Did you mean that recon? Were you like?
Yes, it was planned. Yeah.
Oh, that's smart. While we have you here, actually, can you explain what the Petra Peak is? Because we have a comm of you on Lotus screaming, "I did the Petra Peak." What does it mean?
So Petra, back in the day on Ascent, she was using Odin in scrims, and she was in A Heaven, and it was in a clutch versus Leo, and she swung A Heaven and killed Leo. Oof. And ever since then, I've called it any swing with an Odin is now a Petra Peak.
Oh,
so.
Do you remember this, Petra?
Yeah, I remember.
Because he got absolutely domed, and then he just went like this.
Did you all chat?
No, I'm that quiet. I'm like, he's suffering in silence probably.
You're probably like one of 3 people that's ever beaten Leo in any situation.
I'm proud.
So you guys have learned a lesson at home. If you swing with an Odin, it's now the Petra Peak. So let's see more of that, and let's see more clutches and see what you guys rate the next one. And this on Ascent. Speaking of, we got Ascent. Sova. It's Rians versus BBL, and this was a crime from BBL. I gotta say, like. I was screaming at BBL at this point. You're playing against Rians. You can't be playing against Rians like this, am I right?
Yeah, you're playing once. Yeah, it's a good clutch, but very bad from the opponent.
Right. So what do we rate this? A 10?
Yeah, it's a 1v3 with a Guardian.
I mean,
he found his
I think
isolation.
they're better clutches,
okay,
but the 3 is also low.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
The 3 is too low.
Both win 10.
Reason why I put Hero 5 now is because he uses ulti in a 1v3, which I didn't think he should win.
There we go, there we go.
Yeah, I would have given it 5.
Yeah, what's up with like peeking into, you know, the anti-ecos when you're going up against Rians? You know Rians wins those. What were you guys thinking?
Actually, we can rate Alfia's clutch on that Icebox.
Stop it.
Yeah,
That's
I
mean.
can give him some tips after.
The 1v1 against Rians with the classic?
He deactivated his turret, therefore he lost his flank line, and then he started panicking about flank, and then Rians swung.
Oh, that's what happened.
Yeah, excuses. They're making excuses. We got one more clutch. Let's take one more. Let's take a look at one more.
Oh, is it Alfia?
This is rolling
Holy
back
guacamole!
the years.
This is a 3.
Do you remember this one, Petra? I don't know if you do.
I don't, I think.
Okay, the reason I remember this one is because this meant that Gambit would not make another global event because suffering at the hands of you, Burster.
All right.
Well, yeah, you want to? Do you remember this?
I got none left. I remember this. Of course, I bounced out of my chair after I won this one.
Yeah, and
crazy.
I wonder if Kron remembers that as well.
I make sure to remind them.
Do you actually?
Yeah, of course. I said, Kron, you remember that time you never beaten me to qualify for stuff?
That's true. That's actually true. It's always been you guys. I don't know if we have one more. Maybe we just show one more for the funsies. Let's do one more since we're rolling back the years, and we've I guess everyone loves a Leo mention. Anytime we can talk about Leo, we're going to talk about Leo. Now, Petra, you've beaten this man in a clutch, so you can, I guess I'll throw it over to you. You can talk me through what you think about this one.
I don't remember this one either.
I remember it.
But watching it, a cheeky 1v5? Is that a 1v5, 1v4?
Was it?
Yeah, it's a 1v4 minimum. But yeah, there's a reason why everybody loves Leo, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's winning all his duels, but it's also because the opponent give his duels, so yeah.
They gotta remember they're playing against one of the greats. Yeah, what would you rate this as?
I didn't see the first 2 kills.
I think a 7.
It's Leo. You could probably imagine.
I didn't realize the game. I thought we were doing 1 score for each
yeah,
one.
I thought so too.
I explained it badly, but yeah, that was on me.
I was keeping my numbers.
Keeping track.
Yeah.
7 for Leo?
Yeah, of course.
He has better clutches.
I've seen much better from him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's just
this is just the classic Leo.
But if that wasn't Leo, what would you rate that clutch?
Oh, 10.
Anyone else in the world would be a 10. But thank you very much, you two, for playing the game. Congratulations on making one more final. Before I let you go, did you know that Crashies has technically never won domestically?
Yeah, he told me that. He's like, because Alfie's like, I won so many domestically. It's okay if we lose. And Austin's like, no, bro. I want to win. I've never won domestically, man.
That's
Come
crazy.
on.
That is actually crazy he hasn't. But yeah, thank you for playing once again. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yeah, we're going to toss this to a break, but don't go anywhere because after this, Liquid will be taking on BBL for the last slot for Masters Toronto. We already have one grand finalist, but there is still one slot we need to fill. And of course, that is the third team that we're going to be sending to Masters Toronto. It comes down to Team Liquid or BBL. I'm your host, so I got Kakuka and Billy here back with me. I really didn't think that it was going to come down to these two teams of all teams, but we're going to have a bloodbath on our hand no matter what happens today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that coming into today, both of the teams with such great storylines, right? Team Liquid making it back-to-back. We know that in the rest of the regions, I believe it's only G2 that has managed to go to Bangkok and then to Toronto. It's the lower bracket, and Team Liquid, we know what happened in kickoff. But for the side of BBL, this could change and break all their records.
It could, because it's actually a lot of firsts, Billy, for BBL. I mean, we already talked about the fact that they've never been this far, you know, they've never been to a global event. The list just keeps going on and on and on every time they win a game.
Look at this beautiful timeline. Yeah. I mean, yeah, literally, first time making playoffs, first time, yeah, just everything. First time beating Foot. They beat Foot twice this year already. This could be the rematch as well against Team Liquid, their redemption arc.
They finally win.
First time potentially beating Team Liquid. First time making a global.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just such an exciting year to be a BBL fan.
And you kind of have to root for them a little bit, right? Given how much they've already been through.
So what I was saying about the Team Liquid, you know, and the both of the storylines being good, we need to acknowledge something. It is not only for the BBL fans and you know, the supporters of the
Hecka
team,
Jam
but
with the tier 1.
for
Thank you for the
players,
8 months,
for example,
mate.
like Livin, like Sociable, for the coaching staff, this is the most important match of their lives so far. This could set them apart from everything that BBL has
Ayuto
done
with
in
the raid
past
again.
and in
Thank
their
you so much.
Yeah, and I need
Gemma
Sociable
Yuki,
to
I
make
see
it
them.
at the age
I
of
see them this time.
29.
Gemma Yuki, thank you so much
I
as well,
need
bro.
him to make it, you know, as
Appreciate
a
the
rookie
5.
coming in here. But also a lot
C
of
Weber as well.
redemption,
Thank you for the
right?
17
Yumpy
months.
making it back to another global event. We all want to see that.
Thank you for doing that as well.
Magnum.
Yeah, Ivy, what you got for me?
Too, so I think the story tells itself. But again, if they want to do it, they have to be Team Liquid. And as you said, Billy,
Heretics?
they didn't before. It didn't go too well.
They're going to lose if they play
it's
like
rough,
that, though.
But I do think BBL are coming in looking pretty strong, right? They were very good against Team Heretics the other week. Yes, they didn't quite win a map, but it was
The
two
break,
very,
yeah, it's not
very
too bad.
close maps. So yeah,
What was
I
it,
think
20
when
minutes
we
in between?
rethink
It's
this
pretty good.
And, you know, it's a rematch. I
A little
still
bit
think
longer
that
than some of the other
BBL,
regions,
they're
not
in
too
such
much.
good form at the moment.
Third time's the charm. Listen, but both of the times that they played against each other, yes, Team
Mute
Liquid
the stream.
won.
Okay, let's see what Ivy's got for us. Gonna go straight here.
Without a doubt, Gecko's best map. So here's some basic flashes
Sunset?
to help you get
Yeah,
started.
that's fair.
For the attack side, use this flash for early B info, but make sure to jump peek before you swing because it does not clear any pixel angles.
Back to me.
And there we go, got all the rank
For
tricks.
mid, use this flash from tiles to check this part of top mid, this part of market door, and a good portion of A main as well. For
Oh,
a
that's
better
pretty
info
good.
flash precisely for A, use this flash.
Right there.
For the defense side, use this flash for info
Yeah,
on
it's
A.
a classic.
It's the classic A flash and it's quite reliable. I'd recommend throwing it at around 135 for the most accurate info. Lastly, for B, if you're in market, flash for your teammate who's anchoring sight through the window, or just wingman flash out of the CT smoke to isolate anyone playing close. Since Riot absolutely demolished Teho with the nerfs, start picking Gecko again and you'll win all your ranked games, I promise.
For God's
Now,
sake.
Fractures.
That's where you lost me, man. You lost me at the dancing. You lost me at the dancing wingman.
I'd like to think so. And honestly, like, they
Yeah,
had a
he
good
had me
performance
up
against
until that
Foot last
moment.
week on Split. It was
That
a
was the
dominating
click-off
performance,
stage.
right? Beat them 13-2. And like you say, Team Liquid, they've played so much Split so far. I mean, of course, FNATIC being the only team to end up beating them on that Split. They had a 100% win record on it up until then. So yeah, I'm expecting BBL to have done a lot of prep going into today.
Yeah, I want to see, like, pound for pound how this translates into a team that has been very well known for the preparation that they do, and I think that in this case it goes for both of the teams. They have proven that they
Dude,
have
this
a
should be.
lot of
Surely
tools
this is a
to
banger
work
match.
with, and especially today,
Surely
the
this
stakes
is
are
a banger
extremely high,
match.
But they've also broken this
Yumpy's
path
gonna be
of the
insanely
tournament,
excited for this
where
game.
you don't play back to back. They've also had a bit of
break,
time,
yes,
so you can actually put every single
When Yampy wants it too much, he can start playing a little weird. We'll see.
Take a page out of Heretics book, potentially moving away from the Tail, which we heard from both that is a bad idea right now because
Yambo, no, I reckon he got no sleep, to be honest. Opinion on the FNATIC Heretics series? I mean, FNATIC just wrecked them, dude. Like, Heretics aren't going to win anything playing like that. And, I mean, FNATIC played well.
So great. He's been such a consistent
Like, it wasn't even close,
BBL
man.
As well, right? And when we look at him, this is someone that's been competing in Valorant since the very, very beginning of Valorant. So to see him performing now in T1 and the way that he has been being in VCT this year, it's just been so nice.
He got dragged into a party so he could rank check you, as in Yampy. That's so funny.
He's going to give his all. I feel like he
Yeah,
always
he must
does.
have been playing. He must have been playing late.
It's the consistency in him. I think that also is one of the players that is going to learn the most. So going into today, and for example, thinking we were speaking about the split, right? They need a stopping force, but they also need someone to be on the lookout for Nats because it's split and it's Nats. And I think that Profit could be the one to make that difference.
I want to see both of them just in the other person's like spawn, you know, just passing ships in the night and so on and so forth. The stats look fantastic for him, of course, but what's been
Sage is the second worst agent. No, Sage is insane on Icebox. You have to play so different. Like Sage on paper doesn't feel that strong, but honestly, Sage when you play against it and have to like change your style of play can be a nightmare. It's like when you used to play in like 2021. Like people would be playing like normal comps on on Ascent, but then if you played against a Sage comp, you have to play completely different because you have to like default. And like the way that you have to play against the Sage is just so unique on certain maps that if you don't practice right, you'll just kind of get wrecked a little bit. But Sage is like Sage is still good, insane in ranked as well. But like when it comes to that game there, like you have to play, you can't play normal after plants, especially as they didn't have the tail to like actually stop the original defuse or break, or like have the stop of the defuse to break the wall. So they had to fight aggro towards B and just lost every single time.
Experience also of everything that they've been doing in this game.
You see Trav, assistant coach for TSM, yeah, just as everything's about to blow up Bacon.
It's the word I think of when I think of Yampy. You know, he stepped into this IGL role, and you.
Why do I flame you then? I just heard rumors of your Sage stats.
Yeah, we all
It's
know
not the
and love
Sage
cats,
pick.
But
It's
how
just.
about campers? Take it away, you two.
Yeah, it feels like you didn't join at the right time, Bacon. I'm not gonna lie.
VCT EMEA, but it might be a bittersweet one
hit the
today.
fan.
I'm now joined by Yampy
Oh,
from
damn,
BBL
this should be
and
good.
Kiko from Team Liquid. Now, you have all said that this is going to be the match you probably didn't want to play because only one of you can make it to Toronto. So I thought we'll take it all the way
Blow
back
up.
to the beginning.
Made the whole tier
and
2
have some
of Americas
feels.
is about to
Tell
blow
me
up.
the first time you guys met.
Bootcamp in 2023 in Netherlands.
Yeah.
Utrecht. Yes,
Do you remember?
in Utrecht.
What was the vibes as soon as you guys met?
It
You
was
got on?
good. Yeah. I like Gio. He's a great kid, so I had a lot of fun with him. But I think the better memory was when we came to Berlin, because I was his roommate. So I remember he came earlier than me, so he was there, you know, warm welcome from Mr. Kiko when I arrived to Berlin 1 year ago.
Wow, what's it like to live with Yampy?
He's very energetic all day, every day. So, you know, that energy kind of rubs off on you. So it was kind of fun. Also, it is a bit too much sometimes for me because I'm a chill person. So Yampy's very energetic. So we're complete opposites, you know.
Who's the messy one? You're the messy one.
Yeah.
What? Me?
No, him.
Yampy's very clean.
I mean, my room was messy.
Yeah.
The kitchen.
Do you remember the first game? Like, I'll count scrims, tryouts, whatever it was that you guys played together. What was that like?
I remember.
Yeah,
I don't know if you remember. When he came to Liquid, yeah, I think I remember. I don't remember who we trialed with, but I remember for sure.
How did it go?
I remember trials. I played so bad, but they, you know, I mean, I played bad for like the first ones because I just came back from holiday. But like, I
remember
better.
this.
I got better afterwards. So
Can't have been that bad.
Yeah,
I mean, you got on the team.
It was crazy. I think I went like 6-20 in a map. And
Yeah, to be fair, I can confirm because I think the first scrims wasn't good, but then towards the end of it was amazing. So
Oh,
trust me.
you turned it around.
Yeah.
Now tell me one thing about the other person that people don't know about. Like they might be surprised to hear.
I don't know if he's surprised, but he loves those instant noodles. You know, instant noodles. Instant noodles, you know, in the evening when we used to live together, you know, he was doing instant noodles or those packages.
Yeah. I think Buldak is my favorite. So.
Oh, taste.
I don't know.
You got taste.
Yeah. One thing about Yambo, I think everyone knows this, but Like, he's super into health and fitness. He convinced me to buy this ring that tracks your like performance, stress, and everything.
Where is it then? Oh, you have it on?
Yeah. Oh, we're matching.
Oh, you're matching! Yeah. Oh, that's adorable. That is adorable.
Oh, I didn't realize that you were showing.
Okay, and now last question, the $1 million question, because obviously everybody loves cats. What about Campy? Is that a thing?
Campy, yeah. We are passive players.
Or
Campers.
Campers, is that your name?
Yeah,
Campers?
Campers might be better, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, okay, we'll give the fan artist something to draw. So Campers, ladies and gentlemen, good luck today. It's almost too wholesome.
I feel like
Zondi, thanks so much for the tier 1. Thank you.
Teammates that if you were lucky enough to get one,
You know anything about the tier 2 Americas? Nah, I only know the same kind of rumors that are going around.
Today now, like one of them's gonna be knocking the other one
But
out.
when Sean starts ringing the alarms, you gotta pay attention. You gotta pay attention.
There is no point asking us to hype it up.
Yeah, it has to happen.
I'm gonna get the one and only Nats.
Again, I think Sean's going the best route
you
with
guys
it.
in.
You gotta be vocal as well. Oh yeah, it's this one.
When we had an exhausting game and we came to the next game that was tomorrow, and we fully lost. Because we didn't rest, we were tilted because we lost, we didn't qualify, and we were thinking about yesterday's game, that we could be there. We are not there. We need to accept that. Because I'm telling you, I did not forgive myself for being not 100% of the next game. And you guys will have the same if you not listen what I'm saying. Forget what happened right now. It happened. Every one of us got that experience. That's amazing experience. Without this experience, you cannot become a champion. That's needed experience to be. But tomorrow, after this experience, boys, we're either going very high right now, and we're beating all of the opponents that is going to be in lower bracket, or we let the emotions, let the results take control of us, and we just instantly lose the game. There is do or die tomorrow.
Corn Dog, Egg Dog, thanks so much for the 32 mums. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you. How do you feel about moments like this being filmed? That's good, dude. As you get some kind of insight into teams, that's awesome. Restacks with the 30 mums. Thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. Again, it's entertainment, man. We be seeing stuff like this. I think FNATIC played turns, Heretics didn't because they didn't. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why Heretics picked the Sova instead of the Teo. Because I know that you want to focus a little bit on Toronto now you're qualified, but that first seed with everything that's going on has never meant more. Skip Swiss, get the extra 2 weeks or 10 days, whatever it is. I mean, the Teo would have helped them. I still think they would have lost though with how they played. So. Okay, chat, this is a big game. Last team for Toronto.
Runs. On the side of Liquid, it has just been Nats. He's been kicking, dragging, screaming, carrying his team over the finish line. And
Split,
look at the
probably.
vetoes. Now Haven's going to get instantly picked, and you guys expected a split.
Oh god, it's another day at Team Liquid's house. We bound
Liquid got to choose between Icebox and Fracture and picked Fracture.
The last time these two teams went up against each other, BBL decided to ban that split. This time around, Billy, they go for the Lotus, and after what we've seen, many teams, I'd say no teams want to face Team Liquid in Lotus.
Yeah, I think as soon as they started running that double Sentinel, they've really kind of found their identity on Lotus, so that's no surprises, but of course, it leaves that split open, which was
What's
why
the start day of Toronto? 7th, I think.
Going into that split. We've been
7th of June.
For teams to punish Team Liquid split. We've seen them play it so many times, but looking at that Haven as the first map, this was one that BBL lost to Foot just the other week, but of course when they played Team Liquid in it during that regular season, they annihilated them.
I think it's
If we get a free map of me, I don't know how to predict anything these days. I thought, well, last game was going cloud map.
That you have a lot of experience in, and then Team Liquid, last time that they played the map was against you, as you said, it was on week 2. They rocked up a new composition, and many did not work. It was a 13-4. BBL had everything going their way. Now, something that BBL
The Toronto draws, I have no idea when they're doing it. You would imagine after EMEA.
In that composition again.
After EMEA, we might have 2 draws. We might have groups for EMEA and Toronto. I don't really know.
I don't think we're going to see that same merge coming from Team Liquid.
I honestly don't think it even matters what Team Liquid chooses in terms of cons, because there's something about just these ex-Gambit players not being comfortable on Haven. Nats calling on Haven is one of the
It's actually not wrong. Oh, they go for the double Sentinel comp and they get started on defense. That's nice.
Okay. I know that composition.
Chad, is this the same as what Na'Vi play?
Both of them moving into
I can't remember if Na'Vi play a Sova or a Teo. I think they play a Teo. I think this is the Na'Vi comp.
They do have a little bit of experience actually with the agents.
I love this. I love this double duelist pull-up.
This will be interesting. First time I've seen it.
I think it'll work really well against that double sentinel that they're going up against as well.
Na'Vi has a Vice. Oh, okay.
Finishing this best of 3 today.
Yeah, and this is where we expect BBL to start off strong.
Absolutely.
Dude, the deadlocks. The deadlock's good, huh?
Starting from the attack, you need to be convincing.
These two combos so well as well, especially for A main hold. I feel like you don't really want to risk trying to take A main against this. They get such a strong punish.
I'm interested to see how Nats calls around this comp. Clearly their identity at this point.
Yeah,
It could struggle a little bit on attack, but I don't know.
Last week was the frustration of waiting on his team being able
This
to
comp
make
isn't the
plans,
best on defense anyway.
Relying on Camo, what do you want as a duelist? How do you want us to be able to set you up? However, I do gravitate towards Serial as
Melch and
well.
Cookie, thanks so much for the tier 1. Thank you for the 35 months.
It's been really good for them.
It has been indeed. Here we go. Only one team can make it through.
The Talon comp, yeah, and Talon had
Right here.
Talon had some cool stuff planned as well, so they might have just stolen a lot.
Thank you very much, and indeed, the last ticket
This is the
to
map where they
Toronto
wrecked
will
Gen
be
G, right?
decided between these two. A lot to be talked about here, Mike, but let's go wide, right? Let's start at the start. Let's go veto. Let's go there. How do we make, well, what do we make of the veto here? Has this got you faith in the underdog, or is Liquid looking safe?
A hint of faith.
Okay.
And again, it's not as if I was writing BBL off in this matchup at all, but I feel like they've had to go through the motions in terms
Liquid
of
on defense, BBL on attack, and we're in some weird territory because normally like this comp's good for like 7-5, but then I'm looking at this comp thinking this should be good for like
which is why it's almost a positive to see the composition
8 on defense.
Kind of being the focal
Should be insane on defense, to be honest.
I guess if we're going to start talking about the players, we can talk about the comps here as well. Bit of an adjustment coming into today. Anything standing out to you there, or is it more just let's see how?
So yeah, I don't really know how that evens out, to be honest.
For me, Levin is definitely the focal point here of the BBL comp. See whether or not actually.
Serials look very comfy on the deadlock as well. If we look at the Lotus, instant reaction was to
here on the ice,
place the trip, put the wall down. It's always interesting.
Closer and closer here. Patitech
gives him a lot of gap out of there.
Actually will catch a pistol poking out. Yampy will fall. Spike noted as well.
Yeah, you're not going to get away with those kind of dry hits, right? Trying to just creep up on that. Already punished and a lovely player advantage. Going to have the security for the plant. Look at the post plant here. Still a little bit of util in play. Smoke goes down towards B main, but you can see what BBL wants to do. Take space elsewhere.
Okay, jump spot's nice. They still got the salvos as well.
So they're keeping that in mind. Drop of the smoke though, Serial. Gotta be cautious.
Oh, that is insane, bro. Some nice shots.
Again though, you look at the other side.
Magnum's gonna do a madness though. It's kind of all done to Magnum really. Yeah, he had to somehow get like 3. Okay, nicely done from Liquid. It's just another Sheriff coming out on top. Good shots from Camo.
Looks as if Levin was going to lock down the site.
I feel like the first kill made it look relatively easy.
Backstabs, I think maybe didn't even catch it on the other side, but an awkward timing on the smoke dropping.
Sushi Belly, thanks so much for the prime as well. Thank you for the 9 months, dude.
Kind of left BBL a little bit exposed on the backside here. As soon as he's come through, Camo able to pick up a couple of easy kills and to clean onto Sociable. Just around on the board, and I think, yeah, just to come back to a point you'd made.
Deadlock? No, Deadlock's so good, dude. You can see a lot of Deadlock.
Dry contact plays almost going to really struggle against Nats and Serial.
Once Teo goes out, you can have a lot of Deadlock. Most people that are running double Sentinel will lean into a Deadlock, I would imagine.
Deadlock fares. Ready, Kiko, willing to stick around for some time. Camo in the meantime as well, succeeding over towards, well, from Sewer. It is Profect to take away Kiko, who probably outstayed his welcome, but still, damage done. You're looking at the HP of Sociable.
Oh, that's it's an absolute shot, that is.
That's Camo gone. No surprises. And this is early. This is still 1v18. They can get under the skin a bit here.
Yeah, plenty of time to reset off this. But Levin and Sociable tag down to 35 HP. Weapons not retrievable either. Off of Camo and Kiko falling. So it'll be just a pause.
It's pretty good from BBL. The longer that they just cut sound and don't do anything, the more question marks that we can create. As we can see, it's not too many question marks because of the Cypher util, but
Feel as though obviously we know it and they don't, but
this is a very good way of handling this round though, right? Two potential guns down over towards C, so they stack and gamble C a little bit more with the A pressure. Just play an A retake together to make sure they don't get their guns, that's the priority.
On this progress towards Garage, it looks like there is probably from this, Sociable getting as far as he can towards the B side, and maybe a gamble of a read here.
Plant, at least.
Just going to go for the plant.
At least, well, regardless of outcome, we'll have the ultimate in the next.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They get ISO on next round anyway.
5 HP apiece and a 2v3 presented.
They're going to need some bangers in this. Yep. Sociable's already hit one. Going to need another. Ah, he's just behind it. That's pretty much put the pin on this, but Evan, 1v3. Nah, not going to happen. Liquid
okay, handled well though. I like the little stack from Liquid. It made a lot of sense with the gun stun.
Didn't need to disrupt that stack towards C.
The garage stun? You talking about this? What even is this? Where's it placed at the top?
And how they want to approach things, whether or not it's going to be. I mean, you've got to assume that maybe it's not the composition they've prepped for.
Yes.
It's something that to be aware of and be able to adjust accordingly. Oh, it looks sharp from the other POV as well. All things considered, necessarily going to come in here too upset about their start, BBL.
Okay, well, you would imagine BBL win this round. This comp, for people that haven't seen this comp, it's a classic. You pretty much win the rounds once you have these ults. That's why it normally gets like 7 on attack. Wait, dry ult? Dry ult? I'm not sure about that one though. It does miss, but...
Really good work up. Again, for Team Liquid, it is a bonus, so you're looking at those Guardians or maybe that Bulldog with Pad
The dry ult when you have the Sova... when you have the Sova drone, it feels mad to me, but...
So BBL definitely now readjust towards looking at keeping 5 alive.
Could be a nice paranoia.
Could set Nats in motion.
It's got to go soon, though. Ah, it's a little bit early on that, and there's the trade. So again, BBL happy. They'll sacrifice one. Sociable willing to go down for the greater good. And Patatech, it's really just see if you can maybe catch someone with you.
All is debate. I mean, it at least clears all the right side.
But they've got plenty of exits.
And actually the dart on that did try and tuck to avoid it. Not going to be able to do so here with the Bulldog. Feels like an awkward engagement.
I mean, honestly, I feel like that extra kill, I'll take it. I'll be happy with that one. Splarum, thanks so much for the tier 1, mate. Appreciate the 14 months, mate. Thank you for that.
2-1 here, and I actually thought Sociable was a kill backwards here, but it was actually Magnum to find Camo.
It's got to feel nice as well for BBL. The first couple of rounds, yes, they've been competitive, as we've seen, kind of getting the lay of the land.
Let's go!
But it was a good, as you said, clean entries on that C side. It didn't feel like there was too much, force back there. There wasn't too much pressure on their
1,
side.
2, 3, 4, 5, and you got 2 people here that can't buy.
Camo one away, but beyond that, still on the verge. Someone does over-deliver. Like Camo, for example, you're going to have your ult ready to go, and Prophet being removed certainly adds problems. Options become limited.
Certainly does. That's the second layer to this. Early creep up, the Cam will spot it. No progress.
Big Joe gun down in garage in a sec.
Spike is elsewhere at the minute for BBL.
It's been a good variety of trips at the moment. All's down as well, so they don't really have to worry too much over towards here. Needs to re-clear a garage once the trip gets shot.
Clearing back through so many tools for Liquid to play off of.
They are pulling Patatech over towards the outside, but oh my god, the timing serial! Oh, this is really tricky.
Yeah, I mean, he's lucky to be alive. That's madness from Kiko, but...
Kiko went in only off his own paranoia, which opens up opportunity for BBL. Patatech playing it well, but he was disconnected from that. unable to make much of the paranoia that was sent through earlier on, but he still gets his man, putting it down to a 3v2.
Big tool though here, Camo.
Yeah, Camo's going to ult this at one point, just waiting for people to get in position.
Gets Patstek ahead of it.
I thought that they'd try and wait, be a bit safer on this, let Camo cook it up a little bit, try and find something. Nat's now playing it in. I don't know if Magnum's watching, he certainly is.
Ooh, I mean, nice. Dude, if Levin just decides to have a map here as well, it's like the best possible agent to just start snowballing. Force him down to an eco as well, 2 away from his ult, he can get an orb, he can maybe get a plant, maybe some free kills.
The timing just seemed really awkward.
Yeah, a little bit, I mean, a little bit overzealous for Liquid, especially when they play against no smokes. Yeah, you don't want to play like this. You don't want to be facing all of this stuff that they were facing.
Huge fumble on their part.
And I'm going to roll your minds back. Keep in mind those words we heard from Nats on a set.
Yeah,
right?
that's a big misplay of a round. It's not even just like 4v5, it's 4v5 with no smokes.
Focus it. These sort of little
They definitely don't need to fight in the areas that they're fighting.
But those worry me, because that's going to be something in the forefront of at least my mind going forward, is that Liquid obviously looked a little bit shaky up against Na'Vi, but they looked exhausted. I think that was a fair assessment.
This is a really immediate walk out of B here.
It's that one bottom middle.
I mean, there's a trick
Nats is going to have to do a lot
to
here.
hold this, but I don't think the cam was checked by Magnum.
Nat's feeling the pressure now, though. Can he actually land the shot? Oh, it felt so close.
Chance.
Yeah,
nice shot.
Valuable still, right? There's still damage done here, and that flank. Don't
Yeah,
forget
Trip was
about
broken
flank.
behind as well, so it
Camo's
creates a
on the
lot
way.
of pressure, which
Now,
means
should
that
have
they
the
might
info on
be
this.
able
The ult was
to
invested, so Magnum should be locked in.
push into the site
And
when you know
shouldn't
behind
lose.
is
He
weak.
doesn't. Security found here. Now it's throw caution to the wind and make the play happen.
Dude.
11 ain't missing today.
If he plays like
But he's got
this,
his ult ready to go again.
that's
the
going to
man
be a
you
rough
want
one.
Feeling warm into this. And for Liquid now, brutal scenario for Kiko, who's been a wonder for this side as of late. But this round isn't going to be his. 11 confidence
Okay,
builders
another big
now.
Byrons. It's the second
Great
ISO.
start here on the ISO. Second ultimate by round 5. It's a huge win for BBL.
Oh,
I was going to say Nat's getting a chance. That's
Dude,
how it
what
looks
even
from
is
the other
that?
way, so can't really blame him for it. Awkward amongst the cage and the smoke. Yeah, the momentum's starting to build. Energy already being shown as well on the player cams. No surprises for a team like BBL.
90%. Dude, some of these after plant win rates are way too high. You got to remember that's with teams playing like full retake as well. Like the Teo meta is so dumb.
So they're going to get pumped up. They're going to get in your face, and that weight on Liquid will grow and grow. Hearing the ult come through. You're already going to see Sociable trying to take all that space. There's a lot of utility here, and a bit of a madman play from Camo.
Sure, he did it right though. He got the ult out of him. He actually gives him a bit of chance over towards side. Double kill Trip Swift. Nats goes down here.
Retake setup here on A side. Actually, Nats has already slipped the net.
My
He's
God.
got a head. He's
Oh
found
my
the
God.
spike, and he's got
Oh my God. Goes forward into the ult.
Still does so much damage. Profit though left in the 1v2. It's not safe yet. Oh, there it is.
Very, very nice. I think Camo did great here. I mean, getting the most important kill onto the ISO, that was good. I also realized that they need to get proactive against this ult, it looked like.
Maybe find something on backside, but fully commits towards Sua. A smile on his face as well.
Panatek's ult then came in, and you're thinking, Christ, where does he go? But he just fights forward.
Yeah, Magnum, actually almost ready for it as well.
Don't play Teo, yeah, but they used to play Teo.
Nice, guys. Good job. Yo, I got that point. Camo gets to first, and I didn't even know actually where his TP was positioned, but it almost looked like a full retake setup here towards A.
Working with the ult, this is no surprise here.
Serial.
Oh, good
That's
luck.
a real player. Oh, it's so simple for
It's instant.
Serial, that's gonna feel
That
rough.
is
Trying to get that
absolutely
spam on the cross,
instant.
maybe set up Kiko for a slightly lighter target. But they're trying to stick around on the side. Kiko is still here. They don't know about him as Panatek is drawing all that attention.
Ah, dude, what a silver ult this was from Yampi.
Sending it with a Hunter's Fury. This seaside, this garage take, yes.
This is one of those.
Obviously, but
It's one of those rough situations for Liquid where, like, every important buy round that is coming up against ults, 2 of them have been ISO ones.
Some of these hits.
Definitely going to be saving
Thick and
this.
fast from BBL.
Is the IGL for BBL, Yampi?
Don't expect Camo to be going for this one.
This has been a bit of a brawl so far, hasn't it? As you said, thick and fast the whole time. Blow for blow almost. Feeling it. Over there. Camo would love just to keep the rifle at this point, but it feels like the momentum hasn't settled yet, in my mind. I think as much as BBL have kind of taken a little bit more of the reins in the last couple, Liquid aren't out of the running by any means. We're still at 3-3.
No, definitely not. You think back to
DN, hello mate, thank you for doing that, dude.
About the previous series for Liquid, I mean particularly actually one of the men on your screen right now, Camo, the one that needed to be, I don't want to say reined in, but you know, maybe brought back on track a little bit. Controlled a little bit.
Spike down, C.
That's, yeah.
What's going on here? I think it's just a Twitch
really
thing.
Much of an option for Liquid to contest this at all. No surprise to see an early timeout from Liquid, because I do think even just as a visual test, BBL definitely feel as if they're in the driving seat.
Well, since we got to those gun rounds,
YouTube,
right,
the stream's okay, right?
The 2 out of the 3 that Liquid have are off the pistol. So, and again, if we start talking composition, it's a little bit harder to be so kind of obvious about it. You've got obviously the Deadlock and the Cypher there for Liquid, so that attacking side could get a little bit dangerous for them. It's more just getting a buffer that they're happy with, but these rounds...
yeah, that's the thing, with that sort of composition, you want to see BBL getting stopped at the front door. Like,
they ain't.
Either that or just, you know, completely giving up certain sites and you know, dare I say, being as bright as we saw maybe on that eco round where they're walking down mid, but yeah, Liquid don't necessarily feel as if they've got their foot in the door in terms of how this is playing out so far.
No, and it does really keep me very interested in the work that's been done.
There's nothing I can do, man. I don't know what's wrong with Twitch.
On the horizon next, if BBL are able to, let's say, really challenge Liquid here, maybe even take this one, you've got a potential map 3 really on the cards, because you put Liquid firmly with Split, right?
Yeah, we were talking veto, and it does ride on Haven, I think, for BBL.
I agree.
Okay,
then it doesn't
we got
like it's
the hero gun.
Look, we were having
the
this
hero
chat
gun
as
into
this is going to be
this.
Sheriffs and a Vandal right for Camo. So if Camo kicks off, yeah, we're focused up, but this looks again
Twitch
like
ratings my YouTube, yeah. Rated myself.
I can hit some of these, but nah, even Social was so ready. But we were talking about
Dude,
this
we
as
might
like
even
that
get like
on-play,
we might get a classic 7-5 still on attack.
Back to that weird feeling
We'll
of,
see.
but what if? What if? How?
Well, it's similar to the way you talk about Foot, right? BBL can't be any given Sunday sort of team. So, and already we've seen that demonstrated on the playoffs. I mean, the bounce back on map 2 versus Foot was phenomenal.
Unreal.
And again, that was kind of prep oriented, yes, and Foot kind of came looking as linear as they did previously, didn't really change much up. So whether or not Nats and Sirio have a say in this, but will fall. Camo probably just going to hold on to the
back.
rifle.
There we go.
But to come back to that again, BBL, like I said, they haven't really
disowning
reinvented
me.
themselves,
There's
but
nothing
they
I
come
can
with a lot of new pages to the playbook.
They certainly have.
For the viewers of Twitch that missed it, pretty much just Outlaw contacting to C. That's it. Reaction over towards A where they pushed up close, lost the kill.
After the game, once they knew that they were kind of up against Liquid, they were straight in the server. They've been grafting away, coming up with some new looks, new ideas, and so far so good. This is early days, right? Anything can change. Liquid in the next one, once they get the buy back up, it could be, you know, all good. But I've got to say, for now, it's hard not to enjoy watching the plucky
Slime Bunny, thanks
BBL,
so much for that in
right?
the
There's
YouTube chat.
something
Thank you.
Does make you believe, and it's
I
a lot
appreciate
of those,
that, dude. Thank you for that.
quantify.
We got Miss Hooley as well with the
upside
Prime.
from
Thank
a
you for the
couple
7
of these
months,
players
dude.
to go
Thank
pound for
you.
pound with Liquid. Because I'd say, if you look at it on paper, Liquid have some historic names. Some
I dropped all the dirt on that NA tier 2, yeah.
Oh.
I actually named all the names.
Not now. Not in a game like this.
Yeah, you missed everything.
It's just gone. It's a deep burn.
Being a Liquid fan has never been easy.
No.
Man. And for Yampy to be on the other side of it, right?
Uh-oh.
It's kind of hard to... It's not one of those stories that you see, they go, oh,
Did they not just really mess up? They know that this is in play. What the hell is this?
Now, focusing in on the survey here, we do see a lot of light shields. I still see that Outlaw there, sitting on 5.1. So, ready to farm up. This is...
What the hell was that? That's crazy. Ult for close, right? Gravnet goes over towards here, so once you push through window, they eat the Gravnet. Whoa, this is nuts.
And actually, the spam perfect from Nats. Everyone will fall as well, just down to 2, Yampy and Sociable.
Yeah, it's very similar to like their Teo ult, right? Where they just create mayhem over towards here and just push. From mid as well.
Quite special, wouldn't it? Surely not, though.
Never seen that
Good
one.
info here. Freebie. Ain't gonna get it when Nats is still standing. Kind of left adrift. Sociable, this is brutal.
Okay, well, they didn't get too much for the actual combo. Only the one kill that ended up being a trade. It's just the fact that Nats owned everyone. Dot Unsure Lucy, thanks so much for the prime. Thank you, the 11 months.
I wasn't gonna call you on it, man.
But then they're getting proactive and immediately you can see the disengage. Retreat away from that, don't want to overinvest. Felt a little shaky, looked as if actually BBL, dare I say, were ready for exactly that sort of thing.
Like, if Magnum was a little bit deeper,
it's not often you see somebody else.
No, they're definitely ready for like A pushes all the time.
I want us to see play the game, okay?
I think as well, coming back to
I think with how BBL are playing, they're very scared of instant grav net into Molly. So a lot of times they're like defaulting elsewhere over towards like middle or C, which again in this comp is like so fine. You want to farm orbs anyway. Oh boy.
Very pacey.
But
they're gonna go fact finding early. This is a 4-1 stack. You're leaving Nats all to his
dude,
own
is he even gonna
devices.
consider this?
If you're BBL, maybe you do take
Should do.
I don't say a slower tempo.
I think this might even be the gap that you can get through the
Look down C long.
angle.
Have a look at what they've taken here. Already, Kiko's got a lot of space and a very deep line to play with. Big info, frees up rotation, frees up ice, now turn towards B and A. They still have that deadlock util pretty much controlling Garage. They've got half of this map sewn up.
Yeah, Serial's desperate to keep checking the door, but Sociable's here.
There's a gap in this, though.
There is.
Cover going out.
Okay, oh god, the timing!
Jesus. But like I think if they want to react to what's going on, which I think was probably a little bit too early considering the wall was here, dude, they gotta swing. They gotta swing proper. They can't walk into the angle like that.
And they don't matter.
They got a little unlucky that this loads over towards middle, but this loads over towards middle because of the wall.
What's curious is actually the
I think they have to give it like 2 extra seconds because the wall just broke. And if they do this, they gotta peek proper for sure.
But it feels like Serial's looking the wrong direction, and he's the one that takes first contact. Well, I mean, he doesn't take, he gets his head blown off.
Okay, another big round where the money's gonna be in the bin. So we might get to 7-5, we'll see. We've got Loon 11, 2 away from ult. We got a lot of ults for Liquid, and we just got a fast set strat over towards A. It's gonna be another retake. It's gonna be another retake, and they don't have to use much util. Dude, it should be pretty much an impossible retake unless they go aggro over towards here. Maybe doable because of this ult, but as soon as we have this Omen Flash for whatever util they do, like it should be too hard to retake this. Where's the ult gonna be?
Where do they want to send it in? You're seeing the util being invested. Here it is.
The ult that clears under so that you can actually take a timing.
There's Fury coming in. This is all now layered. Sociable gonna catch Camo. Levin ready. Catching
Yeah, it is an alright try at it. It just can't happen, man. It just can't give up that side when they got Omen Flash. You just don't win.
Insult to injury.
So well equipped, and Liquid had a ton to throw at this retake.
Oh yeah, everything.
And they didn't even get off the starting block.
The protocols, the idea that, okay, as soon as this happens, cool, we're going to fight CT, we're going to just stand here, we've got this. Like, they know what the reactions are.
Yeah, they were. I mean, they were the turrets.
This is just purely.
I still like the idea from Liquid.
The fact that the BBL
like, the idea's not too bad at all. Ult goes from like top to bottom, so you take the space with it in terms of smoking here as well. Like you take this as the ult goes, it's not bad at all. Full pass and push down. Camo has his ult to retake. 11 has his ult as well for once they want to retake.
Plenty of tools once again.
Well, there goes the dry ult over towards B. They at least get a little bit of info. They might just keep pushing Nats here.
That's a big kill. An upgrade found as well.
Magnum doesn't need to overdo this. He's identified a lot of players here, but the rest of the team now starting to feel the pressure. BBL being kind of strangle-held on both fronts. Magnum, passive angle is nice. Trying to work with the others, and BBL digging in their heels. It's down to a 1v2.
They got 8.
Perfect.
Strong, man.
BBL with an outstanding first half.
Good.
Team Liquid, it's time to wake up, Mike.
Yeah, especially with the double sentinel, but I didn't really know how much it would get from it.
From BBL, Liquid almost have the wind blown out of them early on.
BBL are locked in, bro. This is like one of the best all better maps I've seen Levin have.
Chaos turning up here in the first half. However, it ain't over yet.
Liquid with a chance to answer back after this.
This is Elim? Yeah, when it goes to Toronto. Loser's done for like a month and a bit. Yeah, let me mute this so I don't get on. Yeah, when you have an ISO and the ISO is playing like this, it just becomes a little easy mode. Am I going to Toronto? I'm not sure yet. Is there an LCQ? Nah. Hasn't been an LCQ for like what? 3 years now? No, 2 years. I love LCQ though, man. I still think it's like... I still think it's up there with the Masters of how hype it is. You miss it? Yeah, I miss it so much, man. LCQ is like the sickest tournament. I think it's just nice. It's just a nice thing to have for every team of you had an awful year, but you can still turn it around. Like, even if you have the worst, I mean, the crew run's the best example. You just have the worst run ever, but your year's not done. Gives you some hope. Yeah, it's sick. Well, the worst feeling at the moment is like, well, and it's probably a big reason for like a lot of the changes as well. Because it's like, even though the progression is done, it's like you're still just out of it. And I also think LCQ is good because the LCQ is good because it gives teams a lot of hope, right? So you got all those teams that normally kind of rebuild within this period. It gives all of them hope, and like the 3 teams that qualify normally as well, it gives them an extra amount of time so they can perform better in champs. Like what should happen, they kind of get rewarded for qualifying earlier. It's the best ever tournament. I don't know why they got rid of it. It's so sick. It actually fixes like so many issues.
Forces you into being a little more passive, but sociable. Clean on the first.
Bro, sheriffs at the moment just dominate pistol rounds. They really do.
Counterbalance that, but FNATIC down to 49 HP could be a concern for Liquid going forwards.
It certainly could be. Liquid now looking for a man-out place, right? Someone to punish. An opportunity.
Doku, thank you so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you.
That first kill is brutal. Oh,
yeah, I'm not 100% sure what we're doing yet, mate.
More of those, and I'm on board.
Well, now a couple of overcommitments here.
Profec's not moving though. Profec's still chilling around here. He's still got a good bit of space. Don't think he can really compliment
it's a nice smoke. It leaks over a little heavier. You can peek behind it. Yeah. Oi, what? Dude, double pistol for camo, and they're trying to make sure they snowball them and get that ult early. What the hell was that? I mean, my guy's 180ing.
It's all 3. Pedal away down long. They've got the plant. You don't need to be making mistakes here. One way's up. This should be airtight.
A chance.
Airtight is all I'm going to say. I'm going to keep saying it until I believe it. No one's reacting though. This is good. I think Magnum now, you get that kind of feeling where you're like, right, the odds here have now started to sink away. So what does he try and do? Draw someone out?
Dude, imagine he had no armor. That would have been crazy.
I mean, you're not going to get the round, I'm pretty sure. Camo's going to get the
Okay, nice. I mean, nice round, bro. Dude, this 4th kill must be crazy.
As well, thinking back the previous series,
you
talk about the comms, the leadership from Nats. It was they needed to build upon some of those confidence rounds, the ones to get everybody back on their feet, energetic, noisy on stage, and just generally more vocal. So,
oh, that is.
No, it's gonna be. It takes a pistol round like that to get Liquid
AVP 99, sorry, even with the prime. Thank you for the 11 months, bro. Thank you for that.
I'm all for it.
Okay, what is this? What is this? More importantly, reactive smoke just to make them concerned that they're actually playing over towards the site. Sure. J-Rod Supreme as well with the prime. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you.
The second time now.
Dude, everyone. This is actually the most I've seen this pause played in one game.
Trying to seem intimidating. It's not working.
They're still walking up to you.
Oh, classic weird.
This one.
Smoked off, so maybe Magnum could do a little something here. Ooh, don't.
Definitely don't walk the smoke.
You've seen it 3 times already. It's like normally we'll say like max 2.
Maybe just feeling that someone was close enough that they called for that smoke to come in. It's just a guess, but this then puts it into the hands of these two, unless they go for that B approach. And it feels like Liquid are looking around for a tell, right? Looking around for something, looking around for any sort of info.
Well, I was going to say that trip going down there should tell BBL. Liquid are going elsewhere. To actually maybe try and burn.
Dude, this is what Talon did.
HERETICS.
Don't know if that was completely necessary, and now there might be an issue for Kiko here. Luckily enough, you've still got Nats firing, so they keep the man advantage. BBL mostly in the backlines, really. And Magnum's okay. Maybe they should have
got a lot of kills at the moment.
Attention, but there's a man deep.
Still should be fine just because of the util on site.
They've got to know there's still someone around. You can see that Magnum's kind of eyeing it up, but they're being as disruptive as they can be. But Serial this time is going to connect with 2, and Profek. They can go a little bit more. That would be lovely.
Okay, very, very nice. I wonder how much of the B spam we're going to see, because this is very similar. It was Talon against Gen G, I'm pretty sure, or it was like similar comps. Was it Gen G or was it T1? I can't remember. But either way, they just spam over towards B, because this comp can't hold or stop the original plant over towards B, and with the deadlock util as well, it takes them so long to actually like retake through side itself.
To follow through again. Equipment not necessarily
Talon versus Nongshim? Yeah, it's definitely Talon versus someone that I'm thinking where they just did this. I can't remember. But they just spam B all the time because again this comp can't stop the plant, and then once this deadlock wall comes in with the sonic sensors, it's a nightmare. See, they're in a good position to snowball. 1, 2, 3. That's 3 now.
Looking at Nats here, trying to progress, and he's gone down. Now he loses that fight. Didn't deeply clear, and BBL still have the bodies on the site here. Flood comes in. Team Liquid winning out on the site here, making this bonus look deadly. A 3v3 with damage done as well on Sociable. That's perfect. The plant will be lovely. Oh my God, Kiko, you are a brave boy.
How's he allowed to do that? How's he allowed to do that? Tap with the spike and they insta-fast flood, and it looks like they weren't ready because no one was expecting that. Dude, no one even reacted. I wonder if there was some like comms as he jumped down. I felt like no one heard it.
Again, maybe you'd argue it's just a gunfight that decides this, but I mean that's
there's a 410 watch streak. Wait, what?
Yeah, the
pretense. 410. Ow, dude.
I mean, it was one and lost. It felt here really. Social getting back.
I mean, they're here before the spikes even planted, so BBL making absolutely the right decision in that scenario.
That's insane. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate the tier 1 as well. Thank you for that. Big play. 410 is nuts, mate.
No one's cleared. He's still here. He's still standing.
Yeah, he did really good to get 2. This is nice from BBL. I wonder if they, you know, that eco rounds where even I was considering that they might start to spamming B hits. This is a good reaction from BBL. They really wanted to do this early, right? Make sure they can shut down B so they just don't get spammed. This is a good call from Yumpy, I feel like. Just fighting B early.
Here for Liquid. Concerning response for BBL here. And no surprise to see the timeout button pushed here ahead of round 17. BBL on double digits. Ultimate starting to come online as well.
kind of missed the one bleep on that one.
Staring down the barrel here. Again, just to say as well, Levin has just had a lights-out performance so far.
And when we were talking about kind of BBL's win conditions, you are looking at X factors, right? Because pound for pound, you'd normally go Liquid side. Maybe not on this map completely, but you need someone to step into those roles.
Absolutely, yeah. And to look at this veto and say that Haven's the question mark, I think that's definitely been answered now. It's going to take a miracle for Liquid to work back in here. It's only 4 rounds, but how this has felt, it's felt a lot more one-sided than a 10-6.
It absolutely has. I mean, those pistols certainly.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, it's pistol and round 2 on both sides. Outside of that,
what 4 rounds really gathered from them, but into the buys. It's been one-sided, and I've got a feel if we're going to get a series out of this, Split needs to be a quick course correction for Team Liquid. That is a map that has been theirs day and night. If you left it open, it was always going to be picked by them. But
Perfect timing for it. 5 people can get one shot.
It looks like they have. Better the devil you know, I guess.
Did they just spam in B again? Was this that it failed so badly? Let's do it again. They won't stack B. Cool.
They have to make it through this. And the way they're facing these rounds, into those gun rounds,
Yeah, it feels like it. It failed so badly that they won't be stacking B this time. I mean, it's a good call. Boy, the clone that blocked the plant, that's huge.
It does catch the clone.
Very nice.
So nothing through here.
And that's the end.
Seeing that becoming more and more popular. Very well done.
Wait, they have no idea. They have no idea.
It's a fine margin. Liquid digging in deeper this time. Big round for them. Camo still
God, this was
sticking around here. They can't afford to let this one
This is a
slip. They can't afford
masterclass
too
of a
much damage
timeout, by
either.
the way.
Keep
It had so much going for it. It had the theory of we call the same strat or a similar strat just because they had 3 fighting on site. They can't do that again because everyone else is weak. So we do the same thing that we just did because it failed so badly. And then we're like thinking of the layers of terms of the ult. We make sure that our clone actually goes in front of the planter. Everyone else is pathing to the right to make sure that the clone's going to get hit by the ult. Oof. This was nice, dude.
Actually, yeah,
That was really good. It was a great timeout from them.
Here on the side of the purchase for BBL, but see how things do settle down.
I guess they do have the ults. We've got Sociable and Yampi's there. Quite nice in combination. Profek as well, if a situation does call for it. But you're right, the buy's certainly not comfy.
Big round, though. Gets really close if Liquid can win this.
One with an ultimate to his name for Liquid. 2 off for Camo once again, though.
Watch the check, yeah, we
extremely
set up.
active in the second half.
Sociable, I think. Whoa,
It's a great shot.
Big shot from him. That's Camo removed.
Drone will spot out here. Actually finds a tag as well. Aztec able to escape with his life though, but cover going out. Kiko finds a response here. A 3v4, not done just yet.
They're struggling to get deep on these sites, right? Look where these kills are coming.
Oh my god.
It's just a shot in the dark.
He's gonna be Kiko's gonna be so annoyed.
Yampi's done beautifully with that. Panatic and Serial still trying to shuffle up towards A long, but they've got a nice passive camera there. Mike, this could be 11. It's looking real likely to be 11. Serial does have his
I mean, it's a free side. They get really early info. They can fast flood if they want to, especially off of the plant. I think they gotta wait for everyone, especially with the Yoru going fast behind, but yeah, this is nice from BBL, especially considering the money. This ult is just so worth doing. Off of the info, you can use the flash, we can get out of there. How? Wait, how? No way, how? That's crazy though. First of all, how's Patty killed too? And how's Serial not dead? Yeah, and he can just delay the whole time. No way, bro. That's crazy 2v4. And it forced them down to an eco as well. Dude, they're even using the ult to make sure that they don't lose the 2v4.
But Patitech finds one ahead of that.
I don't know how Patty gets 2 under.
Then Serial slows down Sociable.
They both ate their team flash.
Fantastic work.
Hey, what flash was
by the
this?
finest margin, Serial clings to life.
Oh my goodness.
That's what you like to see.
Well, just caught the end of that one.
That one almost felt like a done deal, with the ultimate being invested, the paranoia being the pivotal part there for BBL. A major swing round potentially here for Liquid.
And they need a bit
It's
of that
2 fingers,
right?
dude. That in the UK.
Ones that get your heart racing,
I'm telling you, that in the
possible.
UK, that's
Now, totally different, right?
That's definitely to give it.
So,
I don't know about everywhere else.
And for BBL, they can never feel comfortable in this series. There is never going to be a moment where you can fully feel comfortable. This is still Team Liquid's game to lose almost.
Well, Liquid should convert out of that.
Is that a red? Nah, we encourage that. That's good.
Profek and Magnum with their ultimates, but not necessarily an ultimate that's going to swing around here in BBL's favour. I pray I haven't spoken too soon.
I don't think your curse is that strong. I think you're alright. We'll see.
Well, the fact you've said that now.
I'm doubling down.
We've seen some
ain't me.
wacky Omen ults recently.
And we got a whole lot of sheriffs.
Oh, the sheriff's one outlaw to just farm everyone as well.
Country and Western out here. And it's patient from Liquid. They want to get a read on everything.
Camera
Everything feels
contact
dangerous.
into flash.
Far.
Nice setup here as well with Paranoia.
But I feel like... Okay, yeah, you TP, they don't hear the TP.
On the TP being
And
sent
then,
out.
okay, that's cool. I was going to say, this setup makes no sense, but as soon as the TP gets invested, then it makes sense.
It'll be fine, Michael. You said it was going to be fine.
Here we go, let's see it. Double damage into TP.
It is a trap play, and Yampy's in
Oh, that's a nice setup. That's a brand new one. That's cool.
doubted your curse and I was wrong. And look who it is again. The saviors from that previous round this time. You're going to have to go even further. And they're doing it.
They do a back-to-back 2v4.
Not another 2v4, it's the same two.
Talk about heroics. This would be
Dude, this would completely... Your morale would just be so
just
gone.
slowly following the steps of FNATIC.
They're going to go pick up the
Hero of the
guns. They
hour.
should know they're going to go pick up the guns or they're going to stick around. They hear one of them running away.
The ult could have come in, but Magnum's been caught here.
Yeah, and they heard the other, so they know where he is.
Again, and the 1v1. Serial up against Magnum, and Magnum's been nasty
good wall.
with this. I've got to see composure from Serial now.
Dude, he has double sonic sensor.
Magnum already tagged down to 45.
Show me a caliber here.
I was going to say, he hit a little headshot on a jump peek earlier.
Serial looks a bit
He goes heaven. I mean, he gets full info of when he's broken it.
Magnum stepping closer. He's got a corner to play from. He's cleared close sight. Down half HP, 45 to play with. Can he read the position? Serial. It's all eyes on you, mate. Nerve-wracking moments here.
Whoa, he committed. Oh god, just off they gave it as well last round, so now Magnum's giving it. Holy.
And the curse comes true, Michael. That's a brutal way to face your fate.
Dude, he committed.
I mean, after the first tap on the spike
Dude,
here,
this was a lovely
no
little
audio
trap play.
cue, no peek, no nothing. I think Magnum figures out the reposition. And I gotta say, I hate that repeat from Heaven in that scenario where
Yeah,
there's nothing else
it's
from
insanely
Magnum to
committed.
really check on. It's so clumsy to jump up onto the edge.
It feels like that, right?
Dude, this is what I like, because as soon as someone gives it, now everyone's giving it.
But just to come back, a beautiful setup from BBL. A sigh of relief. And this was even with Sociable. Like I said, he's timed the TP, but he actually gets ahead and catches the Paranoia. And it's him that ultimately is the one set in motion to do damage. Testing
The
that
big changer
composure
from
once
BBL
more,
going
Liquid.
aggro, fast
A
behind.
tilting round to lose.
Yeah, I'm just going to see Yampy leave the site. This is a free site. It's going to be a little bit like we spoke. Wait, what the hell's Yampy doing?
But he's fallen. FNATIC trying to lead the charge. There's still bodies here. Levin, one of them. The heavy hitter falls. Serial this time.
I don't know about that call from Yampy, man. I don't think that's the call, dude. How's Magnum done that from heaven? Dude, how's he gone past the TP? Did he TP past the trip? Okay, he heard him. And then he faked the footsteps. That was smart. Dude, what a shot. What the hell's going on in this round? There's so much going on.
Serial shaking in his boots from that last time around. Very hard position to clear here. If you want an experienced player, you're looking at Nats. Serial following his footsteps like a lost puppy. The double swing.
Okay, nicely done with the double swing.
Out of it yet.
Dude, that was smart. I'm pretty sure, where's my mouse died? Pretty sure,
That was a Nats round. You get
that's
one
gonna
of
be
those
my
every now and then. You
my
get 'em
PC,
more
not
often
yours.
than not, it feels like. But 9 to 11.
I'm pretty sure Nuts heard the TP over it and then did fake footsteps.
It's unrelenting for Liquid. The way in which these rounds play out, they just don't have a chance to take a
Oh, that
breather,
shot is.
regain composure almost. By the skin of their teeth again. BBL will be back down on a lesser purchase here. Ultimate for Levin. Guardian in the hands of Profek, who wants to stab at things. It's away relatively unscathed.
Is there just going to be a brawling garage here?
God, I hope not.
Whoa.
Ski. Yeah, didn't fancy that. Serial leading the way. Should be able to clear a good amount of this side. Even the back side feeling good now. It's 3-2 split though.
Yeah, might just want to keep this one simple with the C site.
BBL, again, you're looking at the Sheriffs, you're looking at Profek mostly with his card.
Yeah, Camo just needs to make sure he doesn't give him a free gun, especially with the eco. You got to stick together with your team here. It's a little scary.
From Camo. Gotta keep keeping it clean. The C site littered with util now. Bolstering the defenses, but caught Camo. Gets his gun back out in time.
So Patty could maybe at one point throw his gun away. Throw his gun away and just go die somewhere.
He has a look.
I feel like it might be worth.
Liquid, this is good. This is really good.
Definitely clean.
Yeah, here we go. He's not going to throw the gun away, it looks like, but it's fine.
That's it. A flawless round would be another boom in terms of the confidence for them. Patstech on the first 11. A consolation
Yeah, he should be
at least.
saving.
Nothing else for him to find. One round separating them. And I got to be honest, BBL, the ones walking the tightrope in terms of the finances here.
Yep.
You almost want a reset in between here. Because it's very late on in the day. Yeah, because what's behind this? It's basically 1,500 credits. It's bad math for me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 4 of them can't buy next.
Wow, a couple of hundred off.
Some money coming in. Who knows? But this is tense now because as much as Liquid is, it feels muddy, they're still winning out these rounds. They've closed the gap up.
Whoa.
And that's a steal. Nats has been caught, Levin. Locked in on this. Got to find him. Oh,
Bro, how's he all the way over there? He walked out all the way to the side.
Gives away the operators in play by finding him, but still, 1-for-1 trade. Profek now defending the line. Paranoia in. I think Serial didn't get affected, but it doesn't matter. He's still standing. Profek is alive.
Oh, dude, there's 3 on C. If they try 4 C, they're dead.
Support now in. Liquid, do you carry on? It feels like Serial's on a bit of an island.
He somehow managed to lark in an ISO wall. Dude, he was so wide on it. It was nuts.
Regroup here for the adjustment. Profek, no further.
Oh,
Nice from Serial,
boy.
though. That calmness delivers. They wanted to clear those question marks, costing them there.
Yeah, and they get the free sight.
Really want to get away from the site. Does he slip the smoke? No, he's respected it. It felt like he was considering
Good
it.
grab,
Moment.
Nat.
He's still trying to find a way forward here, but he's been caught by the trap, caught in the net, and it's time to play back through. Kiko does well, gets back to his feet, clears his vision, but Yampi bulldozering the site.
Big Joel.
Serial, oh, just about gets locked in on this. Trying to fight for his life.
Go trade on this one. Dude, why is it always Serial and Batty in these rounds? It makes sense with the agents. Gotta give them that. Oh man, the 4v3 re-clear with the low HP solo smokes and garage though. Dude, that's a weird way to play as ISO ult though. Walk through his own shield like that.
BBL to call a timeout.
Dude, the fact that Nats has managed to just sneak that far to the side though is insane.
Beautiful stuff.
Sliggy changed your shirt with a tier 1. Thank you for the 10 months, mate.
Tied up 11
No,
apiece, like I said,
just a
now
coincidence,
BBL
mate. Thank you for the 10 months.
in a rough spot in terms of the money. Again, no spoilers. There's 2 rifles on the board.
BLR users hate Serial, but he's actually playing good. Yeah, he's the thing that like a lot of people don't get is that he's just been put into roles that he hasn't played before, so it's always going to be like always going to be a learning curve for him.
Conversation there, maybe a set piece in mind, maybe just a
He
couple
got
of adjustments coming into this one, but
I mean, he had a lot to do.
I mean, it almost looks there with his body language. He's
You can't change your name? Yeah, bro, it's because you changed your name to Sliggy change your shirt. Which was like what? When the tech pauses was happening, it's like 2 weeks ago. How many days is it? 90 days? I mean, you got like 2.5 more months. If you're 2 weeks in, and you've already got regret. You got 2.5 months left of that.
I was trying.
Sub to some British streamer.
Man, I got no sympathy for you. I got no sympathy, man. You sometimes you just gotta learn the tough lesson. You know the tier 2 players in Americas, they're about to get banned or whatever is gonna happen to them. No sympathy for them, no sympathy for you. Sometimes you gotta learn the hard lesson.
They want this one to be theirs. Liquid showing that pedigree.
Sometimes you just gotta learn the hard way.
Legendary players on this side. Now they gotta make it count. Slow and cautious steps towards C. What's the go signal? It's now. Salvos towards the back of Plat. Sociable instantly cleared. Serial with a banger. Overwhelmed, maybe not. Serial does so well here. Good trades on towards Profek. Clearing out the site and they control it for themselves.
I think Serial's having an absolutely stacked attack side, to be honest. People will probably flame him for the 1v1 and the 2v4, but they did good to get it in there anyway. And these big rounds, man. Like that entry was nuts. Whose stinger works like that?
Players to make those stingers look so damn good. But he doesn't need to do it all. Levin's still standing. We need to see Levin get into this, but Panitek's reposition is lovely as well. Levin looking for his man. Nats takes down Yampi. It's really on Levin. He knows about Nats. He doesn't know about Panitek. And timing is everything.
He's like, what the hell? And where the hell's the other guy? Holy man, Nats. Nats is, dude. I just feel like Serial's done incredible there, though. How have they managed to get this back? How does Yampi's stinger work like this as well? There's so many questions right now.
Already it's this close. Liquid. I mean, this is just outrageous from Yampi.
He's actually got it down.
But yeah, Liquid with a course correction here. Come on.
Professional. That's funny, dude. Thank you for the bits as well.
Flip this on his head and close out map 1.
Okay. One chance left. And they're going back to the B strat. The thing that they wanted to do at the beginning, we go Yoru ult to give them a lot of space. It's a B fake and they actually pivot over towards C and they have full C control. Trip's gonna let them know that they're pushing behind, and that's that's really, really bold, man.
Looking like they're back from the dead. Revitalized and back in charge.
Dude, BBL, what a brutal way to start this one off, because you gotta feel like you should have won this.
Should be the checkmate, right? Vintage, classic. Serial, gotta be careful though. That's
yeah, that's it, the guys. That right there is way too much. God, thank God for Nats, man. He's just the security. Wait, the ult hit? I didn't even realize the ult hit. That was crazy, dude. Feels like there's a lot of shoutouts needed here. Nats, Serial, Patty.
I mean, regaining composure.
Yeah, Nats is having a go at Kiko for something. Maybe he's like.
Definitely a big start for them. Have to see how this carries across into map 2, Lauren.
I don't know what. It's interesting. And that's did Kiko have a
carry the game in the moments when it needs to be carried, okay? Michael, focus up on the calls. Focus up on securing the rounds when it needs to be secured. And boys, remember, this game doesn't need to be emotional. We are better, and let's show that on the server. Energy balanced, and let's go.
Dude, that replay is so good. I like the speech, man. The speech into Patty giving it with the 2 fingers is incredible. Yeah, so he was probably just having a word with Kiko about just don't worry too much. That he's maybe been a bit too harsh on himself because he didn't have the best game. Something like that. Score, yeah, I mean, we went 10 to 9. 10 to 19, sorry.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let me spam some ads while we wait. That was BBL's map, right? Slimetry, hello mate. Thank you so much for that, Slimetry. I appreciate everything from you, bro. Thank you for the 16 months as well, man. Thank you so much for everything, dude. Dude, that's a really hard, BBL wise, that's a really hard game to recover from. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
You don't see comebacks like that every day. Welcome back, everybody. I'm now joined by Petra and Billy once again here on the desk as Team Liquid take map 1. Now, both of them changed their comms today, and we've seen teams from other regions such as Talon, you know, over in Pacific, using this comm that Liquid ran specifically to counter the FNATIC comm. So, Billy, they came with the right ideas today.
Yeah, and like we said before, you know, this is something that they've been kind of leaning into. It was kind of their whole identity on Lotus, making Serial, I think, as well, feel more comfortable being able to play on that Sentinel role. But yeah, it's funny that we come into today and they have something to directly counter. BBL also playing, yeah, their chosen comp.
But you got to feel for BBL though, Petra. They had this.
Yeah, they looked very dominant, especially in the beginning, and even near the end, they felt still dominant, but they couldn't close out the round.
Why do you think that it came down to this? How did Liquid make that comeback?
I think Serial also stepped up near the end. In the beginning, he had a very rough time, and yeah, I think maybe he was nervous in the beginning, or he just needed to get a moment to. Yeah, go on.
I think it was like 1 kill in the first half, but then as we came into the second half and take a look at this clutch from Serial and Paddy, Petra, I think this is what you're talking about. They were stepping up in those situations, winning 2v4s like back-to-back at one point. How much confidence does rounds like this give you when you're making a comeback?
Oh, a lot of confidence. Sometimes you feel like you just need a few kills, like to DM a little bit, right? To warm up a little bit, and yeah, once you get there, it's possible to be unstoppable.
I mean, name a better combo than BBL losing advantage situations and then losing out a map. This is something that we've seen time and time again from BBL throughout this stage. And I think it's something that you would think that they've gone ahead and, like, you know, kind of fixed those mistakes. But no, it's just something that we keep seeing from them. Oh, I'm surprised we're showing that. PATITEC, choosing to answer back with violence, I guess.
He's always yapping. I love it. I love it. I mean, it was a wholesome. We set out to be a wholesome rivalry, but let's not forget it is for Masters Toronto. You know, they want to be able to make it back. And speaking of players stepping up, Nats, I owe you an apology. I didn't realize your Haven game was this strong. But again, Petra, when you have an IGL leading from the front and also getting those clutches towards the end, it helps.
Yes, it helps definitely. Yeah. It's amazing. Like usually the IGLs are a bit quiet, and it's just nice to see your IGL shine, right? So. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And he was screaming at Kiko towards the end. Is there like a rift in Cats Nation right now, Billy?
I hope not.
What's going on?
I really hope not. I love the whole Cats Nation thing. So yeah, no, I hope not. I think as well, like, something that we've seen from Nats the past week or so is the kind of frustration of, like,
here we go. Oh, no, this was like nice. And then it just, Oh, what's going on? I want love to know what he said.
Yeah, sorry, I had to rewatch that because I didn't quite like catch it at the end of that match. But yeah, I think, like we say, it's not something that we're used to seeing from Nats, you know, getting frustrated at his teammates. But he wants to make it back to another Masters again, so it's understandable.
He could be saying something encouraging, to be fair, because like he has a bit of a default facial expression sometimes.
Yeah, we're being quick to judge.
We could be reading it wrong, but huge there from Nats to bring them back. But what does this mean as we head to the next map for BBL? Petra, what would you be saying to your teammates right now if you were to lose map 1 like that behind the scenes?
Well, don't make stupid mistakes near the end, because I felt like BBL could have closed it out if they didn't do individual mistakes. So if they just fix that, it's an easy win for them.
Oh, would you say that to your teammates? Like, hey, those mistakes were stupid, let's not do that for map 2?
Yes, of course, definitely.
But sometimes they need to hear that though, right?
Yeah, it's whatever it takes, right? You want to go to the final, so yeah.
Do you think that they'll be able to fix those mistakes in the space of, like, going from one map to the other?
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Okay. Oh, for sure. But it will be on split. This is where Billy Liquid should do better, even better than they did on Haven.
Listen, we've been praising both of these teams actually for the amount of preparation that they both bring to each and every single match. It's probably one of the reasons why they've gotten so far in this playoffs bracket so far, is because both teams do come prepared. So I think, yeah, this is where I look at BBL and I think, what have you prepared? We've been shouting, you know, teams need to counter what Team Liquid have been running on Split. They've played it so many times throughout this stage. They've got such a great win rate percentage on it. Obviously, like I mentioned before, they lost it to FNATIC the other week, but up until that point, it was 100%. So there's plenty of coverage on them for BBL to have gone back and looked at and think, okay, guys, what are we doing here? Are we going to see more composition switching up again as well? That's something that I think isn't completely off the table.
No, and my eyes kind of go to Yumpy and Magnum on the other side of this as well. They're the veterans. They've been to so many events in the past too, so they must be, you know, the ones to give them a bit of a speech backstage. But as they set up on stage here, is the answer changing comps, you know, or does it really not matter at this time? Because Pedro, we hear so often from players that sometimes it does come down to the day. If you're feeling it on the day, it doesn't really matter what you're playing.
I mean, if I look back on how we were changing comps sometimes we did it on the day, and it worked for us because it's like fresh air and everyone is so hyped to play your agent and you get a lot of confidence, but it can also go downhill very, very fast.
And how hard is it to go against a comp that maybe you didn't expect the other team would change, you know, having to make that up on the fly?
Yeah, it can be hard because you're not prepared for it, depending
BBL?
on,
Yeah, they should have known this
is
is getting
and
picked.
stuff. Yeah, it can be hard, and it's very good to fall back on basics.
Double-edged sword here, but there's one thing that we know for sure, Billy. Nats is going to stand in vents.
Why wasn't Yumpy this vocal in Team Liquid? No, he was very vocal in Liquid for us.
Oh man,
Yeah, Yumpy was very, very vocal.
Nats for getting away with
they just can't.
He just wasn't maybe given like.
Literally, the
I think when he was calling it,
like
there wasn't full trust in it. There was sometimes there was like overcalls and stuff like that. He didn't really get a proper go at it.
He's probably behind you.
Yeah,
just turn around.
What's the solution, Petra? How do you stop Nats?
I don't know. It's so hard to counter someone who's very comfortable in that position. So he knows all the moves, like the tiny steps, but the tiny timings, and yeah.
You're a lurker. We've seen you lurk on so We've seen you lurk on so many things. So is it as easy, do you think, as to just catch the lurker?
It can be easy if they give you the room, then yeah.
Okay. We thought Kaya
a Sage and a Deadlock.
Now, you were a fan of the Sage on Icebox.
Yeah.
Petra, are you a fan of the Sage on Split?
No, not really. No.
It's a bit 2021, right?
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what they do with this double Sentinel setup. You know, we were talking about double Sentinel going up against the double Duelist on the previous map, but now that
it's a weird one.
flips round, right?
I mean, it's obviously going to be good on defense.
Sticking with what they know,
as soon as it gets to attack, as soon as it gets to attack, and Camo can.
And playing that double Sentinel instead.
I mean, I imagine Camo would
wait to see what kind of traps that they have set up, right? This is such a trap-heavy map.
Like Camo will get a lot of kills. Camo will get a lot of kills on defense with an up here.
I'm interested to see how they utilize that Deadlock and Sage.
Yeah, Magnum never played Deadlock before. Sociable.
Liquid are going to have to take a lot of space early on.
But this is
that's for sure.
Got. Pansy and Hypok. Is it going to be enough to dig them out of this hole?
What's their comp again? How do they passive pressure A?
No, I don't like Sage. Okay, the proof is in the pudding, right?
They can't passive pressure A on attack, can they?
To reinforce the statement that BBL constantly trying to reinvent themselves. This
Sage wall doesn't really work like that.
Again, it kind
They've only got an Omen smoke. Dude, this comp can't get more than 3 rounds on attack.
Just to throw a complete spanner in the works. Obviously, lots of set pieces possible between Magnum and Sociable here. We'll have to see. I mean, this is basically bolstering towards a very strong defensive half.
I mean, this is gonna be weird, man. This is gonna be really weird. Like Liquid probably need like 4 rounds on attack, I would say.
It's even harder. So I'll say yes. Well, Michael. Let's see how it goes.
We've got Liquid on attack. We've got BBL on defense.
In the kitchen, cooking up something brand new. As Team Liquid have been prolific on this.
The comp is great on defense, but I just don't think it can actually do anything on attack.
You can see what Liquid are eyeing up here.
Because if they want to entertain the idea themselves, stun will come through, slow things down. BBL actually proactively clearing with the boombot here. Won't necessarily figure anything out on the back of that. But again, these early rounds look towards Liquid trying to figure out.
They're bringing back the old school where you insta wall over towards A, and then so you do this all the time, and then the punish is that you can't really break the wall with one person because you could potentially, it leaks out a little bit over towards here, so you could be on top of it as well. So if you're like on your own, you can't really break the wall because you would just get swung on as soon as you start shooting it. Instead, they get the comms come out that the wall is here, that the wall's going to break at set time, and then the insta group and get ready to pounce on what you would imagine would be a weak site, because obviously they had the wall here, so there shouldn't be many people over towards A. It's a great shot, what the hell?
Lovely little synergy there. Good chip damage too towards Serial. Isolator fight on Kiko. Lovely little back and forth from BBL. The Patatek's still
Jesus,
alive. This
Yampy.
man
What
is
the hell is this
deadly.
pistol from
He's
him?
got a 1v2. He's got 14 seconds though. Really tough here. Gotta find a fair fight. Does Magnum giving it? Oh,
I mean, that is a nuts pistol from Yampy. He hit so many nice shots there.
I love that synergy there. That was a lovely
2-1 on the
between
pistols.
the two.
It's even on the back of actually the fault line going completely wide. I think as well, because Sociable catches the first cross, I think, and there's a little bit of hesitation, potentially maybe thinking it's one player lurking in.
Yeah.
At that point, you've got to think Sociable's the one that's, you know, dead to rights. Going to be chased down, but...
Nice! Let's go!
I still think Yampy has one of the best land nices.
Yeah.
That's the experience there. That's a veteran. For Liquid though, I think it is going to be that learning process, right? And also
Okay, insta wall over towards bottom middle with a smoke as well, so you can't freely. You have to see it all to break it, I guess.
Affects the next couple of rounds. Camo.
And then you get the early rotate with lots of numbers. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a lovely grab net nade combo though.
This composition with the trips, the traps, everything thrown down with that paint shell on top. Camo, yes, he hit a great shot. I doubt he's going to get more. That is one of the really strong points
Nice
of this
setup from
comp. I'd
BBL
love to see
though.
that back. Sorry, yes, I keep
Light
putting you on the
info over
spot,
towards
but
middle.
again, this was something that Des was kind
The
of
good
talking
news
about
is,
here.
as well, for them is Liquid didn't go
sort of
middle,
set
right? So they
pieces
didn't
that
actually see
Again,
the
BBL, depending on how many of them
the deep smoke
got
with
in their back
the
pocket.
wall.
Liquid early on. I mean, the choke points just become deadly. If you can't draw out some of this utility on the
Yeah,
side,
my guy
BBL,
throws a nade and then gets an instant nade back.
walking into the blender. Especially with the way some of these rounds play out on split traditionally.
Now we get into the fun part though, right? This is where...
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. And then when you try and break the wall, you get punished. And Nat should know this, dude. This was a 2021 special. He'll like shoot a couple of bullets, then he'll check up here. Shoot a couple, check up, shoot a couple, check up.
Obviously these angles and these newer positions.
There's
that
no
could
way
become available.
Nat should get caught up by
Obviously with
this.
the utility in middle being put into play does
This
slow
is
down the
literally like the
approach. It
20,
slows down the entire
even
game plan,
2020.
really.
It does, yeah.
People are doing this the whole day.
Doubling up.
Paint shell.
Oh.
Net just missing there.
I'll see a Nats. Going to potentially catch a timing here, but in mid. Trade-off.
Big jewel on A. Yeah, I was going to say big jewel because the wall's going down.
On the back of the wall dropping.
Sociable's going to have a tough time dealing with Nats. He's such a diligent player in these solo efforts.
It's a cool trip from Magnum though. The one on the back of the
Only has a
ropes.
ghost here, so should be outgunned. My word, Magnum, very nice, and he knows Nats is nearby. Just missed the timing. He wanted to get up on that box, maybe get a slightly different angle, but Yampy trying to fill the void. But it is a 2v3. Now, obviously, we know all these players are heading over towards A now. Support coming in from Profek, but Liquid facilitating the cross.
It won't land. Yeah, now it gets a little awkward when you're locked down.
Oh god, no plant as well.
Okay, that's a mad one, because that's 15 seconds. It removes a player away, so it almost encourages you to work forward. Nats is unaware!
He's not expecting him to just send it for a smoke.
Serial. A little bit shaky in the first, an upgraded weapon there for Profek 2. Let's see if he can hold his nerve this time. A big opportunity, big timing,
Nice
and a
shot.
big kill. The 1v1, it's Yampy on the other side, and Serial closing the net here, closing the gap, and Yampy chose wrong. Simply put, Serial now has the upper hand. It's a shot in the dark, and
Okay,
it's
nice
a clean shot
1v2 from him,
Serial.
well that is
Well
mad.
controlled in the end,
Mad
but a
impact,
dangerous
because if
round
they don't win
nevertheless.
that, if they don't win that, it becomes so horrible to play against. You're up against a really defensive comp as well.
Sponging the decay.
Hello.
You're right, I think as well, if Sociable is going to be tasked with just, you know, one bit, and again, traditionally, you do see...
Would you like Val if
Sage to
there was no
lock down, say, main early
refreshable
on,
utility?
proactivity elsewhere, which is what we see in this round.
Incredible, Michael.
Thing is, a lot of the initiators just wouldn't get played.
He's not a silly guy, and it
I
feels
think
like
it
you've
just
got
needs
be ready follow
to.
Nats straight into hell and
There just
back,
needs to be a
and
bit
if
of a
he can get these
balance.
players
Like honestly, it
feeling
was
on
so
the same
fine
page,
before
feeling
Teo.
confident, that is a huge boon for the Liquid side.
Straight away, see Sociable adjusting towards mid. Ooh. Flash through to try and
Yeah,
isolate
you
Nats.
don't, I'm not sure you need to be doing that on this comp,
Snake
but
bite, forced him a little deeper here. Levin almost looking as if he wants to continue. Actually wins out here, so
Yeah, it's nice though to just make sure that you punish them from feel like they can't take map control for free. Then they put the wall over towards here so they can focus heavy over towards middle.
Well, I think they know where Sociable is. Nasty little wall though, because there is a player obviously over on the catwalk, right, which was Yampy, so kind of a complementary angle. As much as they'd love to clear Sociable, there's still layers to this. This seems very heads up. I've got to say, it feels like BBL have come in very prepared for this, kind of understanding the protocols that Liquid like to run here, and Yampy has been having a belter of a first half already. Only into round 4.
They're gonna get killed by the stun again. Dude, this trip, this stun trip up the top here is so good.
And this feels like a very strong
So good.
We know that
You don't hear it until you've like committed on the rope as well.
Early, they even put who
Really
was it
strong.
to the test 11, right? Left him out there in that 1v1. Here it is again, set up by Yampy a little earlier, but still, and then so prepared for that mid pressure coming in off the back.
There's so many ratty little spots that BBL can reset back to after initial aggression being shown. That's where some of these trap plays, the utility can be really overwhelming. Like I said, it requires a lot from Liquid.
Smoke for middle to create pressure, double vision block. But again, as we can see, the deep smoke with this wall just means that no pressure is going to be created until they actually break this.
Said, this first stretch of rounds probably going to be the most punishing for Liquid in terms of lessons to learn.
And I guess I like the idea of the pressure this puts on Liquid to show us a little bit of that mid-rounding, that learning on the fly, their ability to decipher some of those weak points. Did Yampy see someone there? I feel like he did, because Levin's very locked in on this. Yeah, definitely spotted. And Yampy's gone a bit more confident, to say the least. Serial in the 1v1 now, and Yampy correctly not wanting to outstay as well, because he's just controlling this area.
Okay, and then wall fades over towards middle, and they replace it with another smoke and another wall. And then they just went to clear middle to see if the wall was gone, and the smoke, like their own smoke, was blocking the sage wall.
Approach to things, not allowing that comfort on the kind of single side.
I have no idea that the sage wall's here, right?
Gonna have to back away from this. Gets a little bit scary on the side, because they are very close by. That is a recovered weapon, I'm pretty sure. Yampy's here, don't worry. He's all good, he's farming it up, Levin to close out. So now we start looking at
This
Can they problem solve
this double wall comp is so funny. So BBL basically were like, well, they had like what, a week? 6 days? Something like that. So they basically knew they were going to pick split. And they knew they could get defense half. They probably got the most defensive comp you could imagine. And then they'll probably just have a few cheesy strats that'll get you like 3-4 rounds. The defense is like solid. It's a cool approach. Whoa. Oh, don't check the corner.
That's a fumble.
The good satchel out as well. Kiko spots 2 on the radar with that satchel. They could definitely speed up somewhere. Oh, did he not spot? Hey, what? I mean, that's got to come up on the minimap.
Gets ahead of the wall. Still, they get through the wall and look what's in front of them as well. More utility. And the concern being if this isn't cleared early on, except BBL can just kind of sit back, rely on some of these deeper positions. Reset here from Liquid towards mid. Magnum did retrieve the orb, so ultimate now available. Say, Prophet, you don't want to see him get too
Yeah, you don't want to be playing like that with this comp as well.
Potentially setting Social in motion. He's going to find camo.
Yampy is being such a savior, even from the back lines. And look at this delay, look at this
My
storm.
goodness,
Yampy
double
knows exactly
ult.
what he needs to do, but they're looking
That's
for
got
other
spotted.
options, and Magnum's now aware.
36 seconds. No way that didn't hit him.
How did it not? I don't know how he's got away with that.
How?
Somehow, still standing, but Yampy spotted 2. That should be big info for Magnum here, but he looks
Dude,
shaky
Magnum,
on the aim, and
you
Liquid needs to
gotta.
get moving.
Okay, I was gonna say. Yeah, show me some confidence with how you're playing that. Again, I think they only need 4. They're gonna go down to an eco. It's gonna be hard to get 4.
Now almost in a financial chokehold.
Especially when they got given a freebie here.
Oh yeah, just another step forward, and he would have full cleared that, but. And that timer runs low, you're almost desperate to just get it somewhere.
Liquid, yeah, I think they had to win that. The breach util was nice here, though.
The stall is insane. The fault line comes through, the slow orb comes down from Sociable, Rolling Thunder behind that. Liquid probably left really scratching their heads here. What BBL have pulled out.
I think this is one of those where you just use your you just use both timeouts on your attack half here. Like you just got to help them out as much as possible.
This has been a stronghold for them for some time.
Yeah, absolutely.
A cornerstone for
The
them.
thing is they don't want to fight the middle, so they can just force their way through middle.
Quirky about it necessarily. They just play a good split, right? And it looks like BBL have identified a lot of those strong suits, a lot of what makes them tick here. And the punish has been pretty profound. Also, got to say, Yampy's having an absolute tear of a start. Now, yes, it is in the kill department too, 11-2 early on. However,
How many rounds does BBL in? Like need? Like 9? Their attack's awful. On attack, their comp doesn't really work.
Right? But no, shut again. Very well handled. Now this gets put onto the kind of coaching staff and how Liquid can make their minds up of how they want to deal with this. Now it does feel as though obviously BBL's comp is mostly complementary on the defending side, but you need a bit more than one.
No, I think really, well, dare I say, you aim towards getting, you know, 3 or 4 on the board, which now seems like they have to move mountains to achieve. How the opening 6 have panned out. In this first full
big change up from BBL. Right, just in case they were getting sussed out over towards A, they're starting to put their wall over towards B instead now. Yeah, and I think this is good from Liquid. They can definitely force middle way more. Like, this wall stuff at middle, they're not trying to get kills off of it. It's just like info. No one wants to fight middle. The only time they fought middle is when they had the breach flash over towards heaven as well.
I don't think we can understand.
And it went wrong for them as well, so they probably weren't doing much.
His time in the sun had dimmed, but his recent performances with BBL have been magnificent.
Yeah, Liquid picked the weak side as they realized that they created the question mark over towards middle.
Together, looks simplistic, and that paranoia is stunning. Really well handled.
Razor onto the eco. I'm a fan of Razor onto eco just because you can snowball.
On towards the rafters, well maintained.
Mate, if Sociable goes down.
And the spray doesn't quite get the target. This is still getting
Dude, it's weird because he wants to res.
Sociable almost locked out from using his res as well, but actually Levin and Magnum both find kills.
Got a little bit scary though.
And it's 6 on the board here for BBL.
2 ults used there, Mike. 2 big boys as well.
Yeah, they end up putting the Viper into it.
I'm a little lost for words at how well prepared. Again, this was something we were talking about at the start of the day, right? Before we even got to cast, it was like, well, you know, if they're going to go for split, they've got to have antied it. But we were like, okay, let's compare it to the foot game.
Yeah, the concern would have been if there wasn't a comp change and
just Palmer stuck into a nade.
Versus Liquid, because there's 2 very different approaches between Liquid and Foot to split.
Absolutely.
And like I said, Foot were basically, it was almost like
BBL going back to
this. Their playbook.
Yes, on the table, left open. And to see this have repetition is just terrifying. And I'm sure it's a little bit unnerving for Liquid because this was meant to be the comfort. You win map 1, you're thinking, oh, maybe we're away with a 2-0 here. But at a 6-1, you're certainly now locked back in. Now Liquid still have a couple of ults. They've got the divide to play with.
They bring out the attack op as they're trying to punish from the wall. The middle.
Is going to have to do some serious work.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's what the timeout was for.
Starting to see the adjustment now from Liquid, keen to deal with the utility as early as possible to remove some of that security from BBL. Again, there's so many layers to this.
They seem so aware. Magnum's been bang on with this, and once again, this has to add to the protocol list, right? But you can see.
Wait, that's sick. That's so nice, dude. They use their trip, and then on top of it, you got a second layer of the breach damage. Wait, that's so cool.
Then you still got layers of Yampy coming into punish.
Dude, they got some good thought process through this, though.
A bit worried he was fighting with that res, but in reality, he's fine.
Like, where's actually weak on the site? Like, where's weak on the map? Right now, here's weak on the map, but since they called a timeout, this was weak. So and then all they've done is swapped it over.
Looking to apply more pressure here as well. Levin punished for it. Nats will find one as well.
Excuse me? I mean, time.
Can't get there with the spike.
Oh, dude, imagine Nats had the spike there if he actually. That must have got a little scary. Easiest clutch of Magnum's life.
Well, call it a Red Bull clutch.
Call it a clutch.
For BBL to find their 7th.
And I love the juxtaposition then between kind of Nats and Yampy, right? You've got Yampy on a real all-time high. This has got to feel so good. It's all good in theory, right? You can go there, think you've done your anti-strat, think you feel good about it, got a plan in mind. To see it in motion so perfectly is unbelievable. And for Nats, I'm sure this is incredibly frustrating. This is a very hard puzzle. Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah.
Let's not throw. Let's not throw this one away. We're 7-1.
Yeah.
Guys. You don't get that against
Probably a
Liquid
good
in
call.
a game like this. You gotta keep your head about you. Yeah, God.
They're in
Contextually.
uncharted territory right now. Liquid back down on a broken purchase. Sheriffs.
Yeah, all the walls are getting
to round
used
this
insta
out.
now. This is it's nice for Liquid to take a lot of space. As they create pressure over towards A, they could try
Pretty
satchel
active
over
around the map,
this. But
switching up this wall time and time again. Again, concern being that Liquid can't really figure out some of the setups behind. There's not really clear indicators for them.
This feels tense though. They've made it up here. This
it's a
is the
nice
first time they're really
wall.
kind of testing
Blocks
ramp,
over
I
towards
guess, this side
heaven,
of
but at the
things.
same time, the bit that you want to spam is behind their
Feels
own
like
wall.
an inverse of the round, clearing
And
through
then they're
vents
out in the
other
open,
side.
committed to
This
break
could
it.
be the answer.
I was going to say the
Oh,
awareness seemingly there, but actually
that's
Sociable falls to
an
Kiko.
insanely big
did
opening
actually drift a
kill.
little further
Everyone
back,
insta reacts over towards
see
B
the
is a
info
good
that Levin
omenal to
finds
back up
nothing in B main.
the site. Oh, dude,
Wow,
Kiko.
Should have been.
I'm still a
Oh,
little
dude,
bit worried
Kiko,
here.
what
This
a
is
round.
exceptional from Liquid.
What a round from
There
Kiko,
we
that's a
go.
solo one.
There is the path made, Mike. It
Again, I
felt
think they
like it
need
was
4, so
all over the shot. It felt
they'll
like a
take this.
reversal of a round almost.
Yeah.
Take up through ramp, dip through the vents, and then
I think
punish
the first time
player
they've
towards
managed to
Mail,
break
I
the
guess,
walls,
but
though, within
it
like the
works
first,
wonders.
30, 20 seconds.
That's what they've got to do. It seems a rough objective to set is to catch BBL off guard with a composition like this. Like I said, Levin, you got to feel like he has a lot of space to play with him. Maybe it's the TP from Profek that keeps him just at the edge of B main. Yeah, the second on the board.
Now, it feels like BBL's
Oh,
aware that there was
that's-
maybe a fault towards ramp.
Dude, you gotta give it to BBL, man. Their theory on defense is cool, though. It's a shame they weren't on the same page here, because that little triple swing would have been nice. Yeah, but you take the 3v3 here.
Snatched away down to a 3v3. And the support system
Ooh, that's
doesn't
the
work.
duel.
He
That's
couldn't
the
get
duel
through
that
the vents this
decides
time,
it.
Kiko. Panatek and Serial can't do the reverse anymore. Looking for the C's, and Magnum looking to be dragged into their eyesight. But Magnum's still alive. The res gonna come through. Yampy back up on his feet. Quickly put back down. Dead again. Sociable on the spray, leaving just Serial in a 1v3 here. Can't
It's
get
still
more.
nice from BBL, though. The damage
instantly
into
on the
GravNet as they
reply.
try to get to the other side.
That's the problem. Try and get aggressive against this composition. You will be punished. A really awkward timing here for Nats to drop the wall. Whether
Another
the call
timeout?
there
I think
was
this
to
makes sense, right? I'm
maybe
pretty sure this was going
show
on.
us 3. It's just almost out in no man's land here.
Did they stun the right as well before this? I'm not
Anybody
entirely
else
sure.
from Liquid to nice counterbalance that. The guttural nice coming from Magnum, actually, yeah.
Yeah, there's a deeper one from him.
Timeout, right? This is
Yeah, I think
all in on
I
one
think
half.
the double timeouts on this half have to happen now.
Yeah, they've got to feel semi-confident about the second half.
You've at least got to mention the trip that's wrecking you in vents here, I think.
Like I said, you're looking for
A
potentially
failed
another
so
round or
badly, so
two
they could probably do what they did last time, where they went over
feasible.
towards B on Haven once it failed so badly. Could maybe try that one again. Like go A aggro here. Next round try A split and break that trip that keeps wrecking you.
I think a lot of us, when we look bigger picture, would, I don't want to say prefer, but you can see the validity in Liquid going international, right? BBL,
Sure, yeah, because
Uncharted.
it's an unknown. It really is.
If they're bringing out antis like this and
Utah looks so annoying. Nah, it's like the most annoying comp to play
I
against.
think anyone who enjoys Val
it's such a horrible comp to attack against. But honestly, to defend against, this is like the best comp ever. Like if you get an op against this comp, you're getting at least 15 kills.
If they win this,
And you got to think that your op holding over towards A can just hold down the whole of A as well. Like you're getting so much.
say that with no confidence.
Like if I win pistol against this comp, I'm kind of thinking I can win every round.
Maybe a shift
The
of
only
focus
rounds you're
here,
scared about
Camo.
are the ult rounds.
He's been caught.
Again, the problem being there's so many things to separate the front line of Liquid from the rest of the pack. So you've got to be so cautious.
It's just Magnum
Some
up
of these
here.
more aggressive rounds.
This is tough for him. As much as Yampi is nearby, this is still kind of in Magnum's hands. And he's been, I mean, he has been really marvelous at doing this.
Okay, I mean, it was a little bit similar to what we fought from Liquid.
The amount of guns firing.
Back over towards A because it failed so badly on this one, so it should be a little bit of a weaker stack.
Could be the goer, but still slowed down.
Oh, that's a rough one for Sociable.
Wow.
Nat should have had that.
See that every day.
Yeah, Nat should have had that.
Frustration showing.
Both seemingly lost on the timing of the wall dropping.
Well, here we are. And as you said, agents were not used to seeing, and Kiko just hoping he had the corner. It's not to be. BBL still unfazed, still unmoved, and Liquid still held by Ramp. There's been no solution in sight. Levin's still up here. The Boombot should show. Gives away presence and he fancies it. The flash didn't quite make it through the smoke though. So doesn't get the fight he wanted. Got to maintain discipline here. We heard it before from Yampi.
I do. This crossfire's too strong.
Given at this point.
Sociable just wins the round.
We saw what they did before, and are they doing it again? Sociable will find Serial. Is this all down to Penatech? Very hard angles to clear. He can't do it. Big round from Sociable.
Can they get one more? Can they get 3?
BBL.
It's rough to see Nats fall in that sort of manner, but like I said, neither of them seemingly reading the wall cracking.
His pre-aim was on it, and then when it broke, he went to the right.
Is what it is. Perfect able to hide away from this reveal as well. Big moment for him to come alive, but it's Sociable with 4. Sit at 12 and 5 on the Sage. Going to round 12 here.
Whoa, Insta Astra all over towards... Okay, so this is the same Astra ult that they did last time, right? Where they did the gap over towards B and then went over through Heaven. They're trying to like make it look similar to what they've done in the past.
You know, attempt at breaking the wall. This puts Magnum on red alert, right? Like he's got to know there's a chance they've walked mid. He's depending on that.
Guys, you can't get caught by this trip again.
This has constantly been a problem, though.
It absolutely has, and with the support from Yampi's been generally very good on that second layer. But Magnum are once again surrounded. He's in a really tough spot.
First time they've broken it.
How much can one man
do?
Wait,
we actually called their timeouts perfect, by the way.
It's stunning.
We called their last 2 rounds of the timeout perfect.
Can't find a target. They've already gone away. There's no one to connect to as Serial down low on 14 HP. And 4 standing for BBL. This is looking like it's all but over.
2?
Kiko would have to become the hero of the hour.
I would feel like I could do it with 2, to be honest. I would feel kind of okay with 2. Like obviously you have the win pistol. If you don't win pistol, it's done. But this comp is so bad on attack that it's doable. It's like, I tell you what though, BBL, they probably had like 5-6 days to cook this up. Remember you got to like practice in that and practice the other maps, so it's maybe like 3 days of practice put together. It was really good though.
Decisive answer on this first half. Let's find out if they can close it.
So they put some good work into this. Surely they can cheese 2 rounds. I mean, yeah, if they win pistol as well, they might be able to. They might even start wall blocking over towards A, I guess. But they'll probably just start off with A default anyway. I don't know, we'll see. It's one of the most defense-sided comps we've probably ever seen in Valorant, though. Like, it feels like this was purely just because they knew this was getting picked and they knew they can start defense. So they went for a comp that is going to get around 10 and 9 or 8. But again, they only have Omen hit. They got no passive pressure on A, so they should really struggle on attack. But they'll probably cover that up by A Heaven defaulting a lot.
10-2. Now, if you hadn't been paying attention, you might think that we've got the wrong team on the wrong side, or you wouldn't believe the comps that have come out
back
here.
in time, playing versus Foot again.
Yeah, it's 10-2 though, Mike. It has been brilliant from BBL. Now, we know that there are, I wouldn't say faults, but a downside to this sort of composition on the attacking side. It becomes much harder to bring in.
Well, yes, but I mean,
10 rounds, you're pretty.
10 rounds,
you've done the work.
You're still feeling pretty good, and if BBL can get themselves to a post-plant scenario, they have so much to lock it down.
Okay, they started off with a B hit, and as we can see, Liquid are running that pistol that they ran last time, where they check over towards middle, and as soon as they hear something over towards B, they insta rotate so they have multiple heaven. Yeah, let's keep an eye on the nade here.
Testing Liquid. Off the bat here, they're out here early.
And if they've been slowed down, you can see the success of BBL here. Nats is still up there.
Yampy, man. Yampy did good to get double.
Everyone flood through the heaven smoke and hope for the best. HERETICS. Okay, Yampy's on 36. Magnum, 42.
Well, we were hyping it up that it's doable with a pistol,
And
but
that access point through heaven gets denied, and you can already see the post plant setup.
it looks like it's done.
Feels like you got to fight them early almost. Don't allow them into those post plants. That's where it becomes strong. Maybe. That's why they were so encouraged to flood through. HERETICS now, he is it, and it's probably not what you want to be hearing. Time is starting to dwindle. He's got the horn. Oh God, look at it. It's just so
For God's sake, man, give him a chance.
Layer after layer, standing there with a grin.
That's nice, look. Double pistol for BBL.
They have done so well here.
Yeah, the full process is good.
I can't stress it enough.
Yeah, and you can see now that the value of that prep on display fully.
Yeah, and this slow is still slightly bugged as well. The slow like spreads a lot further than it should. It's been in the game since 2020.
There's just no way in for Liquid early on for this pre-take to try and flood out.
Lakanu with the tier 1, thank you so much for the 35 months. Thank you, man, appreciate that.
Might even just open the floodgates here to continue applying pressure towards B.
I don't even want to start having to talk about pressure, because you just, I mean,
I don't think it's getting changed now, yeah. If it hasn't got changed yet, I don't think so as well. It's a nice little default for BBL as well, especially with the deadlock. You can put the trip over towards here, so if anyone tries to re-clear over towards B, you gotta try shoot this and you're getting punished. Or you take the jaw and you're getting punished as soon as you shoot. So.
Well, not on the second peak.
First you saw him.
Nice shot, bro.
Second, he's dead. Brilliant from Kiko.
Liquid, full spy, by the way.
Been many early wins for Liquid. Can do now one to the good. Very cautious on approach here from BBL, rightfully so. Don't want to give Liquid any room to breathe.
Oh my, dude, they're stingers.
Moment there, yeah, Camo. Yeah. Better of the scope.
This is nice. Well, they could do with a couple of these. This is, you know, this is small steps on a long journey, but it's one they need to take. And they're certainly not across the line yet. BBL still with 3 players looking for.
Yeah, Kiko spotted him, so the rotate comes in, and these two have taken the best timing ever. It's a good stun, and Patty's not even considering it. Dude, he fired and didn't get anything. There's still 2 over towards site. Yeah, Camo's just acting big as well, so they don't think the other person's over towards site. Yeah, it's round done. I'll tell you what, I'd be believing here at 11-3. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I was Liquid's coach, I'd be believing.
So we'll actually retrieve the rifle as well.
I really would, man. Yeah, this is a great shot. Look at that.
That was actually on the second. I didn't spot it on the second there, but Kiko, beautiful punish onto Profek. Said a little dicey once these stingers are able to tuck into a position, do some damage late on. See how BBL can shrug that off. Here with just the one sheriff in the hands of Levin.
Guardian here? Oh, dude, Guardian here is rough. Yeah, you're gonna not mess up. It's a great nade. Good molly as well. They got a little out of them as well, though.
Sociable has slipped through a little. How much he's going to be able to get from this? Maybe some good info. But Serial stuck around.
Wait, they have no idea that he's on heaven at the moment.
He's decided when to commit. Camo's going to catch Sociable. So it does feel like they're just kind of walking the map, getting a feel of it. They've got rounds to play with. So why not try and get as much information as you can?
Absolutely. Testing the water here.
I mean, they're testing the water, but they're also just like they got a good amount of info from this round, but they're also just trying to get as many of these ults online as possible. Like they got to be smart with their ults, because the competition shouldn't win rounds without ults. But
send into Mandus, get a little scrappier. Building back into a comeback here. You don't want to be worrying about the finances. FNATIC finally pins down Yampi on the first, clean on the second, and Mofek not able to get away with that TP. Just Magnum left, classic in hand, 76 HP. I was going to say no more than that, but yeah, Nat's quick on the trade here.
okay, big buy rounds, and Yampi has his ult. It does look like BBL been heavy leaning over towards B, but I do think they have to A default at one point to make it look like they can take A.
11 rounds has been marked on the board. That is the margin of error that they can have is pretty much what? 2 rounds. That's it. Now we know that Liquid can be capable. That first half was probably a fright. It was a brutal wake-up call.
Wayne Nari, thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 2 months. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I wonder how the second half of that sentence went.
Liquid do have Camo's ult here.
Did straight up A site hit with the ult? Wait, it's a free site. Oh no. Oh, you let him get onto site. Why? Look at the comp.
Will go up nice and early as well, inside the smoke. We're locked out of this for the time being. Camo's ultimate available, but nothing else here. But tons of
Camo's got a ult to retake.
Put so much pressure though on Liquid to keep this faultless, and it is good. That's a great start. Take away Magnum, that's the back line.
Mess up there.
Up next. Good util to put him
The
under
wall?
pressure.
How's he beyond that?
Doing well. Striding back in. It's all looking stunning.
Damn, bro. Dude, what happened with the wall interaction here? Did he jump over it, or was he always locked in on the other side? He jumped from the box, right?
5 now found.
Absolutely what you want to see if you're a Liquid fan. Looking very composed, not thrown off kilter.
Nope.
By a pacey execution here towards A.
Let's see it. Jumps over.
Reinforcing.
Gap. Ooh,
gap. Yeah, gap here.
God, the gap cost you the whole round.
No. That's why Magnum's just not expecting this at all.
Wow.
One enemy.
And I think Magnum, you left the gap by the window.
Just in case you didn't know. I think Magnum probably realized pretty
Yeah,
quickly.
I'm pretty sure as soon as he died, he knows.
Something's not right here.
What's he gotten me? But BBL instantly on the timeout. These 3 rounds have been enough. They don't like what they're seeing. Now we know that Liquid burnt their first 2 in the first half. So this does actually give an opportunity now for Liquid to also check in, right? This is a good chance for them, maybe just to compound what's being said. And for the other side of BBL, they need to not let this get too far. Yes, they've got rounds to play with, but it does become, as much as I hate the whole round by round, we'll just play our own game. You've now had, what, 3 back-to-back, very clean, very focused up, no errors. It does start to become, it feels possible at that point. Yeah. And it's small, it's 5.
Especially in the previous round here where the Rolling Thunder's invested, it's one of the things that really is the catalyst to this composition outside of Levin on the showstopper potentially, or any other round with the satchels. But like I said, the objective for them is just to get into a post-plant situation.
Force him down to eco.
Have to feel.
That was an ult out of them as well, right?
Bulldog in here. Sheriffs across the board elsewhere.
Again, like what's just gonna happen over towards A? Like if we're just hyper-focusing on A right now, just hold this line the whole time. As soon as this fade eye goes out, one person can just hold this. Like we're just holding the line here with one person. Early rotate coming in.
Yes, but
now got a 2-2-1. I just don't know how you meant to get over towards anywhere. Especially as you've got 2 people holding the Viper smoke in middle.
Looking readable.
Yeah, noted previously. So
yeah, he does like to go up here.
Simple stuff here. These are good signs for Liquid. Very good signs. Leading from the front, Nats. Lovely from him. Yeah, really clean Liquid. Doing what they need.
Okay, the only kind of like good news that BBL got there was when they faced over towards A, they could see the one person was holding it from heaven. Like you could definitely play off of that.
From some of these key ultimates here. Said not expecting them to come out swinging once again. Did see the stat pop up earlier. BBL with the, I believe it was the fastest time to plant the spike on their attacking side.
Yeah, so honestly with what just went on, if they dodged the fade eye and then just hit sight, they won.
Speaking of pace, though, this looks like it's very
Yeah,
much
this is the AD fault that we spoke
BBL
about.
fancying their go up towards
Yeah,
Rebel.
they at
Saw
least
that
spot a
being
lot
the
of them over
destination for
towards
Liquid.
heaven.
Mostly the final destination didn't go too well, but we got Nata, we got Paditech now holding it down, and it's already going to be Paditech holding that line. Newly set into motion by
Yeah,
Nata's
I'm not sure about
utility.
that one.
This is great stuff.
I mean, it was good from Liquid, but again, I think if BBL want to do this, they got to smoke here because otherwise they're getting that third person in the rotate, and then you can't force through heaven with that. Like, I think the idea is good from BBL. They got an AD fault, but they got to smoke here. As soon as he sees that many people crossing, rotate comes over, they just spam.
Potentially in the retake. Do have Patitech's ultimate to rely on as well. Paranoia still here for Perfect though.
They need a pick, though, it feels
Yeah,
like,
they do.
right?
They definitely do.
And Liquid are playing super disciplined, which I love. It's that kind of idea of knowing BBL would desperately love a pick here, you know, an untradeable kill. That's the dream. Now they're stacking up to
Whoa, no one's looking.
ball.
Dude, that was a chance.
Yeah,
that was that would have been
reality,
devastating.
this slowed the roll. It wasn't a clean enough pick. Still 4 players against the 2. Can Profek and Yampi become the heroes of the day for BBL? That's not sharp enough. And Yampi, he's desperately trying, but 14 HP ain't gonna stop him.
BBL, they're onto the right idea, but they gotta invest the smoke for this.
At the start of this. And was 2 gonna be enough?
Shadow, thank you so much for the 23 months. Thank you. I get why they feel like they I get why they feel like they don't want to invest the smoke because they want to hit over towards the site and they want to smoke heaven and smoke spawn, as in like deeper heaven, right? Like here.
Dicey moment here where Sociable drifts through.
Yeah, there was a world. There was a world.
Whoa! Let's go!
That's 5 now.
Yeah, because
5
they wanted to smoke here and here.
For BBL. Right there. And it looks like rinse and repeat, right?
Yeah, this is funny because this is what Liquid's been doing. They failed so bad, we do it again.
Paditech gonna call in for support. We've seen that him and Nat have been coming together really well. Lovely synergy. They can't disrespect this Viper until they've been trying before. And once again, rinse and repeat this time.
It's a good. Oh, they're gonna go over towards site though, and they get the free site, and we don't have the ping anymore. So honestly, Sage Red's got a little bit better. Ult comes in, doesn't hit anyone, and Perfect TPs from site onto heaven, kills 2. That's a nice round from Perfect there. They kind of this is like one of the best games I've seen for the last round failed so badly here. Let's do it again.
Run through
It keeps working.
This A-take once again. But the utility is
This
just
Gravnet on heaven is disgusting. Gravnet nade and Gravnet breach damage. Like if you're in the Gravnet, you die.
to swing this back in their favor.
It's pretty cool.
And now on 12.
Okay, 5 chances.
God, right on that verge.
Yeah, they just Gravnet here and then damage this part and nade this part.
Final ticket to Toronto.
It's a pistol strat again.
You want to see them
Hello, Boaster, mate. Congratulations, mate.
Best
Best of luck in the finals, bro.
Just round by round, polishing.
Oh, he had to get that kill. That might be it.
Living gets to live. Nats has fallen. BBL on the verge, doing the damage. Paditech last one alive. And that
BBL went for the. They did good work in the week though. They had 1 week and they came up with this. That was cool.
Paditech steps forward.
Yeah, they had some nice theory with the deadlock. I'll give them that. Dude, we can see so much deadlock once Terror gets snapped. It's gonna be so fun.
Just as we'd want.
Yeah, beautiful display here. Liquid almost just caught completely off guard. Testing again, something that's been under question, the recovery factor for Liquid, their ability to problem solve on the fly effectively, Lauren.
Now, it comes down to Fracture. This is what we wanted. This is what we waited for. And now we find
Is
out
a one and done comp? Oh, for sure. I don't think. Even then, I'm not sure it should be getting 1. But it had enough nice theory behind it that it can get 1. Dude, Magnum's losing his voice, man. I've never seen him like this. Yeah, Liquid Split has been suffering recently, you're not wrong. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yo, sit back and all I know, my money green, but to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back.
BBL, they hit back and they hit back hard. We will be going to a map 3 in this qualification game for Masters Toronto. I am your host, Yings, when I'm back here with Petra and Kakuka once again. I feel like deja vu, but does Sociable, he's on a wall, hit as hard as Natank? Does anything go as well as Natank on the wall?
Not for the song, definitely.
He was on a few wars.
He was on some of them, and definitely it was very effective to see this change of the composition coming into today. One of the questions that we had is anybody going to figure out Team Liquid on Split? Apparently there's someone.
Now, Petra, you won the biggest fan of the stage going into it. Has your mind been changed by Sociable at all? Or?
Oh yes, it has.
Really?
Been. Yeah, actually it has been. I like the combination with Deadlock. They can delay the enemy so much, and it worked pretty well. So
it's annoying, right?
It's
it looked
very
annoying to play against.
Yeah, as long as they don't bail out their utility, it's super annoying.
Did you like it? Were you a fan?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's more of the Deadlock. Every single time, that, especially after the change that they did with the Gravnet and whatnot, I am really enjoying the Deadlock. I'm starting to believe it was not Angel. It was just Deadlock that I was enjoying. So,
I was like, where is this going?
Yeah, it's going exactly there. And I think that we saw so many examples, Petra, of this traps that they were setting time and time again. It caused PTSD on Team Liquid.
Yeah, it was so hard to counter. They could not hear it in the beginning at all. They had no idea where it came from, and they kept falling for it. And even if they counter it, they got stunned, and then the breach aftershock came, and yeah.
Beautifully done. The synergy is there. Is it a one and done though? Do you anticipate this coming out again tomorrow or the day after?
I don't think that it's a one and done. It's good to see that in this stage of playoffs, people are coming in so prepped. They're willing to change the compositions and take major risks. Yes, it could be a one and done, but we have seen from teams in the past, and Team Liquid is a perfect example of that, that if you are good with something, you can still stretch it a little bit more. I do not think that they had to reinvent themselves, I'm speaking of BBL, too much in this match. As we're seeing, like, that is something that they were doing over and over again. Yes, you will be countered, but by that time, you will probably have a step number 2 to follow on.
Thank God they had a week in between playoffs, right, to be able to work on some new and exciting things. We spoke about how important it was for an IGL like Yumpy to be able to rally his troops backstage. Petra, did you see any of those mistakes fixed coming into Split, and how impressed were you with Yumpy?
Yeah, I think they did fix a lot of mistakes actually. You even heard in the comms at some point like guys keep the discipline, and that's what they were missing the other map near the end. And yeah, you could tell that they were very disciplined this game.
Yeah, especially of course is that first half, the 10-2, you get a lot of security with that. Got a little bit scared when we swapped sides, and yes, they get the pistol, but things start getting a little bit dicey. Team Liquid starts getting round. That discipline was gone from the server a little bit, but it is good that they're able to close this map, and of course it's Team Liquid and BBL. We're gonna go to a third.
Yeah, and a little bit of me wanted to see more from the attack style. I wanted to know more variations of the Sage, but that's a good thing for them, right? Because if they win today, they had that saved a little bit. Although Sociables Wars, it was very ranked, you know, very 2021. It kind of took me back to a different place.
I really like it because keeping Team Liquid, keeping Nats, leaving Nats with no access to sides, it's just like poetic, you know, like you saw the walls and then there was another wall. Magnum was magnificent. I love to see this combination, and you're mentioning the Sage, but moving on to that last map, onto Fracture. Sociable on the Tejo, one of the best that we have in the region.
100%. Now, does this change map 3? Does the narrative get flipped? Petra, do you think now the momentum is heavily on BBL's side? Are Liquid in trouble?
I think it's gonna be still tough. Near the end, the Liquid was also coming back a little bit on Split. Nothing massive, but yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, we will have to see who's gonna bring their firepower.
We will. There also could be a Vice. Now, do you like the Vice on Fracture?
Yes, it can be valuable, but I have different preferences.
Oh, what would you prefer?
I still like. I mean. Yeah, maybe Vice is better, but the way they're playing Sage is also pretty good.
Oh, you like the Sage on Fracture?
Funny enough, they used to run the Sage on Fracture. It was not pretty.
I actually, do you know what? I actually quite like the Sage on Fracture.
I like it, but I think it got too repetitive in too short of a time, you know? But I agree with that. Also, the perception for both of these teams coming into this last map is a little bit different from the last time that they played, right? So last time that we saw BBL and Fracture, it's a BBL that they have understood their plan. They want to enable Levin playing on that jet, being extremely comfortable, and it's something that it worked for them. On the side of Team Liquid, though, it was that map against FNATIC that they were not able to close, going to that OT, those insane clutches, and I want to see if they are going to be able to fight their demons.
This is where Nats came alive. He was dragging them, you know, trying to push them over the line. It didn't work out in his favor in the end. If it's anybody else that isn't Nats, I will be a little bit worried. You know, it's quite traumatizing to have to play again on Fracture so soon after, but I think he would have gotten over it pretty quickly. But for BBL, though, they are one map away from making their global event for the first time ever for the organization in the last 5 years. This will mean a lot to them, and here is where I worry a tiny bit about maybe that coming into your head, Petra, you know, thinking, oh my goodness, we can actually do it, we're so close. And if they don't start hot, I think that's where things get difficult. They need a fast start.
Yeah, if you have a good start, it's mentally so important. Otherwise, there's so much pressure. So
yeah, let's take a look at the agent select and see if we will get more changes here. We won't.
It's enough, no?
Yeah, the jet is always a question mark for me.
I like the fact that we're speaking about BBL. They need to start strong, right? I think that Yumpy has always been extremely good on this breach. And again, I want to bring back the sociable chat on. He's going to be on the Tejo in this best of 3. This is the first time that we're seeing BBL picking up on that agent. We know that it is one of the 3 days that it has left before he leaves us for apparently good. But of course, Ice also on the controller players like Profect going on the Brimstone, something a little bit
Vice, Cypher Diff, and the Jet
so to
Neon.
me, those are the 4 highlights more so than the dualism we're supposed to
Going pro in 2026 peak is Immortal 3.
I mean, I think Jet is not the worst.
And he wants to go pro in 2026, my guy.
It brings more value.
You gotta add an extra year onto that, I think.
He's going to be running at them. He is going to be running at them for a chance, of course, for Masters Toronto. Both of these teams, they are so close. Pansy and Hypoc, however, there could only be one.
You're right, indeed. There can only be one going forward. Mike, we've seen 2 brilliant maps here. A very close affair in map 1. a complete surprise in map 2. What do you make of map 3 now?
Well, you've got to say in terms of a best of 3
you
series,
got to get
it's
raging
now
at least.
Liquid's opportunity to really right the ship. You got to feel
Gotta
good.
get raging at least,
BBL flipping another map 2 in a series and now brimming with confidence. Again, almost repeating itself as well with a loss on Haven on the first.
BBL on defense, Liquid on attack.
For BBL, so close to going where no
map,
previous
the first
roster
international
has
event ever.
for them.
God, and hope is such a dangerous thing, isn't it? After seeing map 2 for BBL, it feels almost real. Map 1 kind of slipping away from them. That's fine.
Okay.
Map 2 reigniting that
I mean,
possibility.
is it the sheriff diff? Every map so far has been double pistol. So, whoa! What the? I guess they hid from the flash. So they
to catch somebody in spawn, but nobody there. Kiko is the one to find the response. HERETICS to follow through.
Just bullying their way towards the site. I like this decisive from Liquid after that.
Did Liquid repeat like
start.
a majority of their pistols in this? It feels like they
really
did.
hard retake.
I feel like I saw so many
post-plant positions.
so many of the same pistols that they've done recently.
One for free, but beyond that, you feel like it starts getting sewn up. Kiko, the first challenger, really to catch
It's weird because Patty probably doesn't want to swing because he's low HP here. Yeah, it's nice though. It's 3-2 on the pistols, 1-0. Yeah, I swear they did this pistol against FNATIC. I swear every pistol's been the same.
Say that about him. The response is so fast though. Camo, like I said, all the way to potentially catch a rotation in spawn. I think at
They
that
came
point,
dish against you?
it's a ton
Oh,
of
really?
information to not see anybody there. Post plant holding up.
That wasn't today.
Feels, I mean, a very confident
Jabungo,
round 2
thanks so
buy
much for the
here
tier 1, man.
Liquid.
Appreciate the 7 months.
Sheriff in hand for Levin once again.
You guys did the same pistol. Dude, everyone's doing the same pistol.
Certainly want to see this kept clean.
Tricky one for Magnum here, I think.
Basically, I plan to go pro in 2027. My peak is Iron 1. I've played the game since beta. Okay, well, honestly,
Seemingly unaware so far,
I think you might have it.
He's actually still in the camp, I believe. Yeah, just hopped out now. Has the money landed actually.
Lord Weber no would want to come dish. Oh my goodness, posties. You actually did him like that.
Clear-cut approach, not really having to fumble their lines here. And it's just
Who's
can
allowed
be
to hunt?
causing any chaos.
Wait, no
This
one's
is a
allowed to
very
hunt.
big
Whoa,
investment,
they kind
as you
of...
rightly highlighted. So you don't be losing many
Why
of
did they
these.
do this, you reckon? Because BBL maybe like to buy the hero outlaw? And I think you probably... I don't know, either way. No one needs to hunt on this one. They're just happy... I mean, everyone's happy. Everyone's happy losing. Maybe Levin might hunt a little bit, but...
Thrilling viewing here over in the spawn. But understandable, I think, as well for Liquid. Almost pretty thankful. Do try and catch somebody with utility on the way out. Everybody from BBL will fall to the spike. Those rifles kept in hand for Liquid, which is the big objective here.
Yeah, no, Liquid will be happy with this one.
Round 3,
Can't get much better
flush,
than that.
actually.
Apart from obviously getting some of the kills.
That Outlaw is still about for Nats. Well, in Nats' hands, but only Levin would be the one to be susceptible to it.
Sure.
So see if that gets any sort of value going forward. But as I said, a very simplistic round. It felt like BBL gambled and lost pretty much in that, and that's completely fair enough. So we go back in. And now the challenge begins. Can Liquid continue
5 people
this?
that can't buy
They
next.
want to look clean after that second map.
Huge
it didn't feel
rounds.
good, obviously.
Everyone buys heavy armor so they can tank double shots from the
Mechanical as they
outlaw.
can be, they are
Full
humans, I
retake over
promise you. Levin
towards
is instantly
B,
gonna be
fight on A,
suppressed. Big info here.
instant
Could be
reaction,
tempting,
maybe push out here, but they don't have the
for someone
drone.
like Camo, but a lovely reposition.
Oh my goodness.
Right in between the smokes and all the util. Stunning.
A little bit
work
crazy from him, but...
Now they've got the first blood drawn, but Liquid have got sight control.
My camera is destroyed.
Dude, and no one's pushing behind though? I still feel the right if I'm Liquid here.
Liquid reset into some sort of comfort here.
Yeah, they got to go sight pretty early. I do think in terms of Liquid, they probably have the wrong agents in the different positions, but... Whoa, nice shots, dude. I mean, Levin hit some lovely shots on this one. Yeah, if I'm a little nitpicky here from Liquid, you gotta do what the other teams are doing, right? Where you're just trying to make sure that these two are in the after plant, breach damage, tail, service.
retake here from
You
BBL.
just had the Teo
Yeah,
stuck on
Serial
site.
maybe, I mean, he's tucked into the corner. Maybe just feels a little uncomfortable. It's an awkward engagement here, but Levin able to get either side punished on the back of the trip. I mean, he got the headshot as well, the swing, I believe, so the situation if he's going 1 for 1.
Tense stuff, isn't it? Because I'm
Yeah, you
waiting
got
to see
7
if it,
people that
starts
can't buy
really
next.
tailoring away towards one side, or if we get this even
important
fair.
swing
And I
round for
hope
sure.
we do. I want it to be more map 1 than map 2 in a way, but
Early camera info,
now,
they go for a 4-1. I'm interested to see if BBL start pushing a little bit.
towards that A main side, whereas the trade-off is that obviously Liquid then get arcade.
Because again, I think that the Vice comp gets a little bit wrecked by people that go aggro on defense.
Cypher set up though early on.
2 smokes, sorry, all
Really
smokes
the one that's gonna get
invested.
punished on the back of that.
So,
through tower, really.
yeah, they gotta
Not
go.
willing to try and break towards
1
this.
kill trip on site.
Magnum waiting for anyone to be outlined, right? Is there anyone willing to
Yeah,
fall for
didn't
this?
get anything
And
from
they have
it.
again taken sight here, and it feels like it's almost a willing succession.
Dude, do they really have the Teo planting every single time? That feels so risky.
That being wrapped on now. That should confirm attendance on the flank, but it's perfect to find Camo this time. A similar position punished. As we saw last time around, it was Serial to fall down, but this time Nat's holding his own back here. Yampi should be noted, but the flash going to facilitate the pickup of the kill. Now the site being swarmed, Panatek under pressure.
Aye, that was
Bailed out
great
though.
cover though.
He gets Serial to try and save him, leaving Kiko to try and deal with the spike. Someone needs to deal with this
Oh,
spike.
they got
They've already
half, though.
halfway. Salvo's going to come down relatively early, but they're
Yeah,
all
and they
tucked
might
towards
just stick
tower.
this.
Mike, this gets dangerous. Kiko, Serial, nice work together.
Dude, that was nice
Playing it
util,
out from
boys.
tower very
It's a
well.
very, very nice util on this one. We've got a stun and flash at the end here.
Liquid to keep running dry at this site, but we're almost expecting somebody to adjust here and commit towards that hold. BBL leaning much heavier towards any sort of opportunities they can get a kill, whether it's ahead of the spike being planted. But you can see Magnum again looking to punish off the back of the trips. I really think you look towards is how much can Liquid really achieve whilst Kiko's first wave of smokes is
Yeah,
up.
you can see how important that one
that
is.
be the plant or
Force them down to eco, chance to
or anything.
arm them all.
Regardless, now BBL.
Do they want to
Two
use an
sheriffs.
ult?
Similar setup. I guess we're seeing something like what we saw on Haven.
Buy round
Eco
spam over
round here.
towards B. Ecos walk over towards A.
I almost want them to now. One of these anti-ecos.
Unable to get much of a punish going. So, wait to see if that second wire was going to maybe prove a little bit more fruitful.
Okay,
Not to be.
let's see who gets
So
the
Liquid going through
kills.
the motions. They've
That's
got
the
right read
important
on
one
this.
at the
They're doing
moment.
exactly as they
Kiko
like.
wants 1,
Kiko, nice
Serial
little
wants
position.
2.
Might
That's
get
pretty much
spotted out by
it.
the drone.
Obviously,
Camera just spraying away.
you're
hoping
not
for the
planning
best,
for it,
but
you're just planning to win the round,
I
but
don't say
that's
it's a
ideal
formality,
world.
it never really is. There can be danger in these, but you've already got
There's
the rifles,
one.
you've got a very deep post plant, and it looks like Liquid are keeping it clean. This is good for them. This is something that they probably needed after map 2. It's just very step by step, right?
Yeah,
I hate
Nats
saying
can
that
hunt.
sentence, but it does feel very on the money with these guys. And Nats wants to punish a bit.
Whoa.
I don't blame him, really. Not allowing them to get away with exactly what they want every time. Yeah, clear cut
Okay,
stuff.
it's nice
Liquid
though.
back in
Kiko has
control.
ult.
A very decisive
Serial's
round.
1 away from his ult, and this is the big round as well. Perfect has enough money if he wants to throw an op out. I think that makes a lot of sense.
We'll come back in with a purchase here. Already seen Levin entertain the idea of an
Do you prefer
operator.
Kiko on smokes or duelist? I think he looks way better as a
Just
smokes
couple
player.
of points away from some of these ultimates starting to come online as well. Both teams, actually. Kiko does have his at the ready.
Nice. Yo, wait. Which it was?
Svido,
One away for
Svido,
Levin,
thank you so much with the
one for
primate.
Prophet.
Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you for that.
Some of the key tools here
It's
in this composition, but a pace change
Oh,
here
yeah,
for
we go
Liquid.
real fast on this one.
It's a
Lock him in
three-player
over
stack up
towards
towards
dish as
drop.
well. We got the damage.
So his focus really shifts towards CT. Tries to
And
isolate one.
dude, they take so much space with this, with the damage, the damage line in this, and we breach ult on top. What the
They
hell?
don't fancy coming back in.
Dude, I mean, they just create so much pressure towards spawn, and then they got the. Dude, what is this one?
Available in the post.
This one's kind of cool. And dude, look at Kiko going all the way around. He has a molly and maybe has a molly lineup. And there's 3 people that kind of cleared here, and they are checking it though.
Patience paying off there for
Teo all pushes them into the one that pushed behind. Kiko made to stay alive now.
Finds his success towards CT.
Wait, this was a cool round from Liquid though. Dude, this was awesome.
It's dreamy work from Liquid, and it's
This was sick.
That is fantastic.
You clear all the heaven, you push heavy over towards spawn, you take the space from heaven as well. So you pinch over towards heaven, you ult beyond as well, and then you just have all of this space and a crossfire, and they got to get through the thorns. And then, defensively, or after the plant, I think it was him the plant, or he got the A main orb, with the tail orb. That's a really good understanding of how important the round is, right?
Desperately trying to keep everybody
Another big buy round.
cool, calm, and collected. BBL, again, the timeout, you can understand it. The scoreline probably.
Man, tail ult over towards Dish is just the most disgusting thing ever.
As I said, this has almost been the intention to kind of give up B and lean heavily towards a cheeky kill here and there, much like Levin did previously on Camo, but can't be your win condition in a lot of these rounds. Again, finances haven't really been there, still not there now. No. Levin's Blade Storm to offset that potentially, but...
Is it reasonable for BBL to have 3 Dish here? I mean, they kind of just got caught out at the beginning.
Curious now, because
they wanted to fight Dish.
Patstek's one away. Nats will have his potentially for the buy round as well to follow.
They didn't really have much choice in the matter, to be honest.
Conditioned this approach so far, right? The knowing anti-ecos, how they're playing it, on their buy rounds, how they're playing it. They don't look particularly affected by BBL's preparation by any means. So credit where it's due here to Liquid on that factor.
Okay, everyone could be one shot again. We're here. We're back to this.
From BBL, something we were asking from Liquid in map 2, really. Can they adjust on the fly? Very early investment.
You talk about if you're BBL at the moment. If you're BBL, you probably want to react differently. I would say about losing sides. Oh god, they're getting wrecked at the moment.
This is looking all too easy for Liquid. Profek and Magnum, formalities.
It was a low buy.
Yeah,
and they can min-max a little bit here as well. If he gets it, they now get that breach into that next round, which again is another big buy round.
Behind this, Profek and Magnum left to try and recover something. I mean, again, with how this timeline looks, damage to the finances would be big. Nats will fall.
Yeah, and Nats with the death though gets Visor.
What to look for in terms of damaging the funds.
I mean, it's an easy call, you would imagine, with the Visor to go over towards B, but...
Profek will fall as well. Magnum, obviously, position revealed. 4 rifles will
I prefer Visor Cypher on this map. I think it's a lot easier to play Cypher, to be honest. I think the Vice comp is too... Even though it doesn't look like it right now, I think the Vice comp is too weak on attack, just purely because it's like really susceptible to pushes, which we haven't really seen BBL do. I think they need to get way more proactive, personally. I just like the Cypher. I think it's better.
Not much of an upgrade, but let's get rid of the Sting out from it. Actually, I think he almost thought he'd found the first, but
I'll watch ACL do. I haven't got the streaming rights for it. I don't know how easy it is to get.
Yeah, and again, these two have met here before, right? That 13-7 on
Ends up saving an outlaw.
Had in regulation back in the group stage. This is already looking much different. A lot more on the line here.
Yeah, not going to help them too much on this one. And yeah, looks like we're doing the fast heaven, but this time we might have the Visor into underpass for this. Thorns goes out. We've got a flash here in case they push. I like this reaction from BBL. This is them going aggro. I think that's what they need to be doing maybe a little bit earlier with this one, but it's probably just their protocol for the Visor being up, you would imagine.
And for Kiko on an absolute heater, but Profek denies it.
Okay, nicely done from BBL. They should just be, like, I think they're only doing this because they're up against a Visor. I think they should be doing this all the time. Not the same push, but some kind of aggro push.
From so deep. Stuff here from BBL. It's the second, really, from Profek that seals the deal.
Let's go, guys! 6-6.
Love it, love it. But look,
I mean, it's doable. Look at their ults.
Couple ults here as well. FNATIC and camos.
Nats gets the up out, yeah, and you can see that BBL do want to do something aggro. Looks like they're about to lock them in, and Serial, mate, you are beyond dead, and he kind of gave him the spike here. Now they got to ult back. Dude, this gets weird.
Might be coming in, but layers to this. Nat's gonna find Yampy. It's all gone topsy-turvy. How is Nats?
Dude, Nats is just picking everyone off.
We're down to a 2v2. And Nats just slowly slowly creeping up. They don't.
Did they not see him? Guys, you saw Salvas.
They really should do. They certainly do now. Oh, up on top of the box. Oh, it's outrageous from Sociable.
It's a nice shot from him. He can go pick up the op at the end here as well. 3-1. He can drop as well. Dude, this one got crazy though. This was so many ults. So many ults just using the same area.
I thought maybe somebody would have noted Nats with 2 beautiful kills here, but
just on the warpath.
Who's actually only Prophet that's spotted here?
And the last kill is
big clutch from Sociable, and to get himself on the board as well.
Let's get to the outlaw. Dude, Nats is perma op outlaw at the moment.
They don't go again, do they? Certainly do. 4-1 split here. We've seen it before, and I'm sure we'll see it again. But this time they don't have the bodies here for BBL. But Magnum's playing on the site. He's been generally off-site, right? Maybe looking for a fair fight on towards Nats. But is it ever fair when you got a shorty up against you?
I was gonna say Nats is really on.
Oh, what a banger of a shot!
Whoa, bro got 3 here.
Kills from him.
I was gonna say Nats is incredibly aware for this because honestly everyone pushes into this smoke now in reaction because that's normally what Alpha's done for like the past 2 years. So everyone's like super on top of it.
As well. Yeah, not feeling comfortable enough. Want to try and maintain some sort of crossfire here on site, but it's not pretty.
Kiko has ult,
Kiko
but
forced to move now. He takes him away.
nice shot. Oh my god, nice shots. Really nice shots in this round. 3v2.
Still coming out on top.
Beautiful recovery. Up against the ropes, Kiko 14-4 currently on the Brimstone. In the waiting game, patience pays off for Nats, but this was absolutely beautiful from Profek.
Dude, the Brims.
Ahead of the smokes, and
look at the Brimstones, man.
Swinging on, but it's 1 by 1. Profek able to isolate them. BBL now.
I feel like Kiko's having an absolute map at the moment.
In the first half,
He had 2 quiet maps, I think. 2 quiet maps
so
into.
Feeling a little rattled in terms of well, maybe the game
absolutely
plan
farming.
How some of these rounds are panning out.
Gotta say, I know that right now it's eyes on BBL, but Kiko, Christ alive, that
Yeah, no,
man
he's
is
playing good.
having a whale of a time. 14-4, as you said, and you're seeing the value he's getting in that round. It felt like he was screw tucked on site, right? You think, okay, when the salvos come in,
Because that crossfire is just.
Hello, Teets. How you doing? Anything you should hit? Oh, Teets, you've got some options, mate. You could do You could do a video of FNATIC bringing back the Sage on Icebox. You could definitely do that. You could do the BBL double Sentinel comp on defense. Split.
Feel it.
You got 2 options there, mate. You got 2 free videos. I feel
trying
like.
to keep control of them though. Keep them calm. Keep them focused.
Lava Cheeky said, Boaster, they were struggling so much against the Sage. Oh my god, just the pressure alone. Not even the stuff you were doing with the Sage. Just the fact that like you saved the wall. Dude, I'm watching them on B, dude. It was so funny.
We've been seeing this stack on this side.
It looked rough.
Gonna catch Sociable early.
The no
A little deeper to avoid, maybe mitigate some of that risk.
the no Teo against the Sage.
The trigger on the fault line.
Dude, we might see it. I think you might have inspired people to do a lot of Sage again, especially as Teo's going out. At least for Icebox.
Cheesy setup with some of this util. Be a big win for them.
Gonna watch it back, yeah, you'll see.
He ain't gonna be again. Liquid all
Still
too
though,
aware.
3 on site.
Nats feeling like the Grim Reaper, slow and inevitable.
This is the raid boss. You gotta. This is the save gun on site.
Again, repeat, rinse and go again. Kiko still finding success.
Damn, dude. They ran over towards site and they only got 1. Nats is somehow just sending it in with an Aldol no scoping or something.
And this is looking decisive, Mike.
On the brink of potentially a 9-3 half here for Liquid. What a way to come alive in map 3. Kiko and Nats have their ults.
Nice Molly.
Second Magnum on the other side.
Molly to stop the flood up through smoke.
Let's see if Liquid can maintain this sort of momentum.
Okay, now they fake the fast B. Molly, we got the salvos on top of it. Salvos. Salvo, all to heaven. Vice all in as well. Drone goes out. Look at the rotate. Dude, we got 5 here and we're just going to stroll over towards a free site. It's pretty nice. Did they put any smokes in? No, 2 smokes as well. The problem is Kiko... No, he's in range. Ah, dude, this is a nice round, man. Dude, Liquid put a load of work into their fracture. They got a couple of new things. I'm pretty sure, unless I forgot how they played. But like they got a lot of new stuff since the
You've got to fight the back line. That has to be a priority. And Camo did his best, but Magnum comes out on top in that. A little surprising, but forced forward to fight. And Kiko,
my guy's looking like he has an aimbot. Well. He's just locking onto heads.
So well for them until Magnum
is
really still
good.
On the charge here. Looks to the right, doesn't spot the player, doesn't see HERETICS, but it's Nats you got to be worried about. Sociable now tries to play his
9 on attack. That was strong, dude. Shout out to Kiko. He had an absolute half. He really did. This was a great call as well. This round from Nats. I like this a lot.
Many opportunities to get themselves.
They've just been sight hitting the whole time. Sight hit. Actually changed it up when it was like very convincing the amount of utility they put in. Molly, Visor, double salvos, drone.
So many times, so many maps, and now only a half away. But still, before we
maybe
get there,
one
we have a
smoke I
street
didn't
view.
fully see.
Diving over to, I believe, Harmy.
We've got some amazing Liquid
Army's
fans here
there.
in the crowd, but I feel like, Harmy, you might be Team Liquid's #1 fan. First of all, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. That half was a bit better, right, compared to the second map?
Yeah, compared to Splits, this is way better to watch for me.
Yeah, how's your...
Split was a disaster in the beginning, but at the end I thought they come back, but then they lost the round on Heaven. I think it was to Profig, not sure. Yeah.
Supporting Liquid, not always good for your heart, right? You know? Yeah, it's a little bit hard attack city in here. Now, you've in the past have subbed in for Team Liquid before, and obviously we have a very young player, Syria, on stage right now. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. So how do you think he might be feeling, knowing that if they win this, he's going to go to his first global event?
I think Siri had a bit pressure at the beginning, but the more games he played, the more confident he got. And even on Split, where we just had like 1 round on 7-1, he got the clutch 2v1. So he's getting better every map.
Yeah, very comfortable. You've also had the pleasure of spending some time with Nat and Yumpy.
Yeah.
I'll start with Yumpy first, because he's on the other side of this. What's he like?
I love Yumpy. He's always funny, even off camera. Like, he's a super energy guy. So I love Yumpy.
So is it really sad to root against him today?
Yeah, usually if he's playing, I'm rooting for him, but not today.
Not against Liquid, not against Liquid. And of course, Nats, the IGL now. I don't think it was the IGL the last time you subbed in for Team Liquid. But yeah, what's it like to play with a player like Nats?
Nats is a very good player. Played a lot of ranked with him. Even if...
Are you in the morning lobbies with Nats? Oh, wow, okay. Those are some of my favorites. Yeah.
Not mine.
Oh, why? Why not?
Yeah, the morning lobbies sometimes are a lot of no voice chats. I can say that.
He's got to carry you harder. Yeah. And speaking of Nats, going into the second half, how scary is this Vice going to be on defense?
I think Nats is playing a very aggressive Vice sometimes. He can also play it super defensive, and there are a lot of trap plays with the wall and tail rockets. Maybe we can see some of them.
Oh, we'll see if BBL are prepared for this defense side and if Liquid can bring it home. Back to you, Pansy and Hypok.
Nice.
One last half to play out here between these two. BBL stuck on 3 rounds, could not get it going. Dealt a terrible hand. Team Liquid focused.
3-2 on the pistols, 1-0.
On this one, Mike. They mean business now.
Tell. HERETICS' words took effect here, locked in for the decider. Within touching distance now. BBL, and no secrets about the approach here, and actually,
Jesus, okay. Dude, Nats was so tempted, eh?
With it. Nats, though, trying to play this out as long as he can, kind of over towards Canteen. Slip away, doesn't get given much here. So we look towards the extremities. Where's that next layer of the hit coming in? HERETICS could be overwhelmed here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he's okay. He does eventually get traded on by Levin. BBL making this difficult.
Okay, last map ends in a 1-1 on the pistols.
Hard to find fair fights on. Everyone operating together.
Too angry at that.
First tick in the box for sure.
It's like, imagine if you were asked to sub him for Nats, what's my reaction? Mate, my reaction is, what happened to the other, like, 2,000 people that should be ahead of me on that list? Like, why? My reaction is why. And whose decision? Whose decision is to sub me in? Only 2,000? Yeah, I'd like to feel I'd be 2001. You think there's more than 2,000 people? That's crazy. It's me or Bacon? Mate, Bacon's not even in the top 200,000 for them to ask. I'd be asking people on the street to play instead of Bacon.
But the plant's not going to be placed for it. So smart work already from BBL, knowing what they're up to. The wall doesn't get tripped, so they can't lock them in there. We saw that last time.
Yeah, they go for the wall combo back of sight.
You can see it on the B side what they were trying to do, but BBL, that's 5 alive. It's an in-zone flawless. And look, there it is. The observer's showing it to us. Love them for that one. It is something that was costly for BBL in the past. Now already aware.
And almost the second tick in the box here. To get a flawless on round 2. Unable to really sniff out anything.
Okay, this is the big buy rounds, and they're doing the combo, and honestly, Patty's got to push forward. Okay, good reaction from him.
Can't let it linger now, though.
Yeah, that's one of those that, if you go back, you're dead. If you push forward, you're fine.
Can BBL really
and I think he's been caught by that before, so I think he learned. Pretty sure
I
he
love
learned.
the idea of it. Make Liquid work for this if they want it. BBL, tenacious in approach for sure. An early handling of the wall.
Adjustment though, on the side of Liquid. BBL almost anticipating a little bit of aggression here.
Am I ahead of FNS? Mate, FNS would probably be in the top 10. IGL, just the 1-for-1 Sentinel. He might even be the top 1 replacement. Not in a team at the moment.
It's so hard to find any comfort, and that's so
Oh my god, nearly got another. Put him down to 33. Jesus, look at Nats go, man. He's
out of nowhere, though. He was just trying
wait,
to deal with
how?
How are we back here? Serial now in the disadvantage. Can he keep control now?
How did no one else get any kills?
With the rifle.
They're both tucked in.
Both on this side. Serial even expected the double
Oh
swing.
my god, how's Magnum got a double?
I thought Nats has done enough, but no. BBL bringing this back.
Dude, Nats must be like, how much more do I have to do here? He did so much. He even put one onto 33. He did like 400 damage.
This is with the heroics of Nats as well. I mean, almost getting the 4 through the smoke as well. What Magnum was down
Yeah,
to
but Magnum kills 2 with 33 HP in the Spectre.
To swing it back in their favor.
Bloody hell, you can feel it, can't you? They needed some of those, though. They needed a couple of those.
It's a good early timeout.
rounds to bring you some life, because I've got to say,
Wonder what the
Liquid was
comms were like here.
locked in on that first half. It felt like they knew exactly the plan.
I mean, here, the first timeout comes from them ahead of round 16. Didn't even need to let their foot off the gas in the first half. There's lots to consider here. Again, you probably get a little bit worried when they come one buy round within tying things up, but yeah, Liquid, I don't think they're sweating too hard just yet.
Yeah.
Again, if it stays clean from BBL, then
gets a little scary.
Because they're going to get to their first ult cycle pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I believe the official term is squeaky bum time.
Yes.
It's a snowball
So I've heard
potential.
from the analysts. And I don't disagree, because for Liquid, again, I do feel momentum is key.
Okay, Alba comes out, everyone can get one shot.
Right? It was
And
just like, yeah, cool. We're here to do
yeah,
our
they are
job.
about to, well, I say they're about to get all the ults. It looks like a similar timing, to be honest, so they're going to get the
BBL
ults.
in their approach. Now this round, I'm not expecting wonders from Liquid. I'd like to see a fight back. But I want to see
Either
that
go
next
for
round,
that trap
I want
over
to see that next
towards B
buy.
again. It's doing that twice now on the ecos, but plan is again, trap someone in, double salvos, they use it in a pistol round. I mean, they might get a kill with this. See where they go over towards site.
Focus towards B once again. Plant will come through. Flank here pretty quickly from Liquid, but Camo unable to pin down the first, and now punish the lineup. Beautiful from Profek.
I thought Magnum was going to be kind of screwed there, down on 33, kind of being hunted down, but it ain't pretty for Profek, but it's fine. Job done, Kiko gone.
Profek will be happy with that. He gets so.
At least make it cost something to him. Financially, Sociable's up for the fight, but well, he's going to fall short. 2 more bullets to play with. Now 1. Yampy, the one to take it a step closer.
Getting close.
To Yampy, so close to sliding in that dagger to Liquid's back. Held on 9 now. Right, we look to see those next steps. These are the key rounds, Mike. This opens up the game, or it shuts it down.
Unfortunately, we need to find a couple in
Did
succession.
they really replayed that?
Now chip away at the advantage BBL have created in terms of the economy. Like I said, Profek, ultimate available now. Magnum 1 away. 2 for Sociable, 2 for Yampy.
Okay, big ult on defense. And something that I do think the teams don't do enough on defense is like, I don't know. I would always, I would always use it similar to what people used to do with Killjoy, where you like push top side, then you can vice ult here and here in the retakes. I'm surprised I haven't seen it yet.
Utility will obviously alert him to presence. Camo does have the operator in hand.
Hello Weber, hello. Nice try earlier.
Initially towards Arcade and BBL.
Good luck tomorrow as well.
Playing with the space now. Camo, good for the first.
Oh boy, it's a nice trade though. Free side, they get full info on the double push over towards Dish as well. Perfect's gonna have to turn around at one point. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Hold that line. Serial hasn't re-glanced at that.
What have I just watched in the minimap?
Considered, but Yampy, that barrel might show as Nat seems very aware. Apparently not. Swings it, Yampy wins it and finds security. That should be the slam dunk, right?
Yeah, online for Yampy here.
They're backing away.
Oh, they're taking it.
They know it. This is going to be 8 BBL. Oh my word, Mike! I think we got a game on our hands.
They've definitely got a game on hands. They got 2 big ults as well.
In the second half, and BBL back
These Vital into this one.
I can't
2 save guns. You got 3 people sitting at about 3,100.
Really looking towards somebody on Liquid. To be decisive. I mean, Camo's just
Like
he's under
here,
so
do
much
we not need
pressure.
to push
Well, feels as if he
through?
is. There's
Did he insta
really
react, I
nothing behind
guess?
that first player. Like I said, Serial unfortunately stuck behind the smoke. If there's, I mean, I don't even want to say a pause for thought or further consideration, but Camo has no get out of jail free card there. Well, not even free. He has no way to get out of that situation
he just has to
unless
stick
Serial
there, I guess.
swings through that smoke.
5 in a row. Good lord. And Kiko, though,
Well, this is the guy that won him a lot of rounds on attack.
See the pressure on him, but no availability to trade
Thanks
back
to
in.
all.
Fnatic tries to make a quick escape, but I think Kiko's screwed.
There's nothing he can
a lot of
do,
util
bro.
to get the man down, but Magnum working up slowly. And he's going to get the reaction of 2 here, trying to get the better angle on him, but forced to respect here. They felt a lot of
Dude,
presence.
look at this
and
instant
Liquid are
reaction.
hunting.
Everyone pushes over towards side. It's a good overwhelm. They have no idea the second set, but they don't overheat.
It's the one with the spike.
Hey, I'm impressed they don't overheat.
To fight back against the stack.
The concern's got to be.
They still got full info over towards Dish at the moment, but as soon as this wall goes up, like Perfect could be tempted to
Shift their focus towards A now.
pull. No, okay.
Man advantage, yes.
I mean,
but
Liquid
it's only Pat Step with the
gambles so
rifle.
well here. I thought he was going to
Gotta do the
honestly
heavy
like
lifting
break
here.
wall, and the other 2 were going to get close over towards B.
Might actually get ahead of this because Profek's
Yeah.
not
Oh,
watching
dude, this
this
can get weird.
drop.
God, look at this. Yampy gets dealt with Liquid.
It's great mid-rounding from Liquid. They gambled right on this.
On to this one, and they got the spike. They've done everything they needed.
30 seconds left.
BBL caught a little asleep, but
You can imagine they keep this one clean as well. So many
try and take those
guns.
fights. Liquid now well equipped, well armed, and Profek forced to back
Yeah,
away.
that's
There is no access
A
back into
lot of
this now.
upgrades.
They are defending that spike with their life. With 15 seconds, Profek would have to do something.
Got the spike.
Nothing short of a miracle here. 10 seconds now. He wants one. He gets one. Takes a bit of damage, but not too much. Gets a wow. Okay, he gets.
Oh no, he gets the plant. Whoa! Oh man, I got mad respect for that. Secured the round. Mad respect for that play.
Double digits for them. Well, Gotta love
That was sick.
that approach there in the eco round. Winning out early on it. It's Nats actually to find the crucial kill here. Eco isolated.
I mean, what did they have? 2 save guns into it?
Themselves back in control.
They get, I mean, I guess one upgrade, but still.
Walking all the way back over towards
Nice, buddy.
a site.
Well played. Beautiful.
Serial with 2 crucial kills as well himself. Certainly
Yeah,
been
the
some
aiming
question
kills were
marks,
nice on this. BBL change it up, and so did Liquid, really. Just crunch top side, lose the side. It's a good. Oh my god. The breach shot saved them.
11 makes it out with the man to the good here for the BBL side. HERETICS, where'd you run to? Magnum on the punish. Gonna catch Magnum, but then the ult's gonna come in. This is back and forth. This is just
chaos again, man.
Nats and Serial want to slow the tempo.
It's everyone's money, like, oh my god.
Yampi falls. And now who's remaining? Profek for one, Sociable on the other. The ult from Serial. Clearing out the space. Profek,
No way. Serial gets that as well.
Unaccounted for. This could be everything for him. He's not even waiting for it. He takes away Nats.
Holy, what a round from Serial. Kind of back to back, really. Multi-kills all the time. 2 into 4.
2 crucial kills in the previous round. And a huge clutch out for him here in the follow-up. Liquid on 11.
God.
They've chipped away at that lead, Lauren. And it's only 2 rounds, but it feels like...
Dude, that one. How's he winning this one?
A massive swing back, yeah.
God, Serial, wow.
4 on the round for him.
Getting pumped up now. HERETICS try to lead that charge. But gotta give credit there, Serial standing up.
Yeah, he did so much. Okay, this is pretty much it. Oh boy.
From the very get-go, Camo wants to be an instigator.
Doesn't check left. He's still got a kill though.
1 for 1 on that one.
Quickly want to talk about this. We got.
Making progress here.
Honestly, I would include this as well. We got 4 on each. They can't buy next.
Draw some of the attention, but only Patstek here. Don't expect him.
Puman, thank you so much in the YouTube chat, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, bro.
Things out here, Kiko. 1 off his ultimate. Only 1 smoke, but still has the molly.
Kiko can get a kill. He gets his ult. If Profek, he's not playing. Okay.
Plants in. BBL set the timer now. Make it back in time. Serial can set those into play, but it's actually Nats to find Yampi almost instantaneously. This puts Levin under a lot of pressure.
What is Yampi trying to do there?
Fallen, and he misses the knives.
Yeah, and Kiko getting the kill.
Team Liquid.
Yampi wanted to try get on the drop, I think.
Just like that. Liquid on the brink. Almost feels a little overzealous from Camo, but Liquid follow through here. Can't even really argue with the orbital strike being invested. Throwing something to secure this. And the purchase just about still there for BBL, but there's certainly gaps in the utility.
Okay, 4. It looks like a tech.
So we have a delay going to game. Not sure what the cause is. Maybe players standing up.
Maybe Patty broke his table or something.
Let's wait and see.
Usually, people getting ahead of themselves. Pulled something out of.
I'm looking at you, HERETICS.
Yeah, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, he did smash it. Even he looked across the board like, damn, actually proper smashed his desk.
Simmer on a round like this feels nasty.
Certainly is. 3 found for Liquid.
Okay, they're talking, so it's a tactical, right?
A 4-round gap for BBL to force overtime and keep the dream alive of going to Toronto. It's a tall order here. Yeah, we are still just waiting on potentially an update what the delay is. There's music playing, but the stage isn't red, so that's usually a good sign.
As they're talking to the admin.
Back in the day of the older Nexus timeout, I think it was a FNATIC timeout at one point back in early Counter-Strike days. You let them sweat on a round like this, it's nasty. Now, it's obviously not intentional. It's not what they're doing. But that certainly compounds a problem for BBL. They have to sit in silence. There's no talking here. There's no coaches interacting here. It is quiet. So
oh yeah, they are talking to the admin.
Getting everything everything plugged back in. I think we are getting good to go. Wait for that timer to start ticking, and then I start being a little bit more
that's when I feel
unfazed.
a little more confident.
Shameless for not putting the red screen there.
Critical
Yeah,
three
they didn't want to do it.
screen 18, 19, 20. The ones that have mattered for Liquid when it felt like BBL were running.
Okay, and like we said, 4 chances. Ult-wise, dude, ult-wise, we're not that close. No one's close to ults, really. We've got these two.
To those internationals. Or is there still
Looks
hope
like Liquid want to do
alive
some
for BBL?
aggro. Stun down the line. Stim pack. Neon send.
2 to the south here for BBL. 3 members of Liquid once again. They proactively try and clear towards Arcade Camo. Stunned up, but still closing the
Whoa,
gap.
that's a heavy commitment.
They're just going to push.
3.
Just take a fight.
Oh my god, what a breach flash that is.
3. So Sociable and Magnum with a brutal task. A Herculean task at Camo.
Really nice round from Camo. Dude, what a call this was. You definitely got to give a little bit of praise to Patty. That flash got him so many kills.
Sociable has to face the music. Position will be given away. There's no two ways about it. And Camo stakes his claim and waits. Sociable has to check every corner, every angle. And Camo...
Finish with an ace. Nice, dude. Back-to-back masters. Big.
What a way to
Okay, we got it. We got everyone.
Maintaining
Got everyone.
composure. Course correction once again asked of them in the same series.
Yeah, changing a player as well.
I've got to say, I mean, coming into the final, Camo struggling maybe.
Dude, I definitely think the coaching staff does really good in this team as well, though. Because if you look at where they were coming out of Bangkok, like their map pool was so rough. So they managed to get their map pool pretty good while changing a player.
That's a first-class ticket that man just booked there. Doing it in style. Team Liquid going back out to those masters now. But we have to talk about the other side as well, Mike, because BBL to me have been such a brilliant dark horse here.
I mean, what a playoffs run from them.
God,
just period.
outstanding.
Again, isolated map performances, yes, and talking about the versatility they've shown with this roster. I mean, all credit goes towards the preparation put in here for this playoffs run.
Oh, you can tell they worked hard.
Oh yeah, it makes that pill even more bitter to swallow.
Oh, absolutely. And give it up for these boys. They have put on a brilliant show today. I don't think many people
Swiss stage draws, mate. We need to see where people seed first. You gotta wait for America's EMEA to be over.
Cornerstones and made them look completely unawares. It was a brilliant run. It's a shame it falls short, but a team to keep your eyes on in the future. So much potential. And speaking of potential, Mike, Team Liquid. We've seen the highs and lows.
So Liquid play against Heretics tomorrow, best of 5.
Bracket run to pick themselves back up, to have to face it again. And they absolutely do. Marvelous hit. And I can't wait to see what they can achieve.
Chat, Liquid must be doing good on champ points, no? With this?
Coming back in, we have that same
It must be near the top in EMEA.
I guess
if not at
just
the
from
top.
the ground up, the one that you've got to feel a little more confident about coming across to a global. But I've got to say as well,
They must be top? Yeah, I think so.
Here, Serial, the one with some question marks over, coming alive here.
Absolutely.
When Liquid needed him most, having some huge rounds. That's not even to start talking about Kiko as well. Again, he's looking phenomenal once again on the Brimstone.
Now that's got to feel good. Especially for Zero, as said, some ups and downs for him, but that last map,
Dude,
he was
clean shaven Eamon looks so much younger.
Really
That's
big
so
performance
funny.
from him, and we can see they're ready. So let's hand over there, Yinzu and Serial standing by.
Sorry, Pansy, we're ready, we're ready. I'm now joined by Serial. First of all, congratulations
He does, he
on
looks
your
crazy
first
young,
global
right?
event. The reactions were so interesting when you guys won. You know, you had Patty that was just screaming, a lot of emotions, but you seem pretty calm. So how are you feeling?
I think that's always been the case. I'm always more the calm one, the monotone one, trying to keep the team stable. Of course, we have Patty. He's taking care of the energy, and then Ayaz is just being Ayaz. I think he's the best teammate and best IGL anyone could ask for, and it's been amazing so far.
Oh, how are you feeling right now knowing that you're going to be going to Toronto after 8 games in Tier 1, by the way, 8?
Yeah, I mean, the heart is beating. I'm definitely nervous. I mean, even in the last game, I was getting a little bit shaky. but I had my teammates to support me and back me, and they guided me through it. And I mean, without them, I think I'd be in shambles, honestly.
No, I don't believe that, because some of those clutches that you were in, I think
Yeah,
the
he had some
Serial, we need to
big
find
rounds.
a name for you two. The 2v4s are legendary. So talk me through the comms in those moments and how you kept your cool and, you know, working with some of these players in those clutch moments.
I mean, they all have so much experience. They've been there many, many times, and they've won a lot of them. The comms don't even get hectic. It's very calm. We know what to do. We play off each other. We're making sure we're on the same page. If we're on the same page, then, I mean, what happens, happens. We end up winning them a good amount of times also.
Oh yeah. Do you enjoy those clutch moments? Because I think some players, they love being in those clutches, and some kind of like, oh, I'm a bit annoyed that I'm the last one alive, you know, boys, why have you done this?
I enjoy them, but I think I'm not fully comfortable in them just yet. So I think with time, they're gonna come more naturally and more easy, but I mean, it puts a player up to the test, and so far, with my teammates, it's been perfect. It's been working.
You guys have passed almost every single test. I think it's particularly impressive that you've had to come in and play some things that you've never played in your career before. Yeah. We're now starting really to love the Astra, the Tejo. You know, you still get the Killjoy sometimes, which is fun. How are you finding coming to such a, I guess, complicated system and having to change comms, you know, week in, week out, and be able to play with these players?
Adapting to some roles definitely was a little difficult, but I had the guidance. I mean, I've had guidance through everything, support fully. I mean, all the teammates have experience on certain roles, and they can help me and guide me. It's been rough, but I think the challenge makes it worth it. And slowly but surely, I think I'm getting there. I'm getting comfortable, and I mean, it's showing on stage now.
Oh, 100%.
So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to be where I am.
You guys have made it. So what do you think you've been able to bring to this team to help your team make Toronto?
I think it's just keeping it grounded, just stable. Stability, I guess, is the
Someone
best.
has to be, right? Sometimes
yeah, so
with these guys.
I'm just making sure that we don't throw the rounds we shouldn't throw. And
Discipline.
That's about it. Exactly.
Make sure you keep the discipline up.
Exactly.
You guys at home, make sure you remember that, because, you know, are very, very important in games like this. Now, the last time Team Liquid played against Team Heretics, you won here. You've never actually played against Team Heretics.
Nope.
Have you been watching their games? What do you think about them?
I've been keeping an eye on it. I mean, there's no doubt Heretics is a really good team, and they've solidified themselves, and they have incredible players, and they're just incredible. And I think the game is going to be really entertaining and also close.
Yeah, I like the entertainment part that you've mentioned. You also said that, you know, Nat's best IGL, best teammate, and I think this lower bracket run, we've seen the speeches he's given you guys in your vlogs and so on and so forth, talking about his own experience on Gambit, keeping you guys mentally positive. What's kind of going through your mind when you listen to his speeches and what he's saying?
Honestly, I'm just trying to listen to them fully. Because, I mean, as he said, he's been through the things that many of us haven't been, especially me. I'm still fresh. I'm still a rookie in some sense.
No, you are a rookie.
Yeah, so it's like, I have to listen to them and actually not take them for granted. Make sure to play off of his experience and make sure I don't have the, I don't crash out, you know? Yeah. I don't crumble under the pressure. And it's been wonderful so far.
Trust him. Trust in your IGL.
Full trust in my teammate and my IGL, yeah.
Full trust. Now, last question. When you first arrived, I asked you, who do you want to play against? And you're very not that bothered, you know, I'll take anyone. But I'm going to force you to give me an answer this time, because you're about to go to the global stage. You're about to play against players that you wouldn't normally have the opportunity to. So which team are you most looking forward to facing?
Probably, I mean, it might be a basic answer, but I think it's probably G2.
Why?
They, the runs and the games they've had, they've solidified themselves as a really good team. And I think even most of my teammates probably want to end up going against G2. And that might be one of the toughest series we'll probably ever face. And we'll see how it goes in then. All
right, I'll try and manifest that for you, because we do have a draw show on Sunday after the final, so we'll see if Liquid could potentially get G2. But thank you so much once again.
Dude, we might get double draw show.
Is there anything that you'd like to say to anyone to take this opportunity to?
Honestly, it's just mostly my family and my partner in life. That without them, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to do the things I do, and they've supported me for many, many years, through thick and thin. Sometimes when I even thought myself I wouldn't be able to make it here, but they've been here and they supported me. So it's also, yeah, just my family.
We're very proud of you, Serial, and I
Thank
can't
you.
wait to see you in
what
Toronto.
a beast.
But there's more, because Liquid and Serial will be playing a lower bracket final tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow, Serial. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow as well.
Oh, the hell is this timing?
Finals.
Double? Yeah, we got so they'll do Swiss stage draw on a Sunday, and then we might get the EMEA group stage 2 draw as well, so it might be double. That's what I'm saying, double.
To glory. And the other one.
Okay, very cool. Very impressive from Liquid, to be honest. And I don't know, depending on how they do in Toronto, they might be looking good for champs, to be honest. I feel like they have too many champ points, but not too sure. Chat, I appreciate you watching. Thank you everyone. Thank you for that. We have Heretics against Liquid tomorrow, best of 5. I think it starts an hour later. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if Webb is still here and he can confirm that, but I think that's right. I think it's an hour later tonight. So we talked about the Sean Garrett stuff. We spoke about it a little bit. I think we kind of just need to wait and see what happens. It's a shame in esports that we have to repeat the same mistakes, but I think that everyone's so young that that kind of has to happen anyway. It's been like 10 years since the I Buy Power stuff, so I think teams
As you guys know, the stakes are very
teams that are throwing matches or whatever, like it's a lot of young impressionable people that are getting a lot of money thrown at them, and I don't think they fully understand the full consequences. So I understand it, and I think that Riot or whoever decides the punishments have to make an example of them. And I think that's the same with that's kind of why I clash with the stuff that Frost was saying, where he was like, I don't want to bring all of the strat sharing stuff to light because he thinks it will ruin careers, whereas I think you have to ruin careers for other people to learn. But I think going public with this stuff is always good. The thing that I am interested about is the cheat accusations. The cheat accusations is pretty interesting, because that one definitely sounds the most insane. But yeah, just sometimes in esports we have to repeat the same mistakes. I'm less angry about this one than I am for like other stuff that happens, but obviously I'm not inside the tier 2, so I can understand why it's angry. But dude, again, in esports, year after year, we'll just repeat stuff that happens. It happens with kids, or it happens with it just happens, like even Overwatch, man. Like Overwatch did everything that CGS did and didn't learn, and just burned all their money and kind of held back esports for multiple years, in my opinion. So for us to do that again in Valorant, same thing that happened in CS with I Buy Power, it just has to happen. We have to repeat the same stuff for people to learn, because people are either too dumb or they're too young, so they don't know about the past. What's the cheating scandal? We'll have to wait and see, man. I don't really want to talk about it until I know for sure what's actually going on. Just look at Reddit or go to Sean Garris's Twitter. But again, things don't really get announced until like next week, so we'll see. Who's my top 3 international teams? I don't know. Let me see how EMEA keep playing at the moment. The thing is, I think G2 and Sentinels are in there. I think I got at least 2 Americas. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Okay. Thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you. Who are we rating? Mini? Is Mini streaming? Ah, let's raid Mini. Paper X. G2 Sentinels Paper X. Dude, I think I know maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I do think Paper X are just where they sit at the moment with their meta and stuff like that and how they're playing. I do think they are gonna have a good run. I'm not gonna lie, which has worked out so far. So we'll see. His title is track by track to Radiant. Mini? I mean, honestly, Mini can get Radiant, to be fair. But dude, this guy won't play enough to get to Radiant. That's his issue right now. Also, he's gonna have to play for like 3 months solid to actually get there mechanically. Okay, chat. Thanks so much for watching. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Hopefully, I answered all the questions people were asking. Shout out to Liquid for getting the last spot. And we'll see him play against Heretics tomorrow and see who meets Fnatic in the final. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Shout out to all the mods as always. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Starts an hour later. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Appreciate you all. Bye, guys. YouTube stream. Thank you so much as well. If you could subscribe to me, that would help me out a lot. And I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for being here. What's the T? For people that are wondering about the like what I was talking about earlier, go to Reddit Valorant competitive or Sean Garris's Twitter. Like there's a lot of stuff that's coming out about the tier 2 stuff. All right, bye everyone. Bye.